Galw'r aelodau I.
I call members to order, and before I call on the First Minister, I'm sure members will wish to join with me in extending our condolences to all those affected by the recent horrific events in Las Vegas. The first item on our agenda is questions to the First Minister, and the first question is from Joyce Watson.
Will the First Minister make a statement on how Wales has gained by being an ethnically diverse country?
Yes, throughout our history, black, Asian and minority ethnic people have brought skills and entrepreneurship to Wales, and as we celebrate Black History Month, the theme, Our Stars, Our Future, Our History, supports our ambitions within Prosperity for All, because we know that a prosperous Wales needs diverse, creative, highly skilled and adaptable people.
I thank you, First Minister, for that answer. And last week I was delighted to attend and speak at the launch of the 10th Welsh Black History Month. Events which are held throughout October help us to reflect on the rich heritage of Wales and the diverse makeup of its people and their contribution to shaping Wales. And it gives us an opportunity as a parliamentary body to reach out to black and minority ethnic people and encourage them to become engaged with us and the work that we do. As you know, First Minister, our next Assembly Apprenticeship Scheme will be launched next year. Can I ask you, therefore, what steps that the Welsh Government are taking to help to promote applications from black and ethnic communities?
Well, we're providing £360,000 in the course of 2017 to 2020 for the All Wales Black, Asian and Minority Ethnic Engagement Programme, providing information, of course, to the Welsh Government on key issues and challenges, and that will help us, of course, to ensure that we're able to recruit in a way that fully reflects the population and makeup of Wales.
Mark Isherwood.
Diolch, Clive. Well, 3 weeks ago, I attended a meeting in Wrexham with the Polish ambassador from London, the consul general from Manchester, council representative, various agencies in attendance, and of course representatives of the Polish and Portuguese communities, talking about how we could develop a contact centre. And in this case, the Polish consul talked about the Polish Business Council, or Polish community business clubs, possibly being able to raise the funding to access this, but we need somebody to facilitate a way forward, to tackle the barriers that people in these communities are continuing to face, and also, in consequence, reduce pressure on statutory services. How could the Welsh Government help facilitate progress in this area?
Well, we look to work, of course, through our engagement with the different communities, through the various fora that we have, and also, of course, to work with the Polish ambassador and Polish diplomatic representatives in the UK. We're more than happy to work with the ambassador in order to identify where such groups exist in Wales and how we can best engage with them. I'll write to the member. If I write to the Polish ambassador, perhaps if I could use I could enclose as part of the letter the words that he's used in this chamber, then of course we can see how we can best work together in order to achieve the outcome that he's described.
Bethan Jenkins.
First Minister, on Friday I was with the Ethnic Youth Support Team in Swansea, and they were saying that they would like to have much more support going into schools and education venues in regards to trying to get communities to work together. And so in one school they had a white girl wearing a hijab, and she walked down the street, and then she came back and she said how different she felt she'd been treated because she was just wearing one piece of headwear that was different to how she would usually dress. And I think these types of things would help children who've never been introduced to other communities or other ethnicities in their lives to try and understand how it is to live in those everyday experiences. So I was wondering if you were able to speak to them. I know they work closely with the Welsh Government in providing them with additional resource to go and do this in other schools across Wales, to make sure that when we start at a young age, those potential problems may be alleviated by starting as early as we possibly can.
Well, can I suggest that the organisation involved goes through the usual route, talks to the Minister's officials, and then, of course, we consider what resources might be made available in the future.
Question 2.
Question 2, Janet Wyn-Saunders.
Diolch, Llywelyn. Will the First Minister make a statement on patient advocacy services in Wales?
Yes, we're committed to providing effective patient advocacy services in Wales. Services are provided to adults by community health councils, and local health boards are responsible for arranging the provision of advocacy services to children and specialist mental health advocates.
Thank you. During our debate recently, your Health Cabinet Secretary was very much in favour of abolishing community health councils and replacing with a new body. Now, this is despite an inordinate amount of public objection. How ironic, then, First Minister, that in my most recent correspondence with the Cabinet Secretary regarding a problematic constituent case, he has had the audacity to suggest that I recommend to my constituents approaching their CHC, in effect passing the buck for the shortcomings of his and your health service. First Minister, would you not agree with me that this is rather duplicitous of the Cabinet Secretary? And would you also place on record your acknowledgement and support of the work that the community health councils and their volunteers have carried out on behalf of our patients as an advocacy service over many years?
Duplicitous. That's the word of the day, isn't it? We had that yesterday from the Secretary of State in his widely ignored speech. I don't accept at all that the Cabinet Secretary has been in any way duplicitous at all. I mean, of course, he would refer a constituent of yours to an independent advocacy service. That's what exists under the current restriction. That's what will exist in the future, an independent service. The Minister cannot be, by nature, independent. So I think the answer he's given to you is absolutely correct, that if your patient needs advocacy, it is right that that advocacy service should be independent. It's right, then, that the community health councils, as they provide that service at this moment in time, and we look to see, of course, what the responses will be to the white paper, that your constituent, I believe, has been given the right advice based on what you've told me in the chamber today.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, the Welsh Government in January 2017 announced Veterans and Armed Forces Champions of Health Boards and NHS Trusts in Wales. The Aneurin Bevan Health Board that covers my constituents in Islwyn named Brian Moby as the champion. Congratulations to him. What impact does the First Minister believe these champions are having on ensuring that local service plans provide support and that their local plans reflect the needs and priorities of the brave men and women of Wales who have bravely served our nation in our armed forces?
Oh, very much so. We know, of course, that there are very effective champions in many aspects of public life in Wales, and they do much to influence positively the direction of the government and indeed public bodies and agencies. So, yes, I very much recognise the work that your constituent has done, as many others have done across Wales, because they add to the knowledge that government has in order for government to act in the most appropriate way for the people.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, an independent patient voice is vital, particularly for those who can't make themselves heard. We have made huge progress in providing advocates for people with mental health issues, but patient advocacy services are also vital to people with dementia. There have been calls for every person with dementia to have access to a skilled and independent advocate who understands dementia and is equipped to advocate effectively. First Minister, do you support this view, and will you outline the actions your government is taking to improve advocacy services for people with dementia?
Well, health boards are responsible for arranging the provision of general patient advocacy services for children and young people in receipt of mental health care. Can be further supported to raise concerns through accessing independent mental health advocacy. All health boards in Wales have in place arrangements to provide mental health advocates trained in working with children and young people. That's true. And, of course, we want to make sure that the patient voice is strengthened when it comes to mental health services for adults. We've done much, of course, to assist those organisations who are helping people and their families who are dealing with dementia, such as, for example, pushing forward with dementia-friendly places so that people can go and live their lives as long as possible in as familiar an environment as possible.
Questions now from the party leaders. Plaid Cymru leader Leanne Wood.
Llywydd. First Minister, homelessness is a blight on any civilised society. Have you noticed that the number of rough sleepers is currently increasing?
The number of rough sleepers, according to the last count, is 141. That count took place in November of 2016. It's difficult, of course, to count the number on a regular basis because it does fluctuate up and down, but she is right to identify the fact that rough sleeping is an issue, which is why the Secretary will be giving his statement on the budget later. We will be looking to provide all the resource that we can in order to alleviate the problem.
Homelessness is on the increase, First Minister, and that's from rough sleeping counts, applications for homelessness support, people in temporary accommodation, evictions, the lot. And here in Cardiff, the Woolwich estimates that there's been an 18% increase in rough sleeping compared to the same quarter in 2016. And it comes as no surprise to us, at least, that this is happening. Everyone predicted that this would happen as a result of welfare cuts, which, I remind you, started under the Blair government when Lord Freud was given his first ministerial job. But it was also predictable that Westminster's dysfunctional political system would ignore these warnings and go ahead with their cuts anyway. Why wasn't your government and your party more proactive in seeking the powers to not have to implement these cuts?
Well, it's one thing to have the powers, it's another thing to have the money. It's one thing to say we're going to do something. If the money isn't there to do it, then it becomes more difficult. What have we done? Well, we've just announced an additional £2.6 million to support services for rough sleepers and young people. And crucially, we've introduced legislation to prevent homelessness in the first place. Dealing with people who are already on the streets is important, but surely it must be the case as well that prevention is a priority for us. The legislation has meant more help for more people, and help at an earlier stage, including rough sleepers. And the latest homelessness statistics for the first quarter of this financial year show a steady rate of success in terms of increasing demand. 63% of all households threatened with homelessness had their homelessness prevented in Wales. That would not have happened anywhere else, and that's as a result of the legislation.
First Minister, you can't condemn Westminster for callousness while still accepting that the powers to prevent homelessness remain in Westminster. You're right, you have recently reformed the homelessness system to adopt a more preventative approach. But clearly there remain a great number of people who are falling through the very wide holes in your safety net. Now, if you accept that we are facing a homelessness crisis, and I'd be very surprised to hear you deny that we're facing a crisis, will you commit to abolishing the Pereira test to get rid of homelessness intentionality, ending priority need, so that everyone is entitled to a home?
Well, the legislation has gone some way to addressing that. I mean, she and I are in a different position. I don't believe that it makes sense to devolve welfare, because we know that Wales is a net recipient of the overall pot. I do agree with her that the actions of the Tory government have been heartless, unthinking, and have led to more people being homeless. I was in Brighton last week, and it was extremely noticeable how bad the problem was in Brighton. We have a problem in Wales, we know that. It was far worse there. And I believe part of that is because in England they have not enacted legislation that would help to prevent homelessness in the first place. The answer to this, of course, is to have a welfare system that works for people, a welfare system that is compassionate, and a welfare system administered by a Labour government in London.
Arweinydd yr wrth
Leader of the Opposition, Andrew R.T. Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, recently the Cabinet Secretary for Education delivered a speech which highlighted that there were secondary schools in Wales that until recently had not been entering a single pupil for a GCSE science exam. Not a single pupil in secondary schools in Wales. Also, there had been a tendency for many schools to enter pupils for the easier BTEC courses, where in 2016 there was a 99% pass rate. Now, Estyn, in a recent report, have highlighted the difficulties that some science subjects face in the way they're taught within Welsh schools. Don't you think it is vital that we need, if we are going to be aspirational about delivering a high-wage economy, a skilled economy, that we have more pupils entered into the sciences? And what confidence can you give that in the PISA examinations in 2018, we will see real improvement in the sciences, where we've gone back by 20, from 505 to 485, from 206 to 216. It has to be a key area of improvement, yet on your watch, we've got schools that haven't been entering pupils for science at all.
Well, first of all, we have for some time in Wales been emphasising the need to create parity of esteem between the academic and the vocational. and therefore we should not make negative comparisons between BTECs and GCSEs. One is a vocational qualification, the other is more of an academic qualification. Schools are appropriate, will enter candidates for the appropriate exam according to what they feel they need in terms of their future skills. He asks about PISA. Well, we've seen GCSE results improve year after year. That is a good sign as far as PISA is concerned. We've seen improvements in subjects at A level. That's a good indication that PISA will improve in the future. We have, of course, new exams. We've made sure that they have been rolled out without great difficulty. We've taken the decision to postpone the introduction of the curriculum. That's the right decision, and we know that teachers and professionals have supported that. And, of course, we are building schools all around Wales, schools that would not be built if he were in my position.
First Minister, that was a pathetic answer. On your watch, on your watch, on your watch, we have had secondary schools in Wales, and these aren't my comments because we can't get the data. We've applied to the Welsh Government to have the data that the Cabinet Secretary based her speech on. Here's the speech. The speech is here. It's her remarks, not my remarks, that says how shameful it has been that under your government we have had secondary schools not entering a single student for science GCSEs. Not A-levels, GCSEs. How on earth can you defend that when you've been First Minister for 7 years? These are the remarks of your Cabinet Secretary, not mine. So how can we have confidence that we will see the improvements we need in the STEM subjects when we've had such a laissez-faire attitude from your government?
That was a response worthy of the Secretary of State for Wales, and that's not a compliment, by the way. The reality is the system has been changed. We've just introduced, of course, the new GCSEs. That has happened. So far from sitting back and doing nothing, we're encouraging schools to enter pupils for GCSEs and other qualifications, and at the right time. So they're not entering them early in order to get them through a particular subject, and the grades coming down as a result. And that is something that we have done as a government. Well, it's unlike David Melding to be like this, but clearly this is something has caused him to be annoyed this morning, or this afternoon. But no, we're confident in what we're doing. We're confident in what we're doing in terms of changing the syllabus. We are confident in what we're doing in terms of results. We see results improving, both the GCSE and A-level. We see money going into education in a way that's been deprived from schools by his party from England. We see schools being built across Wales that would not be built by his party if they were in power here. And, of course, we want to make sure that as many of our pupils have as many opportunities as possible to enter examinations in order to get the qualifications that they need. That's exactly what we've done in terms of the system we've now introduced.
First Minister, David Melding is most probably getting annoyed by your performance this afternoon, because it is a very laissez-faire attitude, I have to say. You can't defend a system that is not... You cannot defend a system that has not been entering GCSE students for the sciences and then stand there and try and defend it. I want to have confidence, First Minister, that we will see improvement. I want to see improvement in the Welsh education system. We all want to see that. But we had in the last GCSEs the worst results for 10 years. We've got the science results, PISA examinations coming forward now in 2018. I asked you at the first question, where are we going to be? Give us an indicator of where we're going to be. Just give us something to come out of this First Minister's questions where we can mark your homework as to where science will be in 2018.
Science entries are up. We changed the system in order to partially to encourage schools to enter more students and enter them at the time that it's appropriate for them. That has been done. He talks about the worst GCSE results for 10 years. I do not recognise that if you compare like with like. If he thinks that things are rosy in England, I suggest he has to look at what happened in England with the system there, and he makes that comparison from time to time. Look, we will make sure that the education system is properly financed according to the settlement we get from him and his government. If he wants to see more money into education, can I suggest he actually lobbies, because he's more effective than his parliamentary colleague, lobbies his colleagues in London to get more money into education across the UK and particularly to Wales. We could do a lot more with a fairer settlement. £1 billion bunk to Northern Ireland, not a word from the party opposite. Not a word. Let's see Wales get the same fair play, and let's see if the Welsh Conservatives can stand up against their colleagues in Westminster.
Arweinydd Group.
Leader of the UKIP Group, Neil Hamilton.
This afternoon, Yes, I knew that the chamber was circular, Claire. I didn't realise it revolved as well. This afternoon we shall hear the outline budget from the Finance Secretary, but his room for manoeuvre is obviously limited by the nature of the funding of the Welsh Government. 92% of the money which the Welsh Government spends currently comes from the United Kingdom Government by block grant. So the success of the Welsh economy and the ability of the Welsh Government to spend depends crucially upon the health of the UK economy, which in turn depends crucially upon the economic policies of the government at Westminster. Does he think that the consequences for Wales of the kind of spending plans which Jeremy Corbyn outlined last week in Brighton would, in the long term, benefit the Welsh economy? They've been added up to about £312 billion. It must be one of the most expensive speeches in human history. That's £4.15 billion per minute, £69.3 million per second. Such a speech programme would actually bankrupt the UK economy, and that could be nothing less than disastrous for Wales.
It has never been cheaper to borrow. In 1945, a government came to power in the UK, presiding over a wrecked country and a wrecked economy, with far less money at its disposal. Yet it managed to create the National Health Service, managed to put industry back onto its feet. It managed to ensure that people's standard of living began to rise. It dealt with a country that had been destroyed because of the effects of war. If they can do it, then a Labour government can do it now. We've had 7 years of austerity and nothing has changed for the better. It's got worse and worse and worse. 7 wasted years. It's time for a change.
I don't want to debate economic history with the First Minister, but immediately after the war we did, of course, have the Marshall Aid programme, and actually there was a very substantial reduction in the proportion of debt to GDP during the course of the Attlee government from 1945 to 1951. When Tony Blair came to office in 1997, the national debt stood at £359 billion, and in his first term of office, he actually reduced it further. In 2001, that was reduced to £317 billion. And then Gordon Brown turned on the spending taps, and we all know what happened with the financial crisis in 2008. The national debt now stands at nearly £2 trillion, and we're spending every single year £56 billion on debt interest alone. If the Welsh portion of that debt interest, which would be 1/20th, that's about £2 billion a year, was available to the Welsh Government to spend on the health service, social care, education, or whatever, Wales would be very much better off than it is now.
All governments have to borrow. There are very few governments that don't have to borrow, usually those that are oil-rich. The reality is you borrow to invest. And what we are seeing at the moment is a government that is bumping the British economy off the ground. We know that as far as injections of money are concerned, that's not happening. The economy is not being stimulated. Now, he doesn't want me to lecture him on economic history. I will. And recent economic history, which he will remember, because he seemed to suggest that Gordon Brown was responsible for the world financial crash in 2008. The reality is the crash was caused by irresponsible banks selling financial products to people who they knew full well would not be able to repay them. And then they bundled those debts and sold them onto other banks, infecting the entire system. That's what happened. We are still living with the consequences of that. It's quite clear to me, then, that the old ways of doing things cannot be followed in the future. We need, well, a Keynesian injection of cash into the economy in order to make sure that we create more employment, that we put more money in people's pockets and stimulate the economy in that way. Because it's quite clear that over the past 7 years, what's being done isn't working.
You would think from what the First Minister just said that there hadn't been a Labour government from 1997 to 2008 and the Chancellor of the Exchequer was not Gordon Brown in charge of banking regulation, whereas we know that he believed in a light-touch regulation of banking, so he was a contributor to the financial crisis which ultimately engulfed him. But Jim Callaghan knew what it was like to cope with a financial crisis, because I'm sure the First Minister will remember very well in 1976 he appeared at a rather different kind of Labour Party conference and said, "We used to think you could spend your way out of recession and increase employment by boosting government spending. I tell you in all candour that that option no longer exists, and insofar as it ever did exist, it only worked on each occasion by injecting a bigger dose of inflation into the economy, followed by a higher level of unemployment as the next step." Jeremy Corbyn, if he ever never did learn that lesson, seems to have forgotten it. And his role as a kind of moth-eaten Santa Claus, dipping into a bottomless bag of presents to dish out to gullible children, is not the way forward for any sensible or realistic political party which has any designs upon holding the highest offices in the land.
We have revealed to us this afternoon the UKIP strategy for dealing with appealing to young voters. You are all gullible children, is the way that they're going to be described in the future. So I can't see many of them voting UKIP in the future. In the 1970s, there were particular challenges with stagflation, as he should remember, because of the soaring price of oil as a result of the 1973 oil crisis. That knocked the usual economic cycle out of sync, and as a result, we saw rising unemployment and rising inflation at the same time, meaning that the traditional ways of doing the traditional way of injecting money into the economy to deal with high unemployment. I can give the Leader of the Opposition a lecture on economic history if he wants. He knows next to nothing about it. And so the circumstances of the 1970s are very, very different. But what I can say to him about 1976 is a statistic for him. 1976 was the time in history when Britain was most equal. Since then, the Tories have made it more and more and more unequal, and that's what a Labour government will change.
Question 3, Eluned.
Question 3, Eluned Morgan. Will the First Minister make a statement on poverty among young women in Wales?
Well, young women are more likely to be represented in single-parent households and part-working households, which are more at risk of living in poverty. We are providing a range of support to build prosperity by helping them overcome barriers to employment and to maximise their employability and access decent, well-paid work.
Minister will be aware that last week in Labour Party conference, Angela Rayner, the Shadow Education Secretary, suggested that a new Labour government would commit to ending period poverty in schools. Does the First Minister have any intention of introducing such a measure in Wales?
Yes, I did note the announcement. It is something I know that we will look at as a government to see how it can be dealt with in the most effective way. But it is a concept that needs to be examined very closely in order to make sure that it can be dealt with effectively in Wales.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, last week I visited Severn Trent testing labs in Bridgend. You may all know them already. And most of the senior team there were women. I mean, they weren't educated recently in Wales, I'm afraid, so it doesn't help you on Andrew's question. But even so, it is a great example of women getting into good STEM careers. They're also a good example of when a facility where you would normally expect a degree level of education, their interest is now turning to the FE sector to see whether students from there can be brought into appropriate roles. And as we know, people from poor backgrounds tend to use FE a little bit more. Welsh Government announced in January that the Chief Scientific Officer for Wales was setting up an internal working group developing the Talented Women for a Successful Wales report findings. So I'm wondering whether you can provide us with an update on that to see when we might be seeing some results on the back of it.
I will write to the member with a date as to the publication of that document. In terms of the pumping station, I'll be there on Friday, so I'll be able to hear firsthand what they have already said to her.
Sian Gwenllian.
Mewn llythyr
In a letter to the Chair of the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee on the 17th of July, the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy said this: "It would not be wise to publish a national action plan for poverty." Isn't this an entirely shocking statement? No particular action plan, no targets for the mitigation of poverty, no monitoring, because there is nothing to monitor, despite the fact that over 30% of children live in poverty in Wales. Do you agree with me that this is a clear sign that this Labour government has turned its back entirely on poor families in Wales?
No, the answer is the answer to that, because poverty is something which is being dealt with across government. It just doesn't come under the portfolio of one minister, because we know how important it is. If you look at what we published last week, then it's obvious that we consider poverty as something which it's vital that we resolve in Wales. And the way of doing that is to ensure that people have the skills that they need, that they have the opportunities that they need, and that they can have free childcare. And that's something that we put in our manifesto in the election, and we're moving forward to act on that, and that there are jobs available to them that are well paid. We don't have every lever within our grasp, because we know that there is much around employability and payment that is in the hands of the United Kingdom, but we must ensure that we can do everything possible in Wales in order to address poverty.
Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, the Child Poverty Action Group has identified very early on that the way that universal credit is structured poses a real risk to the financial autonomy of women in the household. It actually undermines their ability to be autonomous and to have their financial independence. We now know from Citizens Advice Cymru that some people in the pilot areas, some women, are giving up work due to childcare issues as a direct result of the design and the rollout of universal credit as it is. And we now know, of course, this week, according to the government's own figures, that over 80% of recipients of universal credit that is being rolled out are now falling into rent arrears. The government's own pilot areas are showing it is an unmitigated disaster, and it is driving young women, but also all people, into poverty. Could I ask the First Minister what further representations he can make to the UK Government, because the impact in all of our communities is going to be significant?
Well, we'll continue to make those representations, but we'll have to get in a queue. I mean, their own MPs are saying that the rollout should be stopped. If I could sum up the attitude of the Conservative Government, it's this. Lessen the financial burden on the rich, cut tax, and increase the financial burden on the poorest, getting rid of tax credits, the bedroom tax, universal credit. And we know, of course, that on top of that, they do these things incompetently. And that's what the current rollout of universal credit is doing. The Leader of the Opposition finds it funny. When you talk about welfare, was it funny? Well, why does he go out and talk to people who are affected by this? Why does he go and talk to people who are at threat of homelessness? Why does he go and talk to people who find themselves in a position where they're going into rent arrears? And then he might learn what real life is actually about. Because we deal with these issues on a regular basis, on a constituency basis, and we see the inhumanity of universal credit, along with so many other of the policies developed by a Conservative government who benefit only the richest.
Question 4.
Question 4, Neil Hamilton.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the rail network in Mid and West Wales?
Well, devolution of funding for rail infrastructure remains with the UK Government. They have refused to devolve that. Despite this position, since 2011, the Welsh Government has invested around £200 million into a programme of rail infrastructure improvements, including additional and enhanced rail services in the Mid and West.
I thank the First Minister for that response. We welcome the Welsh Government's funding for a feasibility study to reopen the Aberystwyth to Carmarthen railway line. I'm sure he'll agree with me that the best way to revive railway lines which were closed largely in the 1960s in the Beeching Plan will be to produce low-cost opportunities for the train for the trains and the carriages which will work on the track, because it's the operating costs which are going to be the big stumbling block. There's been an estimate of £700 million total cost to reopen this particular line, but there's been some very encouraging studies done of no-frills trains being manufactured using lightweight materials and running at low speeds, which may be introduced in the next 2 years as a result of a £4 million trial. So will the First Minister do everything he can to encourage the introduction of this new technology, which will offer the opportunity to open up perhaps many more lines in rural Wales which were closed years ago?
No, I don't. I mean, what he's talking about is light rail. It's a model that's used for suburban rails and for short journeys. I think a 50-mile journey between Carmarthen and Aberystwyth is best served by a light rail carriage with hard seating, for example, without the kind of facilities you'd expect from a longer distance train. And of course, with light rail, you end up in a situation where it's true it's cheaper because the signalling requirements are not the same, for example, but the comfort levels are way, way lower. And I don't think people in the west of our country should have a train service that is far less comfortable than would be expected along an equivalent route in England. If we're going to move forward, it's a significant challenge. I don't underestimate it. A significant challenge and a significant cost to reinstate the Aberystwyth to Carmarthen line. But if it's going to be done, it's got to be done properly.
Russell George.
First Minister, I was pleased that the Cabinet Secretary confirmed that Carno Station will be included in the current Stage 2 assessment process for new stations in Wales. A petition will also be submitted to the Assembly tomorrow from the Carno Station Action Group, 10 years after the first petition, urging the government to reopen Carno Station within a 5-year timescale. Now that the Cabinet Secretary has announced that Carno will be considered, will you outline what the next steps are during this process, and do you feel that 5 years is a realistic timetable for the reopening of Carno Station?
Yes, I mean, just to inform the member, the next stage is that, as he knows, the Cabinet Secretary has decided to include Carno in the current round of Stage 2 assessment. What does that involve? It involves obtaining information from Network Rail on deliverability and operational considerations on the prioritised stations. In addition, a standard assessment model is being run to assess the anticipated demand at the proposed stations as well. I know that the Cabinet Secretary has asked officials to engage with the Action Group as part of the Stage 2 process, so that's where we are now, but he will know, of course, what our intention is. There are many unknowns when you deal with Network Rail. It's not always clear what the challenges are. We've found that in the past where problems have been identified that were not known at the time that an announcement was made, but it is our intention. He will know to reopen Carno, pending, of course, the assessment.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Llywydd. As I understand it from what the First Minister and the Minister for the Economy have said in the past, the current situation is that the franchise will commence without the full powers or the full budget having been devolved to the Welsh Government, and therefore the Welsh Government, to all intents and purposes, will be an agent for the Westminster Government. Now, if that is the case, can I ask you plainly, in light of what happened in terms of electrification to Swansea, do you trust in the Westminster Government to transfer full powers in time, and importantly to transfer the full funding additionally?
If they don't do that, we won't be able to move forward. It's as plain as that. Because they must take action, but there is no indication at present that there will be a problem. We wish the franchise to progress as it should in April, and we're also talking to the unions to ensure that they understand what we're trying to do. It would be much easier had they devolved the funding and the powers to us from the outset, particularly the power to instruct Network Rail. But at the moment, what is important is that we can act on behalf of the people of Wales in a way which wasn't possible previously.
Diolch fawr. With First Minister, there was an awful lot to welcome in the Transport Minister's latest statement on the next franchise. And what was particularly welcome was the commitment to keep a guard on every single service, something that people have campaigned quite heavily to see, and they welcome it. The other commitment was that the new rolling stock should be maintained by workers, ideally here in Wales. And very recently, I had a tour around the investment that's been made in the Machynlleth depot and met some of the 33 highly skilled employees that reside there and work there. So, going forward, First Minister, can I ask that we will do all that we can to ensure a positive future for that we've already invested in both Machynlleth Station and the people who work there?
Absolutely. If I remember rightly, Machynlleth had a depot. It did in the 80s, then it closed, then it reopened. Because it was needed, clearly, to the service trains on the Central Wales line and, of course, on the Cambrian coastline. So, yes, we want to make sure that not only we keep a network of depots, but we increase the number in the future. Because we know that there will be new rolling stock, there will be new modes of transport that we will look at, and it's important then that the equipment is maintained in Wales as far as possible.
Question 5, David Rowlands.
Question 5, David Rowlands.
Will the First Minister outline how the Welsh Government measures the success of its wealth creation policies?
Well, it's important to consider the performance of the Welsh economy using a basket of indicators, not look at one individual measure. And, of course, Prosperity for All shows the way forward. The plans that will follow will provide greater detail.
Well, I thank you for that answer, First Minister. But in measuring not only wealth creation, but also health, education, housing provision, etc. Is Ron Davies, the former Labour Welsh Secretary, correct when he says, after 20 years of a Labour-controlled Welsh Assembly, Wales is now poorer than it was 20 years ago? And this former Labour luminary went on to say that he is not able to name a single initiative that has improved the lives of the people of Wales. Surely, First Minister, you have to agree this is as damning an analysis of Labour policies since devolution as any expressed in this chamber.
No, is the answer. Now, where do we start? Let's start with Jobs Growth Wales, shall we? The fact that so many people were helped to get into the jobs, young people were given training. Let's look at the help that was given to workers to keep their jobs when the recession hit hard in 2008 to 2009. Let's talk about the people who are alive because of the Human Transplantation Act, supported cross-party across this chamber. Let's look at the fact we have the best foreign direct investment figures for 30 years. Let's look at our employment levels. I suspect really that Ron needs to read a few more papers.
Mohamed Ashkar.
Of small businesses, the Federation of Small Businesses has claimed that Welsh Government offices overseas have failed in their aim of boosting exports to those countries. Figures suggest that export to those countries have in fact fallen between 2013 to 2016, down 13% to the United States, down 22% to Belgium, and 55% to Japan. First Minister, what plan does the Welsh Government have to review the effectiveness of its overseas offices in boosting trade with the countries in which they are located?
Well, he's fallen into a trap there set for him by the UK government, because what has happened is the methodology has changed, so that if you have, if I remember rightly, if you have a factory in Wales that is exporting, but its headquarters is in England, it's counted as an English export. That's the problem. So all of a sudden we see the sudden changes in the export figures, not because physically less goods or fewer goods are being exported, but it's because they're counted as having come from England because the headquarters is in England. And we know that many organisations in Wales that manufacture don't have their headquarters in Wales. He asks a question, what are we doing to boost our presence overseas? We are moving ahead with a strategy to do just that. The balance that has to be struck is between, do you boost an existing office or do you open a new office? Now, we commissioned work from PPIW that gave us information as to how we should approach that, and over the next few months, members will hear of new office openings and, of course, boosting of staff abroad in order to make sure that we boost our presence, working quite often with DIT, in fact, most often with DIT, but in those markets where Wales has a strong presence and needs to strengthen its presence in the future.
Adam Price.
Isn't it true, though, First Minister, that despite what he said about unemployment levels, and that is welcome, they dipped below the UK average for a period in the early 90s as well, didn't they? But the problem is, in terms of income, in terms of prosperity, you can choose any number of a basket of indicators, whether it's average earnings, household disposable income, GVA per capita, income per hour worked, etc. We have gone backwards compared to where we were at the beginning of devolution, and that wasn't what was promised. So where are we going wrong, and what is the indicator? How are we going to measure the hopefully success that will come at some point in the future?
Well, it's not just we've gone backwards, that people are somehow poorer than they were. What is correct to say is that as our GDP, if you want to measure GDHI as well, has gone up, it has not improved at the same rate as other parts of the UK. I think that's the accurate description. He asked the question, what do we do about it? The heart of it all is skills. It's skills. What happened at the beginning of devolution is we did see a lot of those businesses who I think came here because of the money, who provided unskilled work, they left. They went to Hungary. It happened, business in my own constituency. They went to Hungary, they went to lower cost economies because that's all they wanted to do, was to manufacture cheaply. Now, we can't play that game, nor should we try and do it. So the focus now heavily is on skills. One of the questions we've always been asked by overseas investors is, have your people got the skills that we need in order for us to be able to function in Wales? And increasingly, of course, the answer is yes. We work very closely with FE colleges, we work with our universities in a way that 10 years ago wasn't happening. Our universities were not interested in working towards economic development at that point. They saw themselves purely as academic institutions. In fairness to them, they've changed. It will take some time for the fruit of that work to come through, but we are seeing investors coming into Wales now that bluntly wouldn't have come 20 years ago. high-end investors who are paying more in terms of the jobs that they create. What's key now is to keep on moving on that track, not just in terms of FDI. He will make the point, I understand, in terms of encouraging SMEs in Wales. It's not a question of one or the other, and that's exactly what we want to do as well. And working again with the universities and others, making sure that young entrepreneurs who have good ideas get the support they need to put those ideas into practice. Increasingly across Wales, we are now seeing those businesses starting to be created and to grow.
Cwestiwn 6.
Question 6, Hefin David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the implementation of Qualified for Life Curriculum for Wales and Curriculum for Life?
Well, on the 26th of September, the Cabinet Secretary for Education launched Education in Wales, our national mission. That reaffirms our commitment to building a transformational curriculum in order to deliver a better education system for Wales.
And I broadly welcome the Welsh Government's approach to implementing the recommendations of Professor Graham Donaldson. But members will be aware of Professor Donaldson's comments that were reported by the BBC this morning, in which he remarked that progress remained good, but also cautioned against any loss of momentum in the whole dynamic of this reform. What discussions has the Welsh Government had with Professor Donaldson with regard to the changes that were announced by the Cabinet Secretary for Education last week? And what would be the First Minister's response to Professor Donaldson's concerns about a potential loss of momentum?
Well, Professor Donaldson actually oversees the implementation board. He agrees that we've made the right decision to introduce the curriculum as a phased rollout rather than a big bang. The approach will mean that all schools have the time to engage with the development of the curriculum and be fully prepared, of course, for the changes. OECD have already said that we need to continue our drive to create a curriculum for the 21st century, and that's what we will do, but at the appropriate pace.
Darren Miller.
First Minister, while we welcome the postponement of the implementation of the curriculum, one aspect which still concerns us is the fact that secondary schools will be required to deliver two curricula, should I say, for pupils in those schools for a period of 5 years. Now, that's going to cause absolute havoc, and I believe it's a recipe for chaos for particularly newly qualified teachers coming into the system who will have been trained to deliver a new curriculum but are having to deliver the old, and for the already burdened profession that we have out there, 70-odd% of which said that they felt overworked and stressed because of their workload. So, what are you going to do to make sure that schools are geared up to deliver two curricula to the pupils in those schools, and ensure that pupil attainment doesn't dip as a result and that staff aren't overworked more so than they are now?
Well, if that was a concern, then the teaching unions wouldn't support this, but they have. They have supported the phased implementation. Teaching skills are transferable. It's not a case that somebody is trained to teach a particular curriculum. They have teaching skills that they adapt according to the curriculum that's before them. And it's hardly unknown, of course, for schools to teach different curriculums at the same time. When the national curriculum came in, schools had to gear up for that. So there was often overlap at that point. Foundation phase was the same. I mean, my father worked in education in the 80s, and I can tell you, things used to change almost on a half-yearly basis that the teachers had to deal with. So obsessed were ministers at that time. They weren't Welsh ministers, they didn't have control over education then, over the syllabus. Teachers found themselves having to satisfy the whims of ministers who wanted to change things all the time. Now, that surely is not the best approach. It's hugely important that we don't introduce a curriculum until the profession is ready. They've indicated they're content with this approach, and that is why we've taken the approach that we have.
Question 7, Llŷr Griffith.
Question 7, Llŷr Griffith. Will the First Minister make a statement on nurse recruitment in North Wales?
Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board, supported by our Train, Work, Live campaign, is actively recruiting additional nurses.
At the last count, 92 nurse posts at Ysbyty Wrecsam Meilir were vacant, with a number of nurses approaching retirement age also. Now, the shortage of nurses means that specialist nurses regularly now have to work on general wards, and it's a daily crisis in the hospital, which is the largest in North Wales. Now, foreign recruitment, the expensive foreign recruitment of the Health Board in India and Barcelona through a private agency has been an utter failure. Only 4 nurses from India have managed to pass the language test. So, given the failure of your government to plan the workforce over a number of years, and having placed Betsy Cadwaladr in special measures over 2.5 years ago now, do you take responsibility for this awful situation?
Well, we see that things are improving. For example, there's been an increase in the number of nurses training in North Wales, and that figure is now higher than any year over the past decade. And so we have invested in recruitment and, of course, in training. And that means that there's been an increase of 13% in nursing places in Wales over this financial year, and we put a £95 million investment into training, and that means that 3,000 new students can now study healthcare programmes in Wales. And so, of course, it is challenging, of course, because people don't wish to come to the United Kingdom any longer because of Brexit, and they feel that they wouldn't be welcome. And, of course, that is something which happened last year. But in order to deal with that, we understand that we need to train more nurses in Wales, and that is why we've seen a significant increase in the numbers being trained.
Finally, question 8, Lee Waters.
First Minister made of the Future Generation Commissioner's submission to the M4 public inquiry?
Well, of course, the submission is welcome. It's important that the public inquiry is open and detailed, and that, of course, is what is happening at the moment.
Thank you. In its evidence to the M4 public inquiry, the Government acknowledged that a new motorway will inflict long-term harm, but this will be outweighed by the short-term economic benefits. The Government's own independent advisor, the Future Generations Commissioner, has now said that this is incompatible with the well-being of the Future Generations Act. The watchdog of the Act says that these trade-offs are no longer lawful in Wales. Would the First Minister agree to set up an expert group to quickly design a solution to the congestion on the M4 that is compatible with a law that we passed?
Well, that is precisely what's happening now, because we have got an independent inquiry that is looking at the M4. It was designed to be as broad as possible, so it didn't just look at one particular scheme. That's what it's doing. And so it's important that that inquiry is able to report dispassionately and independently, considering all the evidence before it.
Diolch i'r Prif Weinidog.
Thank you, First Minister. The next item on the agenda is the business statement and announcement, and I call on the Leader of the House, Jane Hutt.
George Lewis, there's one change to today's agenda. The time allocated to the time on the draft budget has been extended to 90 minutes. Business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement announcement found among the agenda papers are available to members electronically.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Leader of the House, could we have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Health, please, in relation to reports about the realignment of District General Hospitals in the Abertawe Bro Morgannwg Health Board area and the Cwm Taff Health Board area? To date, I do not believe a statement has been forthcoming. This does have quite large implications to people in the west of the Vale of Glamorgan who use the Princess of Wales Hospital as their main District General Hospital, and GP surgeries in particular in the Western Vale who refer to the Princess of Wales Hospital. And to give security of understanding how these proposals might or might not progress, a government statement would be welcome to actually see what the thinking is and the rationale behind any proposed changes in the current configuration of the health boards that run the Princess of Wales Hospital and the Royal Glamorgan Hospital, i.e. Cwm Taff Health Board and Abertawe Bro Morgannwg.
Well, of course, these are matters which are out for consideration in terms of consultation, and those options and suggestions were made clear in the recent statement and white paper. So clearly there's an opportunity to consider this in terms of the importance which is delivering the service to the local people.
Pan Lewis.
And we have a statement from the Welsh Government on the planning crisis in the county borough of Caerphilly. There is no active local development plan at the moment, and as a result, the planning system is heavily skewed in favour of developers and indeed inappropriate and sustainable development. And recent adjudications by the planning inspector have highlighted the fact that the 5-year land supply requirement trumps all other considerations, including the much celebrated Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. So can we have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary in order to suspend the need for Caerphilly to demonstrate the 5-year land supply until a sustainable local development plan is in place in that county borough?
Well, of course, this is a matter for Caerphilly County Borough Council, and clearly they are aware and engaged in this issue. And of course, this robust discussion, debate locally about it. And, of course, that is what we'll take forward in terms of the Cabinet Secretary's engagement with it.
Jeremy Miles.
Can I ask for two government statements? The first from the Cabinet Secretary for Education in relation to the steps taken by the Welsh Government to tackle LGBT bullying in schools. And I acknowledge the readiness of the Cabinet Secretary to meet with myself and Hannah Blythen to discuss this issue. She'll be aware of the report published in the last week by Stonewall Cymru, which discloses that more than half of LGBT young people in Wales and 73% of trans young people in Wales still face bullying at school, with very, very serious consequences in many examples. The report calls on a number of recommendations on the part of Welsh Government and local authorities, and I'd welcome a statement in relation to what steps the Government is taking on an issue the Government acknowledges is a significant issue. And a second statement, please, in relation to what support the Welsh Government is giving to the Swansea City of Culture bid, which we hope will benefit the broader region of the Swansea Bay region. The current UK City of Culture, Hull, has seen a significant investment in its region as a consequence. Our region has suffered Conservative betrayal in relation to electrification, and we fear that will happen in relation to the lagoon. So we'd welcome a statement on government support for that bid.
Well, thank Jeremy Miles for both those questions. I think members will be aware of the latest school report 2017 by Stonewall Cymru, and it is encouraging to note that, in fact, that report shows that the number of lesbian, gay and bi pupils bullied because of their sexual orientation has fallen by almost a third. But we obviously recognise there's much more we have to do to prevent potentially long-term educational and emotional damage that bullying can cause. The Cabinet Secretary for Education has been very clear that she expects schools to adopt a zero-tolerance approach to all forms of bullying, including homophobic, biphobic or transphobic bullying. And we recognise, of course, in terms of that school report and the existing anti-bullying guidance, that requires us to take into account the latest report and whether updating is required. On your second point, of course, the Welsh Government fully supports the City and County of Swansea's bid to become UK City of Culture for 2021. It would, obviously, if successful, provide Swansea with significant funds. We've already provided additional in-kind support to help Swansea with the practical challenges of delivering the year, for example, in tourism and marketing expertise. And, of course, it complements the City deal, accelerates City's regeneration. And, of course, post-Brexit, it will show the world that Wales remains outward-facing and open for business. So the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure will join Swansea councillors and senior officials when the City of Culture Assessment Panel visits the City on the 23rd of October. And I was very pleased to be in Swansea last Thursday, when the bid was formally put in by the leader of the council with his cabinet and partners, when I visited the Tabernacle in Morriston in Mike Hedges' constituency to celebrate the fact that they've been awarded the Sacred Wells honour.
Mohammed Ashka.
Madam Presiding Officer, may I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Economy on support for businesses in Newport? In March this year, it was revealed that NewsQuest was closing its sub-editing hub in Newport with the loss of 14 jobs in spite of receiving more than £340,000 in grant aid from the Welsh Government. Then, in July, Accenture announced plans to close its packaging factory, putting hundreds of jobs at risk. They had previously received more than £500,000 from the Welsh Government. Leader of the House, can we have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary on the terms and conditions on which Welsh Government grants are made to the companies, and whether he believes they need to be reviewed to ensure the objectives are achieved and the maximum benefits for the taxpayer is obtained? Thank you.
Well, I know the Cabinet Secretary would want to update not only in the investment in Newport and support for business, but also in the good news that has been announced recently in terms of development which will benefit the local economy. And of course, his officials are closely engaged when businesses have difficulties and closely engaged, particularly as far as those businesses where we have already supported them in terms of their development.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In September, I attended the Fair Funding Wales Anti-Austerity rally at City Hall in Cardiff, along with other members from this Assembly. And more recently, the leaders and mayors throughout the UK went up to Westminster in order to have a meeting, they hoped, with the government about the issue of fair funding, which did not take place. And of course, today we have a statement on the draft budget by the Cabinet Secretary after 9 years of austerity, of continuous cuts. And so given the fact that by 2019-20, the Welsh Government's revenue budget is due to be down by £1.2 billion, can the Leader of the House suggest any way forward during the through the business of this House that we can bring this issue further to the front?
Well, I thank Julie Morgan for that question, and of course immediately after our business statement, the Cabinet Secretary of Finance and Local Government, as you said, will be publishing the Welsh Government's outline draft budget for 2018-19, making an oral statement. We've repeatedly called, certainly led by the Cabinet Secretary, repeatedly called on the UK Government to end its damaging and flawed policy of austerity. And it was good to see partners coming together, the leaders and mayors, and indeed Assembly members certainly supporting that call, that anti-austerity rally at City Hall in Cardiff. But we do have the first opportunity this afternoon to debate the draft budget on the day it's published. And there will be a further opportunity to repeat our call to the UK Government to choose a different path to end austerity.
Jenny Rathbone.
The Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee visited the Salsa House in Bridgend last week. Not only did we learn the results of the performance of this fantastic house as a power station, which is now generating more electricity than it's using for 9 months of the year, we also learnt about 5 different retrofits that the Cardiff University and the other partners had undertaken in 5 very different types of housing. Certainly for affordable sums, they were able to completely transform these otherwise very difficult to heat homes, including one that was a void, had been void for many years and is now attracting a premium rent because of the quality of the housing it offers. So I'm fully aware that Arbed has done a great job of over £70 million over several years, and some 20,000 homes, I think, have been improved. But I wondered if we could have a statement from the government on how the Warm Homes programme of the Welsh Government is going to tackle or accelerate the strategy now that we know how we can retrofit existing homes, given that 80% of the houses that are going to be lived in 2030 have already been built. And, you know, not only do we need to build energy-efficient homes, but we need to obviously tackle the fuel poverty that many of our communities are suffering. So I wondered if we could have a statement on how we can accelerate that programme in the light of new understanding of how we can go about it. The second point I wondered if we could have a statement on is there was last week a report on the take-up in different local authorities of council tax discounts for carers of disabled and very sick people by local authority. And there was a huge differential between one local authority and another, in some cases up to 77 times the take-up. So I wondered if it's possible to have a statement on the take-up in Wales by local authority of the council tax discount for carers, so that we can see which local authorities are properly promoting it.
Thank you, Jenny Rathbone. I think you'll be very pleased to hear, following your committee visit to the Salsa House, learning about those different types of retrofitting in line with local vernacular, that we are investing £104 million in Welsh Government warm homes over the next 4 years to improve a further 25,000 homes, and we'll continue to look at options to increase the scale of our own energy efficiency programmes, and of course recognising our decarbonisation ambitions can't be achieved through government funding alone, but this requires collaboration across all sectors to increase the uptake of energy efficiency measures, particularly amongst those able to pay households. So that's something which the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs is looking at carefully in terms of how to best drive this change and increase activity in this area. On your second point, I think the report you referred to was the money-saving expert report. It does provide additional insight into how council tax is managed across local authorities, and the Cabinet Secretary will be outlining his plans for local government finance next week, because we've just published research into the approaches which local authorities are taking in handling council tax debt, and the Cabinet Secretary is considering the range of evidence in this field, and we'll be taking a number of steps to make our commitment to council tax fairer.
Thank you, Leader of the House. The next item, therefore, is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Finance on the draft budget for 2018-19. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary to make a statement. Mark Drakeford.
Thank you very much, Llywydd. And today, I lay the Welsh Government's draft budget before the National Assembly. It's a budget crafted in a period of austerity which has by now lasted longer than 7 years and under the shadow of further cuts to come. Today, for the first time, I publish alongside the budget a report from the Chief Economist for Wales about future public finances and our economic prospects. It provides some stark messages. If the United Kingdom government continues on its present path, then we will face a further extension in a period of austerity already unprecedented in length and depth.
Background against which today's Welsh budget has been prepared. As the difficulties deepen, we remain committed to doing everything we can to help our public services meet the very real challenges they face today, while acting now to improve the prospects for the future. In line with the new procedure this National Assembly has agreed for this year's budget, the information before Assembly members today sets out the major building blocks of the budget, where the money comes from and how it will be allocated to the different government departments. Later this month, the Government will publish a greater level of detail than previously provided, explaining how individual portfolio ministers intend to deploy the resources available to them. So, I have listened very carefully to the calls from the Health Service, local authorities and others who provide vital services across Wales about the importance of being able to plan over more than a 12-month horizon. Despite the very real uncertainties which we face and within which this budget has been drawn up, I have been able to set out revenue plans for the next 2 years and capital plans for 3. So in setting out the building blocks of our budget, I turn first to the important issue of reserves. As I have previously discussed with the Finance Committee, I have taken a particularly stringent approach to reserves during the first 2 years of this Assembly term. While in-year allocations have been made from reserves for essential purposes, my intention has been to make maximum use of the new Welsh Reserve negotiated as part of the fiscal framework. That agreement means that we are able to take a maximum of £350 million forward into that reserve from April next, and to do so unencumbered by the restrictions we have faced by having to abide by the UK Treasury's budget exchange mechanism. Thanks to the help of all my Cabinet colleagues, I have been able to plan this budget on the basis of the Welsh Reserve being at or very near its maximum at the start of the next financial year. I am then able to deploy the benefits of this prudent management to help protect our public services against the worst of the cuts in the more difficult years that lie ahead. Specifically, Llywydd, I intend to take two actions. I have decided to reduce the level of in-year contingency which I would otherwise need to retain. As a result, £40 million in revenue in each year has been released to invest in public services. At the same time, the level of the Welsh Reserve will be such as to allow me to release in a managed way a further £75 million in 2019-20 to support our revenue funding. Without these decisions, Llywydd, Welsh Public Services would face further reductions of £115 million in 2019-20. This is almost exactly the sum of money by which the Chancellor intends to reduce our budgets in that year as a result of the £3.5 billion worth of unallocated cuts which still hang over our services. I repeat once again my call to him this afternoon not to proceed with those unfair and counterproductive reductions. Welsh taxpayers will contribute no less in that year than they do now, but they will be badly shortchanged as a result of the actions the Chancellor still intends to pursue. Llywydd, I turn now to capital expenditure. I repeat the message which I and Finance Ministers from Scotland and from Northern Ireland have put to the Treasury team in London. While interest rates remain at an historic low, now is the time to borrow, to invest in our collective futures and to create the conditions in which prosperity can be secured. In his autumn statement last year, the Chancellor went some way to repair the damage done by his predecessor. I urge him to do more this year. As a result of the additional capital and the new needs factor in the Barnett formula, our budget in 2019-20 for vital investment purposes will now be 20% below where it stood in 2009-10, rather than 27%. But a 20% reduction at a time of urgent need is a very big cut indeed. We have therefore continued to build on the foundation set in place by my predecessor, Jane Hutt, in developing new and innovative ways in which we can fill that capital gap. The principle which underpins all this is that we will always exhaust the use of the least expensive forms of capital before moving on to other sources. In line with this principle and in this budget, we will deploy £4.8 billion worth of conventional capital, including grant and financial transactions funding provided through the block grant. We will then borrow £375 million in capital, £125 million annually over the next 3 years, making the first use of the new borrowing powers now directly available to the Welsh Government. Even when we have done that, we will go further and alleviate budgetary pressures on other public bodies and housing associations to enable them to carry out £400 million worth of borrowing for essential capital investment. And, Llywydd, when all of that has been achieved, we will go further still. We will secure over £1 billion worth of investment through the mutual investment model schemes, which are so important in our health service, our education service, and in transport. Beyond that as well, we will look to draw down as much as possible of the £208 million of EU structural funds available to us for capital projects, and we will press ahead in seeking approval of further key projects in the next period, including the South Wales Metro. Now, central to all of this is the cumulative revenue impact of the capital financing decisions we are taking. Historic decisions, including PFI, most often made before devolution itself, result in just over £100 million in revenue being required on average in each year of this budget. The decisions made more recently to enable innovative investment in public infrastructure add another £30 million to that sum. And all of that, however, brings me to our revenue resources. With the devolution of tax powers, the funding arrangements for the Welsh Government have changed. We now have the power to raise revenue directly to fund public services through devolved taxes. Nevertheless, the vast majority of funding for Wales will continue to be through the block grant from the UK, still accounting for almost 80% of the revenue available in 2019-20. This draft budget is operating for the first time under the fiscal framework agreed between the Welsh and UK governments last December. These arrangements mean that Wales will receive an additional £47 million over the period of this budget, and all of that money has been put to work to support our public services. So this is an historic moment for us in Wales. This will be the first time we, as members of the National Assembly, have the powers to set the rates for our very own taxes. With those new powers come, of course, increased responsibilities. And as we enter this new phase of devolution, we will provide stability and certainty for taxpayers and the citizens of Wales. That does not mean that we must keep the taxes as they are today. We now have an opportunity to use these new tools to make changes to help take Wales forward. And so within this budget, I make decisions in relation to the first two taxes to be devolved to Wales. And I begin with landfill disposal tax. I can announce today that the standard and lower rates will remain consistent with the UK tax for the next 2 years, providing the stability that businesses have so clearly told us they need. I intend to set the rate for unauthorised disposals at 150% of the standard rate. Wales becomes the first country in the United Kingdom to set a higher rate for unauthorised landfill disposals, creating an additional financial deterrent for people disposing of waste illegally. And this decision will complement the regulations laid today by my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, which will enable fixed penalty notices to be issued for small-scale fly-tipping offences. I also reaffirm my commitment this afternoon to allocating £1.5 million a year to the Landfill Disposables Tax Community Scheme in Wales for each of the next 4 years. This ensures that our commitment to communities affected by landfill disposals is upheld and provides a stable funding stream to those communities for the next 4 years, even as we expect the revenue taken from this tax to decline gradually over that period. So if I turn now to land transaction tax, I have decided to introduce a new higher starting threshold for home buyers here in Wales. From the 1st of April 2018, a starting threshold of land transaction tax in Wales will move from £125,000 to £150,000, the highest starting rate anywhere in the United Kingdom. This will mean the average first-time buyer in Wales will pay no tax at all when they buy a home. Indeed, the average home buyer in Wales will pay nearly £500 less in tax than they would under the existing stamp duty land tax regime. Indeed, 9 out of 10 home buyers will now pay less or the same tax in Wales under land transaction tax. The decision I announced today will mean that those who purchase the most expensive properties in Wales will pay more. But that is inherent in any progressive approach to taxation. Turning now to businesses, Llywydd, decisions I make today will mean that Wales will now have the lowest starting rate of land transaction tax for businesses anywhere in the United Kingdom. This means businesses with either pay no tax or less tax for tax than under stamp duty land tax for all property purchases up to £1.1 million. This will benefit small and medium-sized businesses right across our country, the lifeblood of the Welsh economy. And as with residential property, I have rebalanced taxation on business premises to improve progressivity. Now, Llywydd, as well as setting the rates for the new taxes, we have produced revenue forecasts for the first time. I would like to thank Bangor University for providing independent scrutiny and assurances of those forecasts. Land disposal tax is forecast to contribute £28 million to the Welsh budget in 2018-19, falling to £26 million in 1920. Land transaction tax is forecast to raise £266 million in the next financial year, rising to £291 million in 2019-20. In July, Llywydd, we began a national debate asking people to put forward ideas for potential new Welsh taxes. A significant number of responses has been received, and I'd like to thank everyone who has become involved and helped shape future Welsh taxes. Today, I can announce the 4 new tax ideas on which further work will be carried out before we propose one idea to the UK Government early next year. The growing demands for social care place significant pressures on the Welsh budget. I therefore want to explore potential financial levers, including taxation, to support social care provision in Wales, building on the work of Professor Jerry Holtham. We will explore the efficiency of a possible tax to end land banking and disposal plastics tax in Wales. And we will work with local government to explore how a tax on tourist accommodation could be used to support the local industry and encourage jobs and growth in Wales. Llywydd, I will now set out how our combined capital, revenue and reserves resources are to be applied across government. This announcement takes account of our 2-year budget agreement with Plaid Cymru, which sees a number of the measures we agreed in last year's agreement being made recurrent, and which sees other important investments in agreed areas across the budget. I want to take this opportunity to put on record my gratitude to Adam Price and his team for all the time they took with us to reach this agreement over the summer period. As a result of all of that, the total health, wellbeing and sport MEG will now stand at £7.5 billion in 2018, rising to £7.8 billion in 2019-20. That MEG will include an additional £450 million over 2 years for the NHS in Wales. It will include an extra £16 million in each of the 2 years to support the new treatment fund, and I am able to provide an additional £90 million for the NHS Wales Capital Programme over the next 3 years. The total local government MEG, including non-domestic rates, will now stand at £4.5 billion in 2018-19 and will remain at £4.5 billion in 2019-20. That will include protecting the frontline schools budget and social care, and it will provide an extra £12 million over the next 2 years for homelessness services through the Revenue Support Grant. All of this means that local government in Wales will once again enjoy a far more favourable settlement than their counterparts across our border in England. So with the total communities and children MEG now stands at 874 million in 2019 and 777 million in 2019-20, to include extra investment amounting to £70 million over 2 years to expand our flagship childcare offer, to guarantee that there will be no cuts to the Supporting People grant. It will release an extra £340 million in capital over the 3 years to build 20,000 affordable homes. It will invest an additional £14.9 million in capital over that period to support the regeneration of our community facilities, and I am able to allocate an additional £1 million in both years for the Discretionary Assistance Fund directly to help some of the poorest families in our land. The total economy and infrastructure MEG will now stand at £1.2 billion in 2018-19 and rise to £1.3 billion in the following year. That will provide £220 million over 2 years to support our determination to create 100,000 all-age apprenticeships over this Assembly term. It will include £50 million over 3 years to develop a new rail station park and ride facility in Llawn-Wern, and I intend to earmark money in the reserves to buy new rolling stock for the New Wales and Borders franchise, subject to the outcome of the ongoing procurement process. In education, the total MEG will now stand at £1.6 billion in both 2018-19 and in the following year. That will allow us to invest £50.5 million to raise school standards over the 2 years, to maintain our level of investment in the Pupil Deprivation Grant, and to invest a new £40 million sum over 2 years to accelerate the 21st Century Schools programme, bringing Band A of that programme to an end even faster than we would otherwise have been able to achieve. The total Environment and Rural Affairs MEG now stands at £344 million in 2018-19 and £322 million in 2019-20, including delivering £150 million worth of investment through our innovative flood and coastal risk management programme and an extra £7.5 million in capital in 2018-19 for targeted flood prevention measures. I intend to provide a further sum of £5.4 million over the 3 years to support the Rural Development Programme to ensure that we can maximise match funding opportunities to support our rural communities as we prepare to leave the European Union. The total Central Services and Administration MEG now stands at £297 million in 2018-19 and will fall to £286 million in 2019-20. To conclude, Llywyd, I want to put on record my commitment to public services in Wales by saying that if the Government of the United Kingdom decides not to go ahead with a £3.5 billion worth of unallocated cuts, then I will aim to make the maximum use of the resources that would then be available to this National Assembly between the draft budget and when I have to lay the final budget at the end of December this year. As a result, the budget in front of the National Assembly today sets out a bold and balanced set of proposals which deliver the priorities of this Welsh Government and the priorities of the people here in Wales. We will use our powers to invest in our health service, provide 20,000 new affordable homes, create the most generous childcare offer anywhere in the United Kingdom, and set out on our new tax responsibilities in a way which provides the most help to those who need it the most. I commend the budget to the National Assembly.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch Llywydd. And Cabinet Secretary, thank you for your statement on the draft budget and for the meeting you had with me earlier today. Can I also welcome the new way of doing the budget with the changes that have been made to the format of this statement today and paving the way for tax devolution next year. This has been a key call from the Finance Committee, from the Chair of the Finance Committee for some time with the advent next year of tax powers. This budget is, as you've said, being formed against the backdrop of a new fiscal framework, which is ensuring additional revenue for the Welsh Government, well, revenue above what you would have received without the fiscal framework. And I appreciate your comments about how, because of cutbacks, we are still, I think you said 20% down on funding, but that is far better than the 27% that we would have been facing without the advent of the fiscal framework. So that's to be welcomed. Can I firstly turn, though, to your announcement on the rates and bands of the new taxes, because that's new information which myself and the rest of the Chamber has been calling for a long time, and the publication of that is good news, and it is to be welcomed for those organisations which need to have stability and certainty when it comes to planning the tax landscape. If I can turn to LTT first, and the new starting threshold of £150,000, £25,000 higher than in England, I believe you said, and £5,000, I believe, higher than in Scotland. That is to be welcome. Welsh Conservatives have for a long time now been calling for additional help, certainly for those first-time buyers in Wales and those at that end of the housing ladder, so that is to be welcomed. There was, of course, a nip in the tail, so to speak, a sting in the tail, in that money does need to be recouped, and you did announce that there would be a new higher rate. So can I ask you what assessment has been made of the impact that will have on the Welsh economy, particularly when it comes to the border areas of Wales? I think you said that Bangor University has been employed doing forecasting for the Welsh Government. Will you be publishing the details of that forecasting at any point, and will we be able to see the exact effect that independent analysis do believe that those changes to bands will have on the economy? Clearly, this is just the start of tax devolution, so over the months and years to come, this will become even more important. You mentioned the land disposal tax as well, and I think in terms of the environmental benefits of adjusting that tax, I think you will have the support of most parties, if not all parties, in this chamber, and we want LDT to succeed as much as possible and indeed be better, if possible, than in other areas of the UK. Now, you mentioned the tourist tax. And it would be remiss of me not to mention this. I hope that that's just a working title and that's not going to go forward in the future. Now, clearly, it is not in the interest of anyone in this Assembly or anyone in Wales for us to discourage tourism. We know how dependent the Welsh economy is on tourism. It is one of the key pillars of the Welsh economy, and it is therefore vitally important that not only does any tourist tax, if and when it is developed, not only does any tourist tax not have a negative impact in terms of the way that it is set out, but also that the perception is not given out by the Welsh Government, not created by the Welsh Government, that Wales is not open for business when it comes to our tourist economy. So I think that you have given us an indication of the way you see taxation in Wales going, Cabinet Secretary. I think it's very important that that is qualified as soon as possible, and that people who want to come to Wales to visit, for whatever length of time that may be, are not discouraged from doing so. So we do need to see some clarity as soon as possible on that. You said in opening your statement that this is very much giving the higher level, the bigger picture of taxation. You expect detail to follow in the weeks and months to come, and the Finance Committee will no doubt be scrutinising the draft budget over that length of time. So if I can turn to the way that this budget will deliver on the Welsh Government strategy, and Prosperity for All strategy, the First Minister has said that this would drive integration and collaboration across the Welsh public sector and put people at the heart of improved service delivery. This is a noble aim to which I'm sure we would all aspire. With this in mind, can you tell us how this is reflected within the funding streams for this budget, and what protections has the Cabinet Secretary, what protections have you made to ensure certain important projects are ring-fenced within these streams? Clearly we have another deal before us between Labour and your partners in this budget, Plaid Cymru, something that we've got used to over recent years, something that Wales has had to get used to, whether it liked it or not, and part of a 2-year budget deal that will tie the hands of the Welsh Government for that time. But will the Cabinet Secretary respond to Plaid Cymru's claim that over 50% of its spending commitments, or £500 million, have been secured in full or in part over the last 2 budgets? This doesn't really tally with comments you made over the weekend, so I would appreciate some clarification on this, please, Cabinet Secretary. It's vitally important that the people of Wales believe that this budget deal has been done in the best interests of Wales, in their best interests, and not something that has been rushed through for the sake of a quick political fix, which I'm sure you would want to avoid the accusation of. Also, if Plaid's comments are correct, how many spending commitments has the Welsh Government had to give up in order to accommodate Plaid's support for this budget? And can you give us details of the commitments which have been shelved? Because surely, as you would admit, Cabinet Secretary, something has to give. You've said that budgets are tight, so you can't fund everything. So we've got a new agreement with Plaid Cymru, which priorities of the Labour Party in Wales have had to be sidelined or shells. If I can turn to the yes, wait.
I just wondered if the member would like a penny, because it's more than he's ever got out of any budget deal with any government in Wales.
It's always nice to hear the. I'm not sure whether. I'm not sure whether that's a Plaid Cymru comment or a comment from the chair of the Finance Committee.
Allow the spokesperson for the opposition to continue, please.
Thank you. If I could turn to some of the specifics and our National Health Service. The NHS is a key priority for the people of Wales, and Welsh Conservatives believe that it should be our key priority too. We are, of course, still playing catch-up because of the lack of real terms budget protection over a number of years, but we are where we are. The Prosperity for All document states that the Welsh Government will ensure organisations delivering health and care services will pool their budgets. So has the current budget accounted for delivery of this aim? And I'd be grateful if the organisations involved have been, if you could tell us if the organisations that have been involved have been fully informed of how they are intended to implement this. Whilst I welcome the ongoing commitment that the Welsh Government has announced to a new treatment fund, we still don't believe that makes up for the lack of a cancer treatment fund that we have long called for in Wales. At the same time, we know that across the border, the UK Government has recently announced 2,000 additional nurses, consultants and therapists for child and adolescent services, and is introducing waiting time standards for mental health services. Can the people of Wales expect the same level of investment, and how much of the £40 million promised in the budget will allow for such changes in Wales as well, and crucially, will this be suitably ring-fenced? It's well known that health boards across Wales are carrying some eye-watering levels of debt. There doesn't seem to be any real light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to effectively managing this debt. How confident are you, Cabinet Secretary, that the health board deficits, such as the £49 million at Hywel Dda local health board could go on, will receive the money that they need through the health budget, and that we won't see spiral in debt in future? Just turning to transport and infrastructure, the Cabinet Secretary has outlined the tightness of the budget, and you've said about how you intend to use capital funding, borrowing powers. There clearly is a shortness of cash there, but we hope that you will be able to meet those aims. And if I can turn to the M4, it is interesting. It's not that long ago that I remember Plaid Cymru saying that the Welsh Government's commitment to the Black Route as its favourite option would be a deal breaker in terms of any future support for a budget. Probably more of a question for Plaid Cymru than it is for you, Cabinet Secretary. But that said, and I'm sure you will say this is currently a matter for the public inquiry, that said, there clearly isn't deep support for a new motorway, a key plank of the government's transport policy underlying this deal. So is this really a sound basis on which to proceed, and has this deal been truly stress-tested? To close, Llywydd, and on a positive note, I welcome the ongoing commitment to a development bank. Welsh Conservatives have long supported the restructuring of Finance Wales, and I hope this delivers the dividends that we all want it to do so. In conclusion, I look forward to working with the other members of the Finance Committee and with yourself to fully scrutinise this draft budget over the weeks and months ahead, and I hope that at the end of it, Wales will have a draft budget and a finalised budget that will truly deliver for the needs of the people of Wales.
Adam Price.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mae'n wir I ddweud.
Thank you, Llywydd. It's true to say that Wales has always been a nation where the need outstrips the resource that we have to meet that need, and that's certainly true now for the reasons outlined by the Cabinet Secretary. Austerity as a result of the policy emerging from Westminster, but it has been true for a longer period than that. Historians call Wales a late nation in the sense that we haven't been able to build the infrastructure necessary to be a prosperous nation. And establishing a budget is one of the most important responsibilities we have in this place, because, of course, we must prioritise this work of rebuilding the nation and tackling the need to put right the problems of the negligence that's existed over generations. And that is the spotlight that we in Plaid Cymru place on this as we hold the government to account where necessary, but also to work together where there is common ground. I came into politics to make a difference, and that is what Plaid Cymru has done through the agreement that we have reached once again with the Labour government. And if truth be told, I would prefer to be in the Cabinet Secretary's seat, and I very much hope that Plaid Cymru will lead government at some point, because there are issues that we disagree on vehemently. There are areas where I didn't manage to persuade the Cabinet Secretary. At the moment, of course, there's this whole question of the pay cap in the public sector, the question on tuition fees and increasing the debt burden on students. There, we disagree with government, and for that reason, of course, we're not going to be supporting this budget, and we will continue to disagree on those areas and others. But where there is common ground, then we are willing to cooperate with people from other parties for the benefit of Wales. And that is what the people of Wales expect from us, if truth be told. Mature politics, politics that looks to the long term. Wales cannot wait 3.5 years for an election in order to get a new government in place to build the foundations that are needed for the longer term. So I make no apology at all for playing our part in building that better Wales that we all want to see.
Is where Wales cannot wait for a change of government, and therefore in a parliament where the governing government does not have a majority, it is incumbent upon all of us as parliamentarians to do our bit to actually put into action the kind of policies that we want to see, that we were elected on. And that's what we try to do in the agreement that we have, that has been set out. We have clearly made the point on many occasions in recent years that we must ensure that Wales does not become, in microcosm, a version of the UK's problem of an over-centralisation, over-concentration of wealth in one corner of Wales. We want to see success in that corner of Wales, but we want to see that spread equally, and that also requires public investment in those areas as well. And yet again, in this budget agreement, we try to emphasise having that investment in all parts of Wales. So we have the 4 million to kickstart the development of the third Menai Bridge. We have the development of the integrated healthcare centre in Cardigan, £15 million for the improvement of north-south links, and the upgrading of the Trawscymru service as well. Of course, the work continuing on the feasibility study of the Aberystwyth-Cardigan railway line, as was referred to earlier, and the National Football Museum in North East Wales as well. And indeed, if we're removing tolls on the Severn Bridge in that corner of Wales, then it's right as well that we follow through on the principle and remove the tolls on the Cleddau Bridge in South West Wales as well. And it's good to see a commitment for making sure that the South Wales Metro reaches all parts of the valleys in its area, and so looking at extending and linking into the Rhondda Fach and creating a new metro as well for Swansea Bay and the South Wales valleys. So making sure that this is a budget for the whole of Wales is a core principle for us, and that's what we try to do with the agreement. But it's also about investing in our future. So it's good to see an additional 40 million there for higher and further education. Young people are absolutely our most critical resource. It's true for any country. It's certainly true for us. 6 million as well for young farmers, you know, to actually ensure that we have a future for that sector that is grounded within new entrants into the industry. In North Wales, 14 million for medical training and a development fund for undergraduate medical training, building on the £7 million for last year. And it's also, our deal is also about new ideas which try to come up with solutions for some of the long-standing problems that we address in this chamber. So looking at new innovations within health and social care, the Buurtzorg pilot, which will lead to the creation of the training of 80 new district nurses. The foundational economy, which has broad cross-party support. His year in the Plaid Cymru agreement, so we can start the work, not just talking about it, but start the work on actually putting that into action in tangible ways, beginning with care and procurement as sectoral focuses. So there's a number of areas here which we also feel have been underinvested in the past, and we're trying to set the balance right. Mental health. I think there's a broad consensus that that is a sector that has not had the support it deserves. And so, yet again, right at the core of the agreement, an additional 40 million on top of the 20 million from last year, but now crucially baselined, so that will be there, recurrent into the future, as it should be, if we're to meet the requirements of that important sector of a public health service. Agriculture and tourism get additional money. They've often been certainly Cinderella sectors in recent years. We need to see them actually, they're at the core of the rural economy, and it's good to see additional money here as a result of Plaid Cymru priorities in this budget. If we talk 15 million overall additional money for the Welsh language, and if you can count all the Welsh language related areas, there's an additional £20 million investment. Additional money, that's the way that we're going to achieve the ambitious target that the government has set out in terms of the million Welsh speakers by 2050. I certainly will.
Thank you. I'd be grateful to understand from the Plaid Finance spokesperson. I appreciate the Finance Secretary, when he outlined the budget, said he was looking to explore specific tax measures in the tourist sector to raise money. He wasn't looking to alleviate tax in the tourist sector, he was looking to raise money. Given that you've had in-depth discussions with the government, what is your understanding of the government's ambition in this particular sector on the tourism industry in Wales?
Well, the additional money that I referred to was for marketing, and I would like the Conservative Party to point out the areas that all these positive ideas that Plaid Cymru have brought to the table. Which one of them do you disagree with? Do you think that there should be less money for the tourism sector? Well, in terms of the tourism levy, then I think that this is an idea which deserves to be explored. It is used widely throughout most economies. Many of them have bigger tourism sectors than us, and they use it to invest intelligently in the skills and infrastructure necessary to have a successful tourism economy.
But, you know, I mean, it's called investing in the future of your country, and you should try it sometime. Rather than just carping on the sidelines, why don't we see a positive vision for the future of Wales and bring your ideas here to this chamber? That's what you elected for. You know, as a result of this deal and last year's deal and the compact that we originally signed, then Plaid Cymru ideas from our manifesto will have been delivered in part or in full to the tune of 565 million. Actually, most of our major financial commitments from our manifesto from 2016 will have been delivered in part or in full. That is democratic politics in action. I would respectfully suggest to the leader of the Conservative Party he should try it sometime. We are paid not to issue sound bites and press releases. We are paid to try and do our bit to make the lives of the people of Wales better. That is why we're here in this chamber, and I am not going to apologise to him or to anyone else for doing our job.
Neil Hamilton.
Perhaps I'll try and calm things down a little in my usual way. But I would like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the courtesy that he has shown to me, also in telling me the broad outlines of the statement this afternoon when we spoke this morning. And I agree with my new neighbour, Adam Price. I don't know whether I should now call him my honourable friend or well... Dear neighbour, there is a kind of cordon sanitaire between us, in the form of Simon Thomas. But I'm delighted to join my fellow nationalists on this side of the chamber.
Stick to the subject.
I agree with the point which Adam Price made with such passion a moment ago, that it is right for parties in this House to work together for the benefit of Wales. So I was a bit surprised, actually, when the Cabinet Secretary did ring me this morning, because on the radio on Sunday morning he said he has limited contact with the Conservatives and can't ever imagine having conversations with UKIP. So anyway, I'm very pleased to see that he's recanted within a couple of days from that rather extreme opinion. But this debate, to an extent, is one of shadowboxing, because although I appreciate that the deal that Plaid Cymru have done with Labour have enabled them to make a real contribution to this budget in detail, £500 million is not an insignificant sum, but the Welsh Government's budget, of course, is 15 to 16 billion, and they are constrained, in any event, in what they can do with it by the obvious things that have to be funded by any government. The element of discretion in the Welsh budget is inevitably very limited, although that will certainly become greater when we do actually get tax devolution in 2 years' time, and then there will be more options that the elected politicians of Wales will be able to choose from amongst, in A, the levels of taxation, and B, what we do with it. But the background to this budget is, of course, set out in what the Cabinet Secretary says about the policy of the UK Government. He says, if the UK Government continues in its present path, we face a further extension in a period of austerity already unprecedented in length and depth. He also says in the same paragraph in this statement, a report from the Chief Economist for Wales about future public finances and our economic prospects shows some stark messages. The one message that I get from the pack that came with the document with all the details about the budget in it today, the Chief Economist's report, has at the end of it, on page 27, this from the Office for Budget Responsibility. New unfunded giveaways would take the government further away from its medium-term fiscal objective and only add to the longer-term challenges. In many recent fiscal events, giveaways today have been financed by the promise of takeaways tomorrow. The risk there, of course, is that tomorrow never comes. From the way in which the Welsh Government speaks about the economy, anybody would think that spending bills never come home to roost. Well, we've been down that dolorous path many, many times in the course of my lifetime. Eventually, the chickens do come home to roost. and you have to be able to pay back the money that you borrow. Very often, of course, the payback time comes when it's extremely inconvenient, indeed sometimes impossible to do so. Once a government loses its credit rating and its ability to borrow at reasonable rates, then those who suffer most in those circumstances, all historical precedent shows this, are those actually who are the most vulnerable in society. I give way to my colleagues.
Hasn't the Conservative government at Westminster already lost its AAA rating?
Yes, it has. I'm glad to have that reinforcement of the point that I'm making. It's as a result of profligacy in recent years that the government has lost its AAA rating. I gave the figures in my questions earlier on to the First Minister. We now have a national debt of £2 trillion a year. It's costing us nearly £60 billion a year to finance it. The money that we are spending on debt interest is money which would otherwise have been available to spend upon real frontline public services. So the idea that you can borrow forever and never have to worry about how to finance it is fantasy economics, as the people of Venezuela, Zimbabwe and many other countries know to their cost. And therefore, it's perhaps fortunate that the Welsh Government doesn't really have any extensive borrowing powers, and that they don't have full responsibility for the budgets over which they preside. Because if they were able to do that, then they might replicate some of the worst examples of the British Government since the war. So all talk of austerity actually is very misplaced. We've had the opposite of austerity for the last 7 years. It's just that we are paying the price for years and years before that of massive overspending on the basis that tomorrow never comes. So that is the reality of life. We have to pay eventually for overspending. We cannot go on overspending forever. I give way.
Thank you, Neil, for giving way. I just wanted to make the observation that Moody's, in their downgrading about a fortnight ago of the credit rating of the UK, they've also positively ascribed that to the very specific issue of uncertainty over Brexit. And I wonder if he has any comments to make on that. The downgrading from Moody's, they have directly ascribed to uncertainty over Brexit.
I don't think I shall get tempted, to go down the byways of Brexit in the budget debate. But I want to deal also with the point which comes out of the statement and the outline proposals of the budget, what the Cabinet Secretary says about the deal between the UK Government and Northern Ireland, because it's inevitable in these circumstances that a price is going to be extracted for their political support. Exactly the same thing has happened in this chamber between Labour and Plaid Cymru. For Northern Ireland, there is an extra £1 billion a year, and good luck to them. I wish we could do that as well. If only Plaid Cymru had played the positive role at Westminster, which the Democratic Unionists had played, they might be able today to crow about extra money for the Welsh Government too. But I appreciate that their views on Brexit are very different from those of the government. But I don't think it lies in the mouth of Welsh ministers to complain about what has happened at Westminster when they are responsible for exactly the same kind of deal here in Cardiff. I mean, I do actually welcome the role which Plaid Cymru has played in the development of a part of this budget. I think it is a good thing that all parties of this House should work together in these ways, and that, I think, is what the people of Wales expect of us as well. I know that the future is not going to be easy. The Cabinet Secretary did refer in the course of his statement to the prospect of unallocated cuts by the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the year 2020, and we don't know as yet to what extent those cuts are going to fall upon areas of devolved policy. If they fall in areas like defence, which I think is unlikely, then we will get off lightly. If they fall on health and education or something like that, then we will suffer very substantially indeed, possibly, and I would very much regret that. But I'm afraid that the reality of the economic circumstances in which we have to live is that we'll need to get used to this for the foreseeable future. We could all wish that we had an unlimited bank account, but no government can possibly have that. The trajectory upon which the national debt is now set is for it to fall as a proportion of GDP, and that is actually the only way in which sustainable public finances can be preserved for the future. We could all wish that every year would be easier, but once you get debt levels down, they do become easier. The first Blair government certainly understood this, because the national debt figure that they inherited in 1997 was preserved because they maintained Kenneth Clarke's tight policies, fiscal policies, when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer for the first administration in order to get themselves elected for the second time. They actually finished the first Blair period of office with a lower national debt than that with which they started. But then Gordon Brown embarked on a totally different trajectory for the next two parliaments, with the catastrophe that we all ended up with in 2010 and the inheritance of the Conservative government, which it's still trying to grapple with today. I believe they could have been tougher in the way that they treated the public finances. We have proposed cuts to the non-humanitarian part of the aid budget to help in that. We've proposed, of course, getting out of the EU, which will enable us to reduce public spending. The future is bright. Actually, outside the European Union. Look at the investments which have been taking place in Britain or been announced by big firms such as Muller, £100 million just a couple of weeks ago, Dyson also £3 billion in its technology park, and so on and so forth. I believe that the future can be bright for Wales, but only with a government that understands the importance of entrepreneurship, to raise the tax base in this country by raising the economic potential and productive capacity with which the taxes which we will need to spend in the future can be raised. And I see no sign of that, sadly, from this Welsh Labour government. So we will not be supporting this budget in due course, but I very much look forward to going through it on a line-by-line basis in the Finance Committee and indeed in this chamber in the months ahead.
Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Lywys. Can I first of all thank the Cabinet Secretary for his speech and what he said to us today. I think the direction he's laid out is one which is for the benefit of the people of Wales. And I think that sometimes we all always remember this, that we may come here and bring our egos out for us to make ourselves feel good, but the reality is what we're here for is to benefit all the people of Wales, and that's things what this budget is going to do within the serious constraints set by the Westminster Government. I want to address 3 points. One is a continuation of austerity, secondly is the tax raising, and thirdly is proposed expenditure. We know austerity does not work. We've had 8 years of it. I mean, how many more years do we have to have it before we find out it doesn't work? I mean, it's almost like a man or a woman banging their head against a wall and working out that it's not doing their head any good. I mean, after 8 years of doing it, you thought they'd have realised that banging their head against the wall hasn't done any good. Unfortunately, the government, which doesn't seem to learn from what they are doing. I mean, growth varies between being sluggish and non-existent. Public expenditure falls in real terms. Austerity is, by any definition, not working. But are we surprised? It has never worked. I can think of no example, so I can accept any viewers to tell me one, where austerity has brought growth to an economy. And we need growth. 5% growth in our economy is where we ought to be, where we need to be, and if we intend to have a wealthy nation, where we will have to be. I mean, and it's not just us. I mean, if I can take an example from that well-known Marxist country, America. Hoover in 1930s America used austerity to turn a recession into a depression. How did America come out of it? Franklin Delano Roosevelt introduced a New Deal. What did a New Deal consist of? Which he brought in on his inauguration in 1933. Assumption of the federal government was needed to get the country out of the Depression. The first days of Roosevelt's administration saw the passage of banking reform laws, emergency relief programmes, work relief programmes and agricultural programmes. Later, a second New Deal evolved, including union protection programmes, Social Security Act and a programme to aid tenant farmers and migrant workers. Does anybody who's given any thought to it not think that we now need a New Deal in Britain? And I'm sure that Jeremy Corbyn is the man who's going to be giving it to us in a very near future, the New Deal that we need. Because we've got to get ourselves out of this reception. If David Melding wants to look back, he can find that I was one of the first politicians in Wales to support Jeremy Corbyn, and I've consistently supported him. And I think he's doing a wonderful job, and he will do an even better job when he's Prime Minister, which I hope will be very soon. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that we need a new deal for Britain in Westminster, where we have more money put into the economy so we can get the economy moving and start making Wales a wealthier place? I welcome the introduction of the 2 new taxes and the setting of their rates. Land transaction tax replaced stamp duty. One of the weaknesses, and I'm sure one that the Cabinet Secretary accepts, it is a highly volatile tax. It is a highly cyclical tax, and in good years, we can take a lot more than we expect, but it can fall off a cliff in bad years. It can drop by about 50% between a good year and a bad year, as we know from the 2008-2009 period, when it went down by almost half. So it is a highly volatile tax. Can I just sort of welcome the changes that the Cabinet Secretary is introducing? Increasing the starting rate can only help the poorer people in our society who are trying to get onto the housing ladder. And in progressive taxation system, I think that's something we haven't heard for a very long time being implemented, and that is something I think is really important. The more people have got, the more they ought to pay. It shouldn't be a system that you can avoid paying, and stamp duty is one of those taxes that is very, very difficult to avoid. So let's have a progressive taxation system where we end up with those who have the most paying the most. Land disposal tax is one reducing returns. Very much welcome the unauthorised rate. I think that if there's one thing that really will stop people tipping on unauthorised sites, the fact they're going to pay more when they get caught than they are on authorised sites. We've had problems, I think many of us in our own constituency have had problems, of people opening up farmland and other land where they've allowed people to tip, and they get fines which is substantially less than what the land tax would have been, so that they were quids in, as it were. Now, under the new system, when they get caught, they're going to pay more than if they'd gone to a proper site. I think that is something which sends a message out to our commitment to the environment. And can I just say thank you very much to the Cabinet Secretary for that. The last point I wanted to make is capital is so very important, and I really look forward to the use of capital money in building new schools, so it reduces the revenue costs of running those schools.
Mark Isherwood.
Of course, in 2010, the UK budget deficit was the worst in the G20, behind only Ireland and Greece in the EU. Though, if we'd sought to increase the deficit faster, we'd have had greater externally cuts imposed upon us. If we sought to reduce the deficit more slowly, sorry, the other way around. If we'd increased the deficit by spending more, we would have had higher debt. If we had borrowed or sought to borrow to spend more, we'd have had bigger cuts imposed on us. After all, those high deficit nations which rejected austerity got it in full measure. The top tax rates since 2010 have been higher every month than in all but the last month of Labour's previous 156 months in power, and the top earners are now paying a higher proportion of tax than ever before on record. But moving to this report, the Chief Economist for Wales, as the Cabinet Secretary has indicated, has produced a report alongside this. This says that home building has important longer-run economic effects, and Wales has not been building enough new homes. It also refers to the UK not building enough homes, and clearly that has been a significant problem, with house building falling to the lowest levels since the 1920s in the first decade of this century. It also says Wales has seen rapid growth in housing costs over recent decades. Evidence suggests a low supply responsiveness, i.e. not building enough, is a large part of the problem, applying to both private sector and housing associations. Of course, during the first 3 Assembly terms, the number of new social homes provided in Wales fell by 71% as waiting lists multiplied. By 2009-10, Welsh Government had the lowest proportional level of housing expenditure of any of the 4 UK nations. By 2012, the UK Housing Review said it was the Welsh Government itself that gave housing lower priority in its overall budget. In 2013, Wales was the only part of the UK to see house building backwards, and it's continued to lag behind since. The Welsh Government has an unambitious target to build 20,000 affordable houses, which of course doesn't mean social houses. It just includes a small element of social housing. It includes assisted home purchase, intermediate rent for people who earn higher than the levels of people who would be eligible for social housing and otherwise, at a time when successive reports by independent bodies have said we need between 12 and 15,000 houses, or new homes, should I say, annually in Wales if we were to break the housing crisis which didn't exist in 1999. So what consideration has the Cabinet Secretary given to how to break that housing crisis with a new housing deal for Wales that engages the whole sector? 8 years after a Wales Audit Office report found that Communities First had failed to operate with effective corporate governance controls, financial and human resource controls and audit trails. 6 years after the Wales Council Voluntary Action report, Communities First, A Way Forward, said the missing ingredient was community engagement. £500 million, or after £500 million of expenditure on the programme, the Welsh Government announced this summer that the scheme would not be replaced, the record of its work in Wales, most deprived areas had been mixed, and that the figures aren't moving. So how does the Cabinet Secretary, in terms of how to allocate budgets, respond to the statement at the launch of the co-production for Wales Network for Wales last May 2016, by the Director of Social Housing from Monmouthshire, who said, "We used to tell people what they can have, we now ask them what they want to achieve," moving from needs-based to strength-based approaches. I know personally the Cabinet Secretary believes strongly in this, but I don't believe that perhaps in the budget allocations they fully reflect the need to move to a process that tackles a situation in which people and communities can feel passive recipients of services rather than active agents in their own and their own families' lives. In terms of prevention and early intervention, which is key to the Welsh Government and opposition agendas, and to your own legislation, there's no actual definition of prevention in the Social Services and Wellbeing Act. Red Cross has highlighted that in England they've been monitoring the prevention duties, looking at how local authorities are implementing them and highlighting concerns and problems there. But how has the Welsh Government estimated what funding local authorities in Wales will need to meet their prevention duties, and how has this been reflected in the draft budget? And how is the Welsh Government working with frontline providers and people who work with them, who receive the services, to ask how, by perhaps investing more in those services, you can reduce multiples more in terms of cost to statutory service? Thank you.
Rhina Piorwerth.
Thank you very much, Llywydd, and I want to make a few comments, if I may, on the priority that Plaid Cymru placed on protecting budgets for supporting people. It is shocking that it took the Plaid Cymru intervention to secure the continuation of this funding. Over the past few weeks, I have met with a number of organisations in my constituency working in homelessness. Woolwich, Digartref Môn and Gorwel all do exceedingly important work in very difficult circumstances, providing support, shelter to people who have found themselves in a place where they have nowhere else to turn. The services that they provide are already under pressure because of the financial situation, a situation that was supported thanks to Plaid Cymru interventions in previous budget negotiations, but introducing a cut at this point of some 10 to 15% in their budget, as the government had clearly proposed and told the sector that they were to introduce those cuts, that was at risk of truly undermining their ability to assist some of the most vulnerable people in our society.
Opposed any pre-budget agreement with the Labour government, and then attacked them when they inevitably went ahead and cut the supporting people budgets. But I wasn't prepared to do that if we could actually, in Plaid Cymru, get the job done and make a real gain on supporting people, or mental health, or district nurses, or transport, or a host of other matters. To play those games would be Tory-style opposition, shouting from the sidelines, zero gain, zero influence and irrelevance. The leader of the Conservatives was chortling earlier about Plaid Cymru having sold out for a bag of chips. He did intervene in this debate, but didn't have the respect to stay here for the remainder of this debate. But let me tell the leader of the Conservatives this, that his bag of chips is a roof over the head of a homeless person. His bag of chips is support to help a vulnerable young person try to get his or her life back on track. And my message to a Tory leader for whom a platter of sweet potato wedges in a warm, comfortable home is more the norm, is try to see the real world and try to see how Plaid Cymru is helping those who are desperate for a helping hand. It shouldn't have taken a Plaid Cymru negotiating team to secure this funding, but it did. Labour surely should have been doing this. For those on the backbenches suggesting we would have done this anyway, the sector had been told to expect these cuts. It was a bizarre situation where Labour members were lobbying us to lobby the Labour government to protect this vital piece of funding. But it did take Plaid Cymru to negotiate this, and I'm very grateful to our negotiating team for that. Labour should have foreseen the effects of not continuing with this funding. Homelessness is on the rise. It has a terrible human toll for those affected, but it also has a terrible financial toll. Even the Republicans in the United States now can see that spending on cutting homelessness is saving money for the public sector in the long term. I'm proud that we have come to this agreement on the budget, if only for the sake of protecting the supporting people budgets, holding Labour to account as an effective opposition party whilst making real gains for those who need it most.
Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywyd, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement and the opportunity to contribute to this debate. For my relatively brief contribution, I want to highlight a very important principle, I think, that's contained and underpinned in this budget, and those key elements of that which help to make the Welsh Government spending effective, and that is something that the First Minister alluded to earlier on, and that's the principle of early intervention. And so whether it's early intervention in the Supporting People programme or in the investment to shift our health services to community settings, in preventing adverse childhood experiences or preventing violence against women. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will agree that the more we invest our budget in early intervention and support, then we will see better outcomes for people. We also save money by reducing the number and frequency of costly life crises as a result. And this approach, underpinned by this important principle, is embedded in our policies in Wales, and in my view it stands in stark contrast to the actions of the Tory government in Westminster. It is in contrast to so many elements of the welfare reform programme that we know is putting huge pressures on individuals and families. It's in contrast to the huge cuts to council budgets in England and the associated loss of vital support services there. And those cuts are, of course, counterproductive and more costly to the public purse, as we all have to deal with the consequences. We should be proud that in Wales, in spite of the cuts of around £1.5 billion to our budgets, we choose to stand by vulnerable people in their time of need. And as we begin the process of scrutinising this two-year budget deal, let's clearly recognise that the politics of austerity, as Mike Hedges alluded to earlier on, continue to create a tough climate for our public services. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if he agrees with me that, like Wales, the rest of the UK needs a change of direction and some fresh hope? Because this path of continuing austerity is unpicking the very social fabric that holds our communities together. And I have little doubt that the architects of this despair, the party represented on the benches opposite, continue to roll out their criticisms of Welsh Government demanding more spending and better services but offering no solutions of their own. But this will ring hollow until such time as they help us to turn the tide of austerity around and demand of their government that Wales is properly funded. And again, can I also ask the Cabinet Secretary whether he agrees that in light of the continuing threat to the very fabric of our communities, it is the principles that underpin much of this draft budget are good for Wales? I'm just about to finish. So, in finishing, Llywelyn, can I congratulate the Cabinet Secretary for concluding an agreement with Plaid Cymru that enables us to meet the priorities of the Welsh Labour Manifesto and that continues to take Wales in the right direction, despite all the inherent injustices that Tory austerity has foisted upon us.
Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. And can I thank the Minister for his statement this afternoon? I think it is important that statements are made in this chamber, and I was very pleased that he didn't reveal his hand on things like the tax issues up until immediately before plenary. I think that's really very, very good of the Minister to take his responsibility so seriously towards this chamber. Now, that's not to say that I'm entirely happy, of course, with the budget proposals that he has laid. And I'm particularly concerned about the proposals for a tourism tax, and that he's going to look at that and begin to scope some work out upon it. Because we know, of course, the value of the tourism industry to Wales. It's incredibly important, in particular, in North Wales, including in my own constituency. And we know of the difficulties that seaside resorts have had over the years along the North Wales coast, in places like Colwyn Bay, in Llandudno and Rhyl, and some sort of tax on accommodation, which I think is what you're talking about, could lead to absolutely devastating consequences for those towns, and I believe would suck the lifeblood out of many communities in North Wales that rely on the visitor economy. So hanging up a sign saying "you're not welcome" I think is something which is an extremely detrimental thing that you may be planning to do. I'm happy to take an intervention.
Intervention. I just wonder on the point that you just made there, whether you accept that the Wales Tourism Alliance, which of course is the body representing most tourism views in Wales, makes exactly the same point that you do.
I think the Wales Tourism Alliance is absolutely right, and you don't have to just speak to them. You know, you can speak to any individual business that relies on tourists in terms of its viability, and you will know that many of them have been on the brink for many years. Now, we've enjoyed some success in tourism. I haven't got time. We've enjoyed some success in tourism in recent years, with record-breaking numbers of tourists coming to Wales. That's something we should celebrate. But you know, we hamper that success. If we start taxing people simply for wanting the opportunity to come and stay in our communities. Now, I do wonder why you haven't looked at other potential tax revenues. One of the things which I've suggested in the past is a tax on chewing gum, a chewing gum levy. We're all fed up of seeing chewing gum stuck to streets, causing a mess on our roads. That's expensive to clear up. Why aren't you considering sensible proposals on that? Why aren't you looking at a fast food wrappings levy? Why aren't you looking at things like ATM receipts, which are spurging out of our cash machines and ending up, in the majority of cases, on the floor beside those cash machines? These are simple things which you could look at, which I don't think anybody in this chamber would necessarily object to. Now, can I turn also to some of the things in North Wales which you included in the budget documents? I was very pleased to see reference to North Wales. It's usually, of course, overlooked in government documents in this chamber, but I was very pleased to see a reference to improvements being made on the A55 and the A548. Both roads, of course, are in desperate need of investment, and we're regularly seeing the lack of investment and the impact that that is having in terms of traffic flows on those roads. But I wonder which parts of the A55 and the A548, because there is a tendency from this government to simply spend in Labour constituencies, frankly, which I think is unacceptable. And we've seen that in terms of investment proposals in the road infrastructure in North Wales with the North Wales Metro. All of that stops in just Labour constituencies. Well, what about further west? What about Clwyd West? What about Aberconway? What about Ynys-Môn? What about parts of Gwynedd that also require some desperate investment? And perhaps you can clarify what the situation is in respect of those areas. I notice also that you are seeking to make significant investment over the next few years into our flood defence infrastructure. Now, that's something which I think is absolutely necessary. We've seen the devastating consequences of flooding in communities in recent years. Now, the place which is the most vulnerable in terms of flooding along the North Wales coast is Old Colwyn, in my own constituency. The sea defences there protect the A55 trunk road, and they also protect the rail infrastructure, the North Wales main line. There aren't many homes which are threatened with flooding in Old Colwyn, which is why there's been no investment in the flood defences there, even though it has been necessary. So I wonder what action you are taking, along with your Cabinet colleagues, to make sure that the road and rail infrastructure and other key infrastructure are also protected from flooding, and that is recognised when you're making decisions about flood protection investment. So perhaps you can tell us about that. So, in short, there are some things which I do welcome in your budget, but I'm very concerned that you've suggested even approach the subject of a potential tourism tax. I think there are other ways to raise money which our constituents would not object to.
Vicky Howells.
Thank you, Kevin, for calling to speak today. This debate marks yet another development in the devolution journey that started a little over 20 years ago. Indeed, despite the sober warnings from the Cabinet Secretary, I do find much to be hopeful of, both in terms of the distance that has been covered and of the spending proposals that he has outlined. The Cabinet Secretary has laid down a clear plan for the setting out of governmental spending plans, improving levels of scrutiny and accountability. I also welcome the principles of cooperation and collaboration that have underpinned the budget, bringing together different parties and perspectives to get the best results for Wales. This approach was also reflected in the close working between the three devolved administrations, showing the maturity of the devolution process as it comes of age. Nowhere is this clearer than in the Cabinet Secretary's remarks on the future use of the tax-raising powers the Assembly will possess in around 6 months' time, and in the Welsh Government's continuing work to develop a new Made in Wales tax proposal. As the Chief Economist reminds us, there are serious decisions we will need to make about how these new powers can be best used to support public services in Wales in the face of changing public expectations and the blinkered approach of the UK Government with its single-minded obsession with austerity. I therefore welcome the Cabinet Secretary's comments that he will look to reduce the level of in-year contingency and reserves that would otherwise have been held, releasing much-needed revenue spending to invest in the services we rely on. I want to briefly touch on a few specific elements of the proposals the Cabinet Secretary outlined. Regarding the Communities and Children MEG, I welcome the investment in our progressive childcare offer. We can be proud that our proposals represent the most generous deal of its nature anywhere in the UK, and shows that the Welsh Government is committed to supporting Welsh parents and families. The pilot in RCT that covers my constituency is already making a difference, although I'm keen to see what lessons will be drawn about how we can ensure all who are eligible take part. Elsewhere under this headline, I welcome the renewal of the Supporting People grant, which we know makes such a difference to the tens of thousands of vulnerable Welsh citizens. Similarly, and I know one of the proposals that will be most welcome to groups in my constituency of Cynon Valley, is the additional funding to support the regeneration of community facilities. In an area like Cynon, many of these buildings are little short of historic, with proud links to the mining heritage of the communities they are found in, and it is right that we make sure they meet current needs. For anyone who has heard me raise concerns about the Valley Line rail services, I'm sure it will come as no surprise that I'm very supportive of the releasing of funds to buy new rolling stock. Purchasing this stock will save money in the long term and will also remove a crucial barrier to the negotiation of the new Wales and the Borders franchise. The renewed commitment to the mutual investment model that will be used to fund the dualling of the A465, and the renewed commitment to the South Wales Metro Both show that transport infrastructure for a 21st century Wales remains a central Welsh Government goal. Elsewhere, I know that a commitment to invest in charging points for electric vehicles has been made, and that's another key component of future transport infrastructure. I look forward to further information on this proposal as it is released in due course, to make sure that we get the details right to meet future demand. The continued focus on education is also to be welcomed, in particular the plans to accelerate the 21st Century Schools programme. Cynon Valley has benefited to the tune of over £100 million in investment under this policy, more than any other constituency in Wales, so I know firsthand how important this scheme can be. I recently visited Aberdare Community School, a 21st century school, on the anniversary of the devolution referendum. It was great to discuss with pupils there how devolution has enabled us to carve out our own path in Wales, and this school and this policy is one example of this, where our spending decisions are sharply contrasted with a UK approach that cancelled plans to build schools and refused to invest in the next generation.
Bethan Jenkins.
Diolch. Thank you. And I'd just like to ask some questions and raise some issues with regards to some of the budget negotiations from Plaid Cymru. And I would like to echo what has been said already. As somebody who's been here for 10 years now, I think it's important that we try and find common ground where we can, and to utilise our abilities as politicians to come up with solutions as well as scrutinise. And therefore, I would welcome in this budget deal the £30 million investment that was announced for the creation of a new power plant for Tata. This has been something that has been campaigned on for quite some time by local activists and politicians of different colours, and I think that this is something that we should be proud of. I would like to have some more information as to whether the Welsh Government has talked to Tata about this particular commitment, particularly in relation to the other investment which Tata has promised to the unions and to the workforce. I think it's important, if the Welsh Government are providing £30 million of investment for a plant of this nature, that we find the money from Tata for the rest of it, and that we ensure that Tata are committed to the area. I think this shows a clear sign that that is the case, but I think that it's important, especially with changes to the pension fund and the potential joint venture, that we see it in light of Tata being here for the long term. I was wondering whether the Cabinet Secretary could also confirm that other funding commitments made by the Welsh Government, amounting to almost £13 million, will not be affected by this announcement in relation to Tata Steel. But I would like to put on record my thanks for putting this as a priority. My other question is in relation to the journalism fund, and again I'm very thankful for that, £100,000 for 1 year and £100,000 for the second year, and I've already been speaking to people in the sector about what that would mean. So I'm wondering how the sector can help to shape that and to ensure on record that that fund would be for hyper-local journalists and not for large-scale media organisations that may already be benefiting from another scheme, the BBC scheme, for example. I would want this to be specifically for start-ups, so that, for example, the Talbot Magnet in my area would not have ended. It would have been able to have been sustainable. That's the type of thing we really need to ensure for the success of the journalism, a natural and grassroots journalism sector in Wales to flourish. With regards to the investment in music and education, I believe it's £2 million over 2 years. That's something, again, that I'm very grateful for. Again, how can we be involved in shaping where that funding goes and how it's spent? As you will know, the committee that I chair have carried out an investigation into music and education, and we're coming up with our final conclusions. And I'm sure people from all parties here in the Chamber would be willing to come up with ideas ideas for how that money can be spent in the most efficient way, and so that we're not duplicating work that's already being done on the ground. To finish, I'd like to say also that I'm welcoming of the £40 million extra for mental health. This is something, while I think that mental health has been supported more so in recent years, is always to be welcomed. But what I'd like to see happening is, we are talking about the budget and we're talking about money, but ultimately sometimes I think it's about how we use the money we've got in a better way. So even though this is new money, how can we change structures and how things work within mental health so that it is truly reflective of what people need on the ground? And the one example I'll give is perhaps we could think about this money going into mental health support for the BME community and asylum seekers. I mentioned last week with people from the BME community in Swansea, and they were saying that some people are being refused access to GPs simply because the GPs are refusing to get a translator there. And we've had an asylum seeker commit suicide a few weeks ago in Swansea because of not being able to access treatment. So if we're going to think about how we use this money creatively, can we think of it with that in mind? I'd just like to finish by echoing Reen's point with regards to supporting people. I don't want to have an argy-bargy about who kept supporting people, but I want to thank, the negotiating team for keeping that money, because in the last few weeks, have met lots of different people from lots of different walks of life who will be, very, very happy with today's announcement. And that's what it's about for me. People can say what they like, but actually that will mean that there will be still people helping those who are in crisis situations on the front line. So, if all I can appeal for is when we're discussing this in future years, that they don't feel that every year their budget is threatened, and that they can have some comfort in the system for future years. Well, I'd love to stop austerity, Lee, but I'm not criticising you in this regard. I'm just saying if we can perhaps have a conversation so that they feel that they're part of ongoing discussions with the Welsh Government, and that we can make sure that that programme is supported in the future.
Eluned Morgan.
Diolch yn fawr. I'd like to follow up from the austerity point, because of course that's the backdrop to this whole budget discussion, when the UK government keeps insisting on sticking to those punishing austerity measures, then clearly things are going to have to be cut. Now, let's not forget why we've got these austerity measures. They were meant to ensure that we reduced our deficits and our debt levels. But the reality is that since 2010, our national debt level has increased by over 800 billion to over 2 trillion. This is under you guys. Since 2010, and that this Conservative government let me just finish my point because I've got a lot more to come, that this Conservative government, when you finished, thank you, this Conservative government has borrowed more money than every Labour government in history. Go on.
The reason it's had to borrow more money is because of the huge record-breaking deficits that Gordon Brown left in the Treasury and in the public finances. That's why we're trying to turn that around. You actually want to borrow more. It would have accelerated under you.
Darren, did you carry on, Eluned Morgan?
Did you actually listen?
The deficit adds to the
Eluned Morgan.
Did you actually listen to what I said? You have borrowed more money than every Labour government in history. It is your policies, and austerity is not working. Now, the Welsh Government can only spend money that is given by the UK Government. Although in this historic year, we will, as a finance... Darren, please.
No. You don't need to tell Darren Miller to shut up. I will. Darren, shut up. Eluned Morgan.
Thank you, Llywydd. Now, this is an historic year because for the first time now we are introducing these tax-raising or tax-changing powers. I very much welcome this... not another one. No, I won't, if you don't mind.
You don't have to take the intervention, Eluned Morgan.
The welcome news, the news that the Finance Secretary has announced that we are now going to have the lowest starting rate of land transaction tax in the UK. And I felt a real buzz in the chamber when that was announced. We felt like a really grown-up Parliament, and that's what I want to see this place becoming. I would like to know from the Finance Secretary how much that cut will cost. I'm not sure if he did outline that, but I think that would be useful. Now, let's not forget that these austerity measures are continuing at a time when wages have been stagnant for 10 years. And on top of this, during that 10 years, while the Tory government's been in charge in Westminster, gas bills have gone up by 49%, water bills have gone up by 25%, rail fares have increased by 27%, private rent has increased by 25%, and food has gone up by 21%. None of these are luxuries. None of these are luxuries. But rather than stand by the poorest in society, what the Tory government decided to do? It's decided to punish the poor with the introduction of universal credit. 400,000 families in Wales will be £3,400 a year worse off by 2020 because of the introduction of that new measure. Now, in England, the Tory government has written off the poor. Those cuts have led to an increase of 65% in the homelessness levels in England. That is not the case in Wales. We've brought in this new law, giving Welsh local government new responsibilities in relation to homelessness, and that supporting people's programme has been crucial. And anyone who could have doubted Mark Drakeford's personal commitment to this issue needs to be reminded of his long-standing action in relation to homelessness, his tireless efforts to help establish and found Llamau, and his long-held passion and activity to ensure support for the homelessness. There are no cuts to Supporting People programme, and I didn't think that Mark Drakeford, with his long history, would have undertaken those. So I am delighted to see that, and an additional 20 million to alleviate homelessness. Now, there's going to be ample time to chew over the detail of the budget, but I do think it's worth noting that £240 million extra to take the pressure off our hard-working staff in the NHS. Of course, the ideal would have been to give our NHS workers and other public sector workers a pay rise that they undoubtedly deserve. But with a set and limited budget, the only way to do this would have been to have cut services elsewhere. So if Plaid is so anxious to introduce this pay rise without receiving the additional money from the UK Treasury, you have to outline which hospitals you're going to close in order to make that happen. And as for the Tories saying that there's debt levels in Welsh hospitals, do you know what the debt levels in English hospitals are? £2.4 billion. Don't come over here telling us about debt levels in hospitals. I think it's very important that the fact that we are helping to secure funding for care, it's a crucial area, and I am delighted that the Finance Secretary will be exploring the issue of taxation in this area. This is something that we will be looking at in the Finance Committee, and I hope we'll come up with some interesting ideas on that in the next few weeks. The one area in particular I'd like to thank the Finance Secretary for, and that is his commitment to abolish the tolls on the Cleddau Bridge by 2020. This is an issue on which the Labour Party locally has campaigned for years, and I'm delighted that he's been able to deliver on this. It's going to make a real difference to people and businesses living around the Haven. And I'm also delighted to hear that extra money has been allocated to draw down funds from the EU Rural Development Programme. But I do wonder if the Finance Secretary could clarify whether we will receive in the next few weeks some more clarity on the competing structures for economic rural development in Wales. Now, the Finance Secretary has also set out a 2-year budget. I'd just like to know, does that mean that we'll see exactly the same next year, apart from a few little tweaks? And does that mean we as a Finance Committee will be redundant next year? And what does that actually mean in terms of how the mechanism works? Now, I know that balancing the books at a time of austerity is a difficult proposition, but I would like to thank the Finance Secretary for sticking to those commitments that he and we made in the Welsh Labour Manifesto and following through on promises that we made to the Welsh public and to the electorate.
Finally, Joyce Watson.
Thank you, Diolch, Llywyd. Cabinet Secretary, there's an awful lot to go through here, but there is one thing that is abundantly clear, and that this budget has been designed to look after those people who need that support the most, to support the people in Wales against the austerity that is emanating from the Tory government in Westminster. And it's a government that is absolutely determined to make life difficult for the poorest within society. And I think the universal credit rollout, that is... No, I will not. I've just started speaking. You can sit down. I can...
You just don't need to take an intervention. That's all you need to say.
That is going to see people without money for 6 weeks, to be dismissed by a Prime Minister when she was interviewed on that principle, saying we'll work something out. Well, I'm glad that she can work something out, because I know one thing, that when you have no money whatsoever for 6 weeks to feed yourself, to pay your rent, or to send your children anywhere, you will not manage and you will not be able to work anything out. So, in terms of the protection of the £1 million for the discretionary assistant fund, which is only really a stitch, but a critical stitch in the safety net, that was scrapped by the Tories in England and restored by a previous Welsh Labour government, I welcome that, and I wonder how many people that will support. The other esse that I am more than pleased about is, and I was a former Pembrokeshire County Councillor, and I do have an inside track record on the long and the dubious history of the toll and how on the Cleddau Bridge, and so I welcome scrapping that. And there is a history about how that money was both raised and how it was spent. So, looking ahead, I welcome in the first place the fact that local tax will be removed from the people who go to and from work, and from the businesses that operate either side of the county. And I do appreciate that time is needed to make transitionary arrangements, but given that the Council can budget, knowing that maintenance costs will transfer to Welsh Government in 2 years' time, given the historic question of how the revenue has been spent over the years, do you think that it might be a good idea, even a gesture of goodwill, if Pembrokeshire Council were to ring-fence the toll revenue from now until it's scrapped and consult ratepayers as to how the money should be spent? This has been a huge area that has been contested by myself and other Labour leaders on Pembrokeshire County Council year in and year out. I look forward to your response.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary to respond to the debate. Thank you very much. Llywydd.
In a very wide-ranging discussion of the budget, I'll do my best to reply to as many of the points that have been raised as possible, and do so rapidly. So, what seems like a long time ago now, Nick Ramsey began the discussion. Thank him for the welcome he provided to the new budget process. I acknowledge in my opening remarks the impact of the fiscal framework. I'm happy to confirm for the member that the Bangor University report is available to members and available in full and available today. As far as the two new taxes are concerned, I suspect he will have recognised the 150% rate for unauthorised tax disposals in LDT, because he put exactly that rate to me in the Finance Committee at a point when I was not able to confirm it, but it is confirmed at that rate today. Can I just say to members of the Conservative group here that I think they need to stand back a little bit from some of the language they've used in relation to a tourism tax. What I've done this afternoon, Llywydd, is what I said. I've announced a short list of possible proposals for further work. And this is This is one of the things which many people have advocated. Adam Price was absolutely right when he pointed out that this is a tax used in many, many parts of the world, usually navigated at a local level. And the reason for the tax, those people who advocate it, is in order to be able to invest in facilities that then lead to more tourists in that area. That's the point of a tourism tax. It's not to frighten off tourists, it's to create the conditions in which the tourism industry can go on thriving and doing more. So that's the case for it. We'll explore it further. It's certainly not to be just written off as though it had no merit at all. It may not make it onto the shortlist, but I do think that the idea that it isn't worth exploration is to overstate the case. Of course.
I hear what you're saying about talking about just exploration of a tourism tax at this point in time. However, do you recognise that there is a danger that a perception will go out that there is a tax on tourists coming to Wales that doesn't exist across the border in England, and in areas like my own, along the border areas, we need to guard against that sort of perception going out. So I think we do need to make sure that it is just exploration at this stage.
I don't say that those points are not points that need to be considered. But all I have said today is that we intend to consider things. And we will consider the positive case that has been made, and we will take into account those arguments that tell us why we might need to proceed carefully. I just wanted to be clear about the status of what I had announced this afternoon. Adam Price made a series of important points about the agreement that has been reached with Plaid Cymru. We are a government without a majority. The First Minister said back in the early summer of 2016, when this Assembly term began, that the government in our position needs to be able to listen to ideas from other parts of the Chamber and to try to reach agreement where that is possible. And the very careful work that's gone on over the summer has allowed us to do that. We don't agree on everything, as Adam Price set up, but the things we have been able to agree on are important. They will make a difference, and they were outlined by him. Llywydd, I listened all the way through to what Neil Hamilton had to say. I almost stopped at one point, but I did continue listening. I think it's the sort of contribution that the idea of a stream of semi-consciousness is the best way to describe it. I did nearly stop listening at the point when he tried to persuade me that I was living in an era of fiscal profligacy, and that what people in Wales have had to endure for the last 8 years is, and I think I'm quoting him exactly, the opposite of austerity. Well, it does not feel like that, I can tell him, to people who live in my constituency, who find that their wages have not gone up over that period, that their services have had to be cut back, and that their prospects of anything better are receding ever further into the future.
Cabinet Secretary will accept that you can't borrow in unlimited sums indefinitely, and therefore a judgment has to be made at some times to when the rake's progress has to stop. Interest rates have been at historic lows. They're already on the rise in the United States. They may well shortly be on the rise in this country. How do we then pay the bills at a time when we haven't repaired the roof, when the sun ceases to shine and the rain pours?
So we are incredibly lucky in our time to have benefited from the investment decisions that people who went before us were willing to make. Had they listened to Neil Hamilton, they would simply have stopped doing all the things that we now rely on. It is possible, in a way that I think the member never seems to understand or recognise, to borrow to invest, because investment creates the conditions of economic success, and that economic success then allows you to pay back the money that you have borrowed. That is the simple lesson that progressive governments throughout the last 100 years and more have understood, and we say that it needs to be better understood today. Mike Hedges made a series of very important points. He understood absolutely that you can invest your way to success, not just in places, but, as he said, in people too. And a New Deal for Britain is exactly what we need to get our economy onto that track. As far as tax volatility is concerned, he will know that the fiscal framework gives us access to a £500 revenue reserve to allow us to smooth out tax volatility from one year to the next. I've made no plans to use that reserve in the budget in front of the Assembly, but it is there should it be needed in the future. And the way that we have used our capital in this budget is exactly the way in which Mike Hedges advocated. I've said to all my Cabinet colleagues that I will place a priority upon capital investment plans that release revenue in the future, and that is why buying rolling stock in the way that Vicky Howells outlined is so important. I was grateful to Mark Isherwood for the things that he said about housing, because I wanted to say to him that this budget has the needs of housing right at its very heart. Whether that is the Supporting People programme and the £10 million in each of the next 2 years that we are able now to invest in homelessness services, whether it is the actions we are taking to build 20,000 affordable homes, or whether it's the announcement I've been able to make today about taking first-time buyers in Wales out of tax altogether. All of those things are about making sure that housing, which affects every family in the land, that we are able to do more to help people in that position. Llywydd Rhyn ap Iorwerth highlighted a number of important aspects in the deal that we have been able to strike between Labour and Plaid Cymru. I have to disagree with him on only one point, but it's an important point, and it's the only point, I think, in this debate where I feel I must make sure that the record is properly understood. Rhyn said that it was inevitable that without a budget agreement that there would have been cuts in supporting people, and I want to be absolutely clear to the Chamber that there was no such inevitability. Supporting People is a programme like all the others that comes under pressure when we are having to create a budget in the difficult circumstances that we are. And I was very glad that we were able to come to the agreement that we did. I thought Bethan Jenkins put it in exactly the right way as far as Supporting People is concerned. It's been a shared priority across this chamber for many, many years. It's appeared in 3 budget deals altogether. It was a matter of absolute concern to me. I'm really pleased that together we've been able to support it, and that's the position that we have reached. I just want to make sure we've got that clearly set out.
You know full well that the sector had been told to expect this cut of 10 to 15%.
Llywydd, I spend my time having to tell people who provide services on which our fellow citizens rely that they have to prepare for tougher times and harder choices that lie ahead. I've said it countless times in this chamber. So I understand that people out there understand the conditions in which this budget is being created and would have been anxious about what that might mean for them. Luckily, by acting together in the way we have, we now know and can give for 2 years a certainty, because Bethan asked about making sure we could offer more than 1 year. We now have 2 years of certainty for people in the sector that that budget is protected. And as a result of this budget, another 10 million in both years is being made available to bolster the services we provide in the homelessness field as well. And 4 million of that will go through my colleague Carl Sargent's budget, where he will be able to spend that money with housing associations and with the third sector, providing the services that we know. How homelessness is more than bricks and mortar. It's about attending to the real difficulties that people face, of mental health, of substance misuse, of alcohol difficulties and so on, that come with being in that awful set of circumstances. And the money we will provide through Supporting People and through this budget will allow us to do more to help people there. That's why when Dawn Bowden and Joyce Watson and Eluned Morgan all referred to the social fabric, the money that we've been able to find for homelessness, for the discretionary assistance fund, are so important. Let me very briefly, I would say something to Darren Miller. There are other ideas on our tax list. A fast food packaging levy is there in the list that I outlined today. I'm sure, Llywydd, that the last time I looked, the Menai Bridge was in northwest Wales. And had he looked carefully at the agreement with Plaid Cymru, he will see we have found money to accelerate the commitment the First Minister made in the Eisteddfod in August to the third Menai crossing. My colleagues will publish the detail of the budget in 3 weeks' time, and he will see then the plans that we have, both for the £150 million flood defences and for the improvements to roads in the north of Wales. Llywydd, there is more, of course, that could be said, but we're at the start of a process, not the end. I'm grateful to everybody who's commented on the budget this afternoon and look forward to the period of scrutiny that will now follow.
Thank you very much. Item 4 on the agenda is a statement by the Minister for Social Services, Public Health, the Welsh Government's response to the independent review of Sports Wales, and I call on the Minister for Social Services, Public Health to make the statement. Rebecca Evans.
In July, I received and published the independent panel's report on their review of Sport Wales, with a firm commitment to consider the report and its recommendations over the recess and make a statement on the Government's response in the autumn. I welcome the review and its recommendations, and I thank everyone who participated in the process. I am particularly grateful to the independent panel members who volunteered their time to complete the review and for doing so with integrity and professionalism. The resulting report is an evidence-based reflection on the role and purpose of Sport Wales and how its stakeholders and partners perceive it. It includes recommendations for both Welsh Government and Sport Wales. I agree with the findings of the review, and I am pleased that Sport Wales has responded positively to it. The Chair has written to me setting out how the organisation will address the findings and recommendations, some of which they have already started to implement, and I met with the Chair last week to further discuss their response. I have full confidence in Sport Wales to build on the foundation of success recognised in the report and to unite the sport sector to deliver tangible and long-lasting benefits to the people of Wales. Today, I am responding to the report's key recommendation for Welsh Government by making this statement to provide clarity, definition and direction about what we expect from Sport Wales and the sport sector, including how we expect them to work and how we expect them to contribute to our national strategy, Prosperity for All. We often talk about the power of sport to unite a nation, and we've been fortunate to see it many times in recent years. There's nothing like sporting success to bring us together and give us the cause to celebrate our culture, heritage and language. Sport nurtures talent and delivers success, and that success is enjoyed by spectators and supporters as well as the athletes and teams themselves. The review of Sport Wales rightly recognises the role that the organisation has played in supporting elite athletes and national governing bodies to deliver medal successes for Wales and Great Britain. They should be commended for that, and for the contribution that this makes to our economy and our global image. Grassroots sport provides everyone with the opportunity to be active and to enjoy the physical and mental health benefits of sport. According to the National Survey for Wales, people participating in sporting activities are more likely to meet the physical activity guidelines, and people who play sport and take part in physical recreation are also less likely to smoke, more likely to eat 5 fruit and vegetables a day, and less likely to be obese. The challenge we have as a nation, and one which sport can't address alone, is that only a third of the population is physically active to the recommended levels. As a government, we will encourage and support a substantial increase in people's physical activity as part of our approach to promoting good physical and mental health. To do that, we need sport to continue to play its part and to demonstrate its impact. But, like many other pursuits and pastimes, it has to continue to be relevant and resilient. It has to create an offer for all ages and abilities at times and in places that are convenient. The offer has to be flexible enough for people to build it around their other commitments in their lives. Sport has to embrace and harness technology to engage and re-engage people and to maintain their interest and enthusiasm for as long as possible. Sport Wales has a crucial role to play in delivering this sporting offer, and our investment through Sport Wales is critical to the future well-being of the nation. Over the term of this government, I will continue to invest in sport through Sport Wales, but I will expect the sector to adapt, to become more resilient and to demonstrate better its contribution to our wellbeing goals and our objectives. The priorities I expect Sport Wales to focus on are getting more people active at every stage in their lives, whether it's school, when they leave education, when they get a job, and if they have a family of their own, and when they retire. Providing children with the best start in life by helping schools to teach them skills and give them the knowledge, motivation and confidence to be and stay active. Investing in effort and resources where it's needed most, where there are significant variations in participation and where there is a lack of opportunity or aspiration to be active. Helping sports to continue to nurture, develop and support talent to deliver success that inspires people and reinforces our identity as a nation. This includes schools and employers, the media, local government and the third sector. It involves maximising the potential of our active travel strategies. It means our healthcare providers making every contact with a patient count, and we know that brief interventions to promote healthy lifestyles and support behaviour change can be more cost-effective than prescribing drugs to lower cholesterol levels, for example. Prosperity for All makes our intention to work differently very clear. We expect the public sector bodies we invest in to do the same. We expect a collaborative approach from all agencies involved in the promotion of healthier lifestyles, and we expect them to draw on Wales's significant natural resources to increase people's physical activity. Sport Wales and Public Health Wales were purposely brought together under one portfolio. I expect them to continue to work together in the coming months to develop long-term priorities and actions to contribute to our action plan to deliver the objectives of our national strategy. Sport Wales and Public Health Wales were Education is a key driver for change, and its role is acknowledged in our national strategy. Our schools, colleges and universities have a captive audience to influence, and they have facilities that can and should be shared with their communities. Our local authorities make a considerable investment in facilities and activities to encourage participation in physical activity, and their continued commitment is vital. Their and our investments in infrastructure are crucial if we are to engage and encourage active lifestyles and active travel. Sport is only one domain in the spectrum of physical activity. A second is physical recreation, such as walking, cycling, running and swimming. Others include more routine activity, such as active travel to work or school, and activities such as gardening, DIY and housework. Sport Wales will continue to focus its efforts and resources on the sport and physical recreation domains to increase further the number of people who participate on a frequent and regular basis. Public Health Wales will continue to promote healthy lifestyles, including the importance of physical activity, and Natural Resources Wales will invest in our natural environment to support the infrastructure necessary for people to be physically active outdoors. But for us to achieve that step change to reduce health inequalities and to buck the trend in ill health and early mortality, we all need partners to be working together. For that reason, we have asked Sport Wales and Public Health Wales to be jointly responsible and accountable for the development of a combined set of actions in our Healthy and Active Action Plan that will increase people's physical activity levels. And they'll work with Natural Resources Wales to do that. The actions will be framed by the national strategy and will include common and consistent measures, performance indicators and shared objectives, clarity of the role of key agencies and the resources available to support our policy objective to increase physical activity levels, identified areas where resources and interventions will be aligned to achieve common outcomes. As with all our goals and objectives for this government term, the responsibility for increasing physical activity lies with us all in government. But we will only achieve our aims by working across portfolios and with all our public, private and third sector partners. So today I am making clear my intent to maximise sport's contribution to creating a physically active nation and to provide the mandate for joint actions to deliver a substantial increase in people's physical activity. I am making clear the value of sport to individuals, communities and our nation, and we will continue to invest in it to maximise its benefits for us and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Russell George.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank the Minister for her statement, which underscores, I'd say, the need for a much closer working between Sports Wales and the Welsh Government. I also welcome the recommendations in the report. Serious questions were raised by this review as to why Sport Wales was allowed to become so dysfunctional. It is now clear that a greater degree of closer integration between Sport Wales and the Welsh Government is needed. Historically, this has not happened, and Sport Wales has for far too long, I'd say, been allowed to operate at an unacceptable distance from ministerial oversight, which has been to the detriment of the public whom it exists to serve. Can I ask the Minister, what oversight will you have going forward of Sports Wales's activities and governance? And what does success look like, Minister? What does success look like? Your statement contains a lot of warm words, but no key performance indicators and no targets for which we, as Assembly members, can hold you and Sports Wales to account. The review recommended that the Welsh Government provides greater guidance on what is expected of them, and there is some uncertainty as to which document should provide the strategic direction for Sport Wales. Can you comment, please, on that as well? You referred only briefly to the Prosperity for All document. Would the Minister consider bringing forward an updated strategy which brings together and refreshes the themes in Climbing Higher, Creating an Active Wales and the Elite Sport Strategy to clarify the overall remit of Sport Wales? At a time when we're near the bottom, I'm afraid, of the league tables for diabetes and obesity, and only a third of the population is physically active, it is clear that Sport Wales must have a greater focus on its remit to enhance community sport and public health, as well as focusing on elite sport. So to that end, and given that the report notes that there has been very little joint working between the two teams who lead on these areas in Sport Wales, what considerations have you given to the recommendations that the Welsh Government reviews the community sport and activity programme? And why do you feel that a single organisation is a better model than two separate organisations, one focusing on community sport and a separate on elite sport organisations? I'm also aware there's a great deal of consensus in this chamber around a national football museum for Wales, potentially located in Wrexham, or indeed, why not Newtown, as a founder member of the Football Association of Wales. But certainly in that region of Wales. And I wonder if you could provide any update on the potential of this proposal, which, of course, would help to promote sporting excellence and create jobs and support the tourism industry in that particular region. And finally, Minister, the report recommended that the Welsh Government should provide longer-term budgets for the Sport Wales to offer 3-year funding settlements to enable Sport Wales as partners to develop their business plans more efficiently. Have you discussed this with the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, and how will you take this particular recommendation forward?
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. I probably, well, I certainly wouldn't agree with your opening comments regarding the relationship between Welsh Government and Sport Wales. I don't think they paint a fair reflection. And they certainly don't paint a fair reflection on Sport Wales as an organisation, because I've been clear all along with all of the history that we had with the board at the end of last year and at the beginning of this year. I've been very clear that Sport Wales as an organisation itself was never dysfunctional. The issues I had really was about the working of the board, which got to a point where it couldn't continue its work and it needed fresh leadership. So I think that we need to separate those two issues very carefully, because actually during this very difficult period for the organisation, actually Sport Wales has been continuing day in, day out to undertake some excellent work right up and down Wales. So I think it's important to recognise that there is a difference between the organisation itself and the workings of the board where I had the concerns. But regarding governance, and again, this is an area which was looked at by the chair, the new interim chair, when he first came into post, and he was very clear that he didn't have concerns about the governance arrangements or the financial arrangements of the organisation. Again, those arrangements are robust. Welsh Government, as you'll be aware, has frequent performance meetings with the individuals concerned in the organisation. in terms of making sure that we do have that strong governance. And we also issue the remit report as well, which sets out clearly the direction that we expect the organisation to take. And as you would expect, I meet regularly with both the Chair and the Chief Exec of the organisation as well. In terms of the strategic direction, you'll see that one of the key recommendations for Sport Wales itself within the independent report is the creation of a new long-term approach, a new long-term strategy for sport in Wales, and that should respond to the direction that we've set out today and set out in previous discussions with the organisation about a greater focus on tackling some of the inequalities in health that we have in Wales, inequalities perhaps in opportunities to access sport, whilst also continuing the excellent work that they do alongside the sports governing bodies in terms of putting us on the world stage with some of our absolutely excellent achievements that we had at elite level as well. It's also important that Sport Wales includes some robust outcomes metrics, performance framework with ownership clarity and a transparent investment process within that piece of work, and that's one of those. That's one of the items which is specifically referred to within the independent report as an action for Sport Wales to take forward as well. In terms of the community sport and activity programme, we're having some discussions at the moment with Sport Wales in terms of how we would take that forward, perhaps looking at delivery on a more regional basis in order to make the most of the different partnerships that do exist within our communities. I've asked my officials to work with the organisation to bring these discussions, I suppose, to a conclusion, because I do realise that this is something that we really need to be making progress on now as well. So I would hope to be able to say more on that in the near future as well. In terms of the suggestion as to whether or not we should have two organisations, so an organisation focused on grassroots sport and an organisation focused on elite sport, I know that's something that has been discussed and considered over a period of time now, and it was one of the issues which the independent review panel looked at, and their strong and clear recommendation was that actually there should not be a split between the elite sport and the grassroots sport in terms of where they sit within an organisation. And I think one of the reasons for that is the importance really of having those grassroots pathways all the way up to elite sport as well, so to kind of maintain a clear line of sight between talent spotting at the grassroots and then ensuring that these people have the opportunity to go on and do us proud on the international stage as well. The National Museum, yes, that's something that Welsh Government has committed to, and I can confirm that the Cabinet Secretary for Economy is currently undertaking a feasibility study for that as well. And I hope that's answered all the questions.
Thank you. Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the Minister.
Overemphasise the importance of getting our sporting offer right in Wales, not only for national well-being and celebrating our heritage and so on, as the Minister says, but more importantly as a means to get us healthier. And as we look forward to the formation of a first obesity strategy for Wales, it's coming about as a result of our amendment to the Public Health Bill, we know that getting people physically active and engaged in sport also is a must. I'd like to draw attention and just ask a few questions about things that are not in the statement, if I could. Firstly, if I could ask the Minister to comment on what is expected of Sport Wales now in terms of tackling a number of inequalities, gender inequality in sport as a first one, the need for more women to get involved in sport and exercise, what Sport Wales should be doing, for example, fair funding, ensuring safe facilities, challenging stereotypes. The same could be said about disabilities. I don't think I've heard what is expected now of Sport Wales in terms of tackling inequalities there. Also tackling racism, certainly a barrier still towards the uptake of sport. Inequality, I think, is only really mentioned in the context of Sport Wales being asked to invest resources where they're needed most in terms of tackling social inequalities, but there are other examples of inequalities. Some I've mentioned there. Also, inequalities caused by charging for facilities. So perhaps I could ask for a comment about means of reducing those costs where possible. The statement also says Sport Wales has to work with a whole range of partners, schools, employers, active travel, third sector and so on. How do we make sure, though, that that actually leads to more sporting opportunities being provided? It's not just about having meetings between those bodies. Who will be ensuring that these new partnerships actually lead to more happening on the front line, as it were? And whilst the more partners we have taking part in the provision of sporting opportunities, the better. Where does accountability lie if everybody is to take more responsibility? And finally, sport is all too often a victim of tightening purse strings at local government level, and of course I sympathise with councils trying to make ends meet. But I wonder, what measures are you investigating to help local authorities make investments in tough financial times, for example, with additional funds perhaps made available where current sporting facilities are safeguarded for the use of local communities?
Okay, thank you very much for those questions, and I was very pleased to be able to work with Plaid Cymru to include that amendment within the Public Health Act in terms of introducing a national obesity strategy for Wales. And pleased to inform you as well that it's one of the areas of the bill that I do take as a priority. So it will be one of the parts of the bill that I'm really keen to give a very early commencement order date for as well. So I'm prioritising that particular part of the bill. With regards to women and girls, Sport Wales continues to target investment in opportunities for women and girls, particularly through their Calls for Action programme, and they've invested around £1.5 million specifically in projects to increase female participation. I was also really pleased to see in August that they launched Our Squad, and that's a campaign aimed at celebrating active women and girls from right across Wales and signposting new participants to new opportunities as well. And that campaign is also about challenging some of the stereotypes about women in sport and about what kind of sport is a suitable sport for women and so on. It's about giving women role models and a vision for themselves to see themselves in a different way in a sporting context as well. And one of the projects which tackles the issue of getting more women involved, but also women specifically in more disadvantaged communities, is the Us Girls movement, and that was set up by Street Games Wales and funded by Sport Wales, and that continues to increase participation in sport by young women in those more deprived communities across Wales. And again, that's a really positive programme as well. As I said in the statement, it's not all for Sport Wales. Actually, I think that the sport governing bodies and other sporting associations have a really strong and important role to play in this as well. And I know that the WRU, for example, are doing some good work to try and encourage more women to think about taking up rugby, and equally in football as well. The Welsh Football Association has done great work encouraging girls to take up sport. And actually, the game is growing at a much faster rate for women and girls in Wales at the moment than it is for boys. So I think that's really positive as well. In terms of disabilities and the role of Sport Wales there, I'm really pleased to have announced recently that the new Vice Chair of Sport Wales is Pippa Britton, and Pippa Britton is also Chair of Disability Sport Wales, so that gives those two organisations a really close link. And Disability Sport Wales has supported over 1 million opportunities for disabled people to take part in sport and physical activity, and they have 17,500 members attending over 750 clubs and sessions across Wales as well. But their real ethos is about inclusive sport, and that's something that I thoroughly support in terms of making all sporting opportunities becoming open to people with disabilities as well. So it's not about having particular clubs and so on. Actually, it's about having a truly inclusive ethos as well. Disability Sport Wales also has around 5,000 coaches and volunteers supporting young people to undertake sport in the community as well, and I think that certainly needs to be commended as well. In terms of facilities, Welsh Government's keen to give local authorities opportunities to develop their facilities, and we do this knowing that people are operating in a very constrained financial time. So our interest-free capital loan scheme has generated over £5 million of investment in sports and leisure facilities this year in Conway, Wrexham and Cardiff, and that's one of the examples of the innovative ways that we're trying to maintain and enhance our facility infrastructure for sport and physical activity. Equally, through our 21st Century Schools programme, we're trying to ensure that our investment in schools is actually an investment in the wider community as well, so trying to ensure that that investment is there after school hours for after-school clubs and for adults in the community to use as well. And I've been really pleased to see the leadership that the Welsh Football Association, Welsh Rugby Union and Welsh Hockey and Sport Wales have shown in terms of their 3G collaboration group, and they've invested between them more than £2 million in school sports facilities as well. So despite increasingly austere times, there is good investment going on in facilities. And you'll be aware also that Ken Skates has asked for a facilities review, so looking at the more kind of elite level facilities that we have in Wales in order to try and attract further high profile major events to Wales in future as well, because we're certainly getting a reputation for being fantastic hosts for those kind of events as well.
Thank you. John Griffiths.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipyn Lewis. Minister, I'm very pleased at the direction of travel and your statement today. In Newport, as I know you're aware, we've been working towards bringing leisure, sport, health, local authorities, voluntary sector, professional sports clubs and grassroots sports together with a series of meetings to try and get a more active local population and to try and address that wider health and quality of life agenda that sport lends itself to. And I do believe there is a need to refocus Sport Wales and Welsh Government and others' efforts in Wales towards that wider agenda, because we do have a lot of health challenges, and I think many would recognise that if we are to get on the front foot with health and have a more preventative agenda, then this is exactly the set of policies and strategy that we need to consider and follow. So I'm very pleased about that, and I wonder if you could say a little bit about how Welsh Government, Sport Wales and others might encourage local initiatives like the one taking place in Newport, whether it's through new developments such as wellbeing bonds or any other opportunity to look at where there is good practice and to support it and hopefully then roll it out further afield. And I wonder if you would also recognise initiatives such as the one by Newport Live, which is a very active and strong partner in that local development in Newport, as the Trust taking forward leisure services. They've recently launched a swimming initiative, Draig Dŵr, which myself, Jane and Jessica Morden as MP for Newport East attended last week, which is about a programme to engage people more actively and strongly in swimming, to then progress and set goals for themselves, to benefit from coaching and tips to improve their technique, and to monitor and facilitate that progress. That's just one of a number of initiatives that Newport Live are taking forward at the current time, which makes them a very active and strong partner in that local initiative. I wonder also if you would agree that park runs right across Wales are a very strong model of how you can use engagement techniques such as websites, such as allowing people to monitor their progress by timing their runs and having a range of social activity. How perhaps we could look at that model for running and see if it fits other physical activity that would help us get the more active population we want to see. On active travel, Minister, I wonder if you could just say a little bit about how you are working with ministerial colleagues across Welsh Government to ensure that active travel is effective and does deliver on this agenda. because I was very pleased to hear you mention it in your initial statement. And finally, on community-focused schools, it's long been a belief of mine that community-focused schools should be more universally available right across Wales. And if they were, I think it would make it much easier to engage our local population around physical activity and make the progress that we'd like to see. So again, I wonder if you could give us a flavour of how you're working across Welsh Government to make sure that community-focused schools are available right across Wales and the norm rather than good practice.
Minister.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions and comments. And having heard you speak previously with such passion about Newport Live and the potential that it has and what it's already delivering, I was really pleased to go along and see what they did for themselves. And I was just as impressed as I expected I would be after hearing you speak about them. At the same time, over one site, we had people training at an elite level, and also we had groups of school children as well, doing activities and learning about healthy eating and so on. So it had really the whole spectrum just on one site, and it was really inspirational and exciting. It's certainly something I would encourage other areas to look and learn from what's been happening in Newport Live, because it really is quite exciting. You mentioned wellbeing bonds, and this is one of our Programme for Government commitments. We're developing the ideas at the moment for wellbeing bonds, and again, this is something that I know that you're keen that Newport Live has a discussion about to see what we can learn from them as we start developing that. There are different models that we're looking at the moment, so we could be looking at loans, for example, or payment by results models. There are different models out there, but at the same time, there aren't any set and established ones which we know absolutely will do the job that we're after. So I'm keeping a very open mind as we develop those wellbeing bonds. Park runs, I'm really glad that you mentioned those, because again they bring together people of all levels of experience, people who were previously inactive but turning up because it's in a park, it's a local, well-known, fun environment with welcoming people and so on, right up to people who just do 5, 10, 20k and don't even break a sweat. So it brings all people of all abilities together, and I really welcome that. Another good example would be the Breeze cycling groups for women as well, and that's specifically bringing women together in a really safe environment, often beginners again, taking that first step into physical activity, and that's another great example of work that's already happening up and down Wales. Active travel, is extremely important in terms of creating the infrastructure for physical activity, because I think there are two sides to this. There's creating or giving people the inspiration, but then also giving people the opportunity, and the infrastructure is part of the opportunity. Our integrated network maps will be submitted by each of the local authorities to Welsh Government by November of this year, and I've been very clear with them. Indeed, I've written to them to stress the point again fairly recently that actually those integrated network maps have to be about active travel rather than just aspirations for more recreational routes in the future, because if we are going to change the way that we do move and that we undertake our travel and our short journeys, then actually we have to be very clearly focusing on active travel routes. In terms of our work across government, I've been working closely with the Cabinet Secretary for Education to see what more we can do to use our school assets that we have, and what we can do in the school day to encourage children to become more active as well. We've had some really good success in terms of the Daily Mile. Now, thousands and thousands of children in Wales are doing the Daily Mile every day, and we know that it has great impacts on the children's behaviour in school, on their attention in class and so on, and the teachers love it, parents love it. Parents say, if you weren't doing the Daily Mile in school, we'd be doing it anyway now, because I've seen the difference that it makes for my child and the way that they're learning in school as well. So lots of innovative ideas happening at the moment, and a real keenness to work across government on this important agenda.
Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks to the Minister for her statements. There have obviously been some issues over the running of Sport Wales, which Russell George alluded to earlier, and we as members don't have the inside information to understand all of what it was about. But it seems to me that part of the problem over the organisation in the past year or so has quite probably been about its remit. Now, we did touch on this earlier on today, but I will just quickly go over a couple of the points that have been mentioned. Traditionally, Sport Wales tended to specialise at the elite end of sport, and it's only in much more recent times that it's been given any kind of responsibility to oversee grassroots sport. And it seems to me that, although it may sound like a good idea to group the two sectors together, in practice they are very different, and this can cause problems for an organisation like Sport Wales. Now, there was some evidence in the independent review that some stakeholders believe that Sport Wales prioritises elite sport at the expense of the grassroots level. Now, my first question was going to be, given that situation, did you still think it was viable to have one organisation representing both the elite and grassroots levels? Now, I think you answered that, to be fair, in your fairly strong response to Russell George's questions. But given that there is this idea from the stakeholders that the elite level tends to get the priority, how can we overcome this? And how can we how can you ensure that there is equal consideration given to the grassroots level as well as to the elite level? And if there are disputes over spending, over resourcing, how is that going to be resolved? Now, you did mention in your response to Russell that we needed to create a pathway to elite sport for everybody, and yes, of course, that the elite athletes have to start somewhere. I think in reality, perhaps, the children who eventually make it to the elite level of sport will generally be the ones coming from families who already have a keen interest in developing their children's sporting activities. But what we have to ensure is that we increase the take-up of ordinary physical activities by the rest of the population, or, as the Welsh Government's Taking Wales Forward programme puts it, increasing the physical activity levels of Welsh citizens in those groups that currently have very low physical activity levels. Now, John Griffiths spoke about park runs, and I think that's exactly the kind of activity that we should be encouraging. So I'm also encouraged by your supportive remarks, and I hope that in future initiatives like park runs, if they need financial support, hopefully they can get it. Although I guess with park runs, perhaps the one thing that they may not need a lot of is financial support. But things like active travel, that certainly will need help with resourcing. Now, this brings us on to the issue of the difference between sport and physical recreation. The 1972 Royal Charter, which established the predecessor body to Sport Wales, clearly uses the term sport and physical recreation. But more recent documents associated with Sport Wales have only sometimes used both terms. Sometimes they only mention sport in relation to Sport Wales, but contain no reference to physical recreation. Now, the report states, and I quote, "This inconsistency is very confusing for Sport Wales's partners, some of whom claim the organisation is changeable and lacking in clarity of purpose. It is equally confusing for Sport Wales's staff." So my next question is, does the Minister think that Sport Wales staff themselves are given a clear enough steer by their parent body on where their remit lies? And does the Welsh Government need to clarify somewhat the position? There is also another issue, which is the gap between sport and health. The danger is that the all-embracing approach could leave Sport Wales's best efforts falling in the cracks between sport and health. Now, the stated intention in 2015 was to develop a new strategy that aligned Sport Wales's measures with the Chief Medical Officer's physical activity guidelines. However, quoting again from the report, despite the introduction of a memorandum of understanding with the NHS Confederation, very little progress has been made to establish a platform between the sport and health sectors. End of quote. Now, I see that in the Minister's statement today, she does mention Sport Wales and Public Health Wales, and the idea of working jointly together towards joint targets. But just to clarify that point, does the Minister think that the Welsh Government needs to give us more information on how exactly sport and health should interact? And which body does the Minister think should be taking the lead for researching and overseeing physical activity, Sport Wales or Public Health Wales? Thanks.
I thank you very much for those questions. And I think you're right in the sense that that the review itself did recognise that there is some work for Sport Wales to do in terms of its relationships with stakeholders and how they manage those relationships. So one of the recommendations for Sport Wales within the review was for it to consider how it manages those relationships with the NGBs and local authorities, so that the level of check and challenge is proportionate and balanced with providing advice and added value. So hopefully that will address some of those issues in terms of an understanding of the role of Sport Wales and how it relates to its partners. And I also like the recommendation in the report which suggests it considers adopting a formal relationship with FE and HE for gathering insight, commissioning research and discussing areas for collaboration as well. I think that's a really positive step as well. I agree, sport should be for everyone, so we shouldn't have a situation where it's only those people who've been supported by sporty parents from a very young age and guided into a particular sport, and they're able to take advantage of all the knowledge and the pathways that are available. Actually, it should be for everyone. So when there is young talent identified, be it at school or in a local club, for example, those pathways should be there to take them, if they want to and if they have the skills and desire to, all the way through to the elite pathway as well. And though national governing bodies do have those really strong and robust pathways in place as well. So the aim really is to ensure that as we get more people more active, that those people will have that opportunity to rise up the ladder if they so wish. In terms of the definition, I hope I've been able to provide some clarity in the statement today that we're talking about sport and physical recreation, so active recreation as well. I don't expect Sport or Sport Wales to start getting people active who live completely sedentary lives at the moment. I don't think that's either fair on them as an expectation or even realistic or achievable. Where I see the role there, I see a role there very much so for Public Health Wales and the NHS more widely, so looking at the role of the directors of public health within the health boards and so on. I think there's roles there using those short interventions and so on to be having conversations to get people along the first step of that journey. So I hope that there's a clear, I suppose, a clear role set out there for Sport Wales. But in terms of the platform which you referred to between sport and the health sectors needing to be much more clear in future, I think that the purpose behind the response really today was to mandate Public Health Wales and Sport Wales to work more closely together in future, so to work together to inform our healthy and active strategy in terms of those the actions that need to be undertaken and by whom and what the outcomes we expect of them as well. I had the opportunity to meet with the incoming chair of Public Health Wales yesterday, and I took that opportunity to stress the importance that we put on the role that Public Health Wales has in terms of increasing physical activity, but particularly amongst those who are the most furthest from activity at the moment.
Thank you. And finally, Hannah Blythen.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you, Minister, for updating us here today. I've got a few points and questions to raise, both in respect of your statement today, the review, and some wider issues as well. I think it's right to, in your statement, it's right to recognise the role of supporting success to unite and excite the nation. And the review also rightly acknowledges the role Sports Wales has played in supporting and nurturing our elite athletes and helping us bring home medal successes. And of course we should want to and should build on this, but Sports Wales also needs to reach out across communities and across the country, as we've been discussing today. I think it's really important to make sure we've got that equity of support and opportunity to access facilities as well as investment, not simply in and around the capital and South Wales. Many people in my area will often have difficulty to access those opportunities in Cardiff just because of the geographic distance. You're not going to travel 3.5 hours for 1-hour training session or whatever, and there's obviously cost barriers involved with that. And I know it's relatively easy to travel to access facilities in the northwest of England, but I think there are opportunities to look at how we can develop those facilities that are already there in North East Wales and perhaps further down the line, to see further investment to enable opportunities and to support younger people, in particularly in the region. Minister, the review refers to Sports Wales. I think I welcome the comments today in terms of looking at delivery on a more regional basis, and I hope that those concerns could be taken on board as part of that. And the review refers to a Sports North Wales initiative and how plans are currently on hold. I wonder if there's any update on that, and if obviously if you agree with me that we need to make sure we ensure that equity of opportunity across the nation. I'm also pleased to see a strong emphasis on partnership working between local government, third sector and education facilities, particularly including greater links with schools. And I know in a previous response you said about how we invest in schools and encourage collaboration. I'm aware that there's sometimes some understandable trepidation on the part of schools in terms of opening up their facilities to the community. I wonder what role there is for Sports Wales or other similar bodies and acting as a facilitator to actually address any of those issues, and if we can find ways to share kind of best practice when it has been successful, and where ultimately it could be in the school's interest if they're able to raise revenue from opening up their facilities as well. And last, but by absolutely no means least, Rhian Abdullah has touched on the issues of gender equality in sport, and I think I want to really emphasise today the role Sports Wales and other national sporting bodies across the piece in Wales should be playing in both getting more women involved in sport, but also giving equal recognition, treatment and parity support for women's sport in Wales. You need to be clear over and over again that sport's not just for the boys, and elite sport is not just about the men's teams. And whilst I recognise there's been multiple drives and campaigns to get more girls and women active and involved in sport, they're always going to have a limited effectiveness if we don't have that visibility to aspire to on the public stage. Young girls can't aspire to be national rugby players for Wales or to be elite footballers if they haven't got, they can't see that is an aspiration that they themselves could reach one day. So it's 2017, and I'm sure you'll agree, Minister, that action is needed to deal with this, and what action can be taken to make sure that we provide a better platform for women and better support for women's sport in Wales.
Finally, Minister.
Okay. I thank you very much for those questions and comments. And you particularly referred to the importance of having the right mix of facilities in the right parts of Wales, and that's certainly something that the Cabinet Secretary of Economy's facilities review is looking at in terms of what do we have at the moment in Wales already, but where does the investment need to be in future in order to both attract those major events, but also then to have the right infrastructure of sporting opportunities available for people within our various communities in Wales. And I agree that we do need to make progress on that regional approach, and so this is one of the priorities that my officials and I are taking forward in partnership with the interim chair of Sport Wales in terms of bringing that particular piece of work to a conclusion, because I think it does hold lots of opportunities for us, and so I think that we need to move on with looking at that regional approach and what we can do best there, because I know that the partners locally are very keen to get working together, and I think that is in itself a really positive sign. I would encourage all schools to consider what they can do in terms of opening up their facilities outside of the core school hours for the community. As you say, there are opportunities certainly to ensure that they support the physical activity of the community more widely. I think sometimes the issue is perhaps that school governors are a bit too cautious. So I think that Welsh Government and the sporting organisations as well can be sending a message that actually this is something that we welcome and would expect schools to do as part of their role at the heart of their communities. And I would certainly join you in absolutely celebrating the success of our women's sports people at all levels as well. And I agree with you that they need to be given the kudos and respect and sheer admiration for their achievements in just the same way as we would admire men for their sporting achievements as well. So, we need to be working on that, I think, as individuals, celebrating the successes that we see locally, but also encouraging the media as well to continue to promote women in sport.
Thank you very much, Minister. Item 5 is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs on the bovine TB eradication programme. I call on Leslie Griffiths to introduce a statement.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Members will recall my statement in June where I set out my plans to enhance the TB eradication programme in Wales. 1st October marked the start of an enhanced approach to TB eradication, one that has proved successful in other countries which have either eradicated this disease or are well on their way to doing so. This regionalised approach to disease eradication, with the creation of low, intermediate and high TB areas across Wales, enables us to deal differently and proportionately with the disease in each of our TB areas on a targeted basis, depending on the local disease risks and drivers. This approach also enables us to focus our efforts on protecting and expanding the low TB area and driving down disease and reducing the size of the intermediate and high TB areas. In June, I launched our Enhanced TB Eradication Programme and First Delivery Plan, which provides details of evidence-based controls which are being applied for each region from this week. All cattle keepers in Wales have been advised by letter of the TB area in which their farm is located. My officials have undertaken a full programme of engagement with key stakeholders, including farmers, vets, auctioneers and valuers. Through the regionalisation approach to TB eradication, we've established a low TB area. Epidemiological analysis of surveillance data shows the majority, if not all, TB breakdowns in the low TB area are the result of undetected infection brought in through cattle movements from other areas. This evidence of non-endemic disease in the low TB area means we are now in a position to change the way we deal with testing. One of the main changes is the removal of the pre-movement testing requirement of cattle moved within or from the low TB area. Pre-movement testing has been in place in Wales since 2006, and it still remains a valuable tool in the intermediate and high TB areas in order to identify infection before it spreads. However, we have introduced post-movement testing for cattle brought in from a higher disease area. We recognise no TB test is perfect, so introducing an additional test at the farm of destination provides double assurance of the TB status of cattle moved into the low TB area. We will monitor and review the success of this policy before considering whether it is appropriate to expand its rollout to the intermediate TB area next year. Exempt finishing units in Wales are currently being phased out due to the relatively high number of TB breakdowns in this type of operation and the inherent risk of disease spread. To put this change into perspective, there are around 20 EFUs currently in existence in Wales, and all operators have been contacted in respect of the options available to them. To protect the Welsh Government from the cost of the highest value animals, a cap on TB compensation of £5,000 payable per animal has been introduced. The proportion of animals affected by this change will be small. Last year, of the total number of cattle valued for TB purposes, only 68 animals, less than 1%, were valued at over £5,000. If a cap had been in place last year, a saving of just under £200,000 would have been made, a saving that is important in the context of the loss of European Union funding post-2018. Provision and implementation of bespoke action plans for persistent TB breakdowns lasting 18 months or longer continues. These are being drawn up in consultation with the farmer by the Animal and Plant Health Agency and the farmer's private vet at the farmer's request. Approximately 40 action plans have been agreed so far, with more being added each month. At the same time, some persistent breakdown herds are coming off restriction and are dropping off the list. However, at any one time, there are between 50 and 60 persistent TB breakdowns open, and these are located in the intermediate and high TB areas. Through the action plan process, a series of measures are being deployed in order to help clear up infection. These include more sensitive TB testing, removing inconclusive reactors, and requiring an additional TB test prior to allowing cattle to be moved after restrictions are lifted. Biosecurity requirement notices can also be issued in order to raise biosecurity standards on farm to the required level in order to mitigate against persistence of disease. In certain persistent TB breakdowns, where it is viewed badgers are contributing to the persistence of disease in the herd, the action plans will include measures to address this route of infection. Following set surveys, these measures will include trapping and testing badgers on the TB breakdown farm and humanely euthanising badgers found to have TB. Test-negative badgers will be released following them being microchipped, and blood will be taken for further testing. I continue to monitor the badger vaccine situation carefully, as I believe badger vaccination does have a role to play in our TB eradication programme. At the time when the supply situation for humans resolves, and I can be sure we can ethically source vaccine, I will consider how vaccine might be best utilised as part of our TB eradication programme. I cannot stress enough the importance of clearing up these long-standing TB breakdowns, some of which have been under restrictions for 16 years or more. On average, the cost of testing in these herds and compensation of cattle slaughtered is £179,000 per herd. We will be closely monitoring the impacts of all these measures and aim to be in a position to review the boundaries of the TB areas once we have the full calendar year data set for 2018. Work on modelling and target setting continues. This work is due to report at the end of the year, when we will be establishing a formal eradication target for Wales as a whole and interim milestones for each of the TB areas. Alongside these enhancements, the annual TB herd testing regime continues across Wales. We have almost 8 years of annual testing data under our belt in Wales, and this sustained high level of active surveillance provides indisputable assurance of the true TB status of cattle herds in Wales, with 95% of our cattle herds TB-free. In order to build on our knowledge of bovine TB in badgers and other susceptible wildlife, I am pleased to announce the continuation of the All Wales Badger Found Dead survey, following a successful procurement exercise. The Wales Veterinary Science Centre has been awarded the contract for this work, the scope of which has been expanded to include collection and post-mortem examination of any other wildlife species in addition to badgers. The TB statistics remain encouraging. The number of new TB incidents is down by 40% since 2009, the lowest level in 12 years. Even though the trend appears to be in a plateau currently, periods of levelling off are to be expected as part of the overall long-term pattern. This is why we have enhanced our programme to further drive down the disease. I would like to thank the farming industry and veterinary profession and other stakeholders for their continued cooperation and engagement as our programme develops and progresses towards our ultimate goal of achieving a TB-free Wales.
Paul Davis.
Llywydd, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement this afternoon. And for the record, I'd like to once again state that my parents-in-law's farm has been affected by bovine TB in recent years. Of course, today's statement confirms that work on modelling and target setting continues, and I welcome the fact that there will be more formal targets announced at the end of this year. However, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can confirm that these targets are being developed in partnership with the agricultural industry to ensure that they are proportionate and robust. Now, the Cabinet Secretary has my broad support for the Welsh Government's proposal to start removing this disease from the wildlife population. I'm pleased that the Welsh Government is now starting to take that difficult step forward by removing infected badgers as well as infected cattle. Of course, given the sensitivity of this issue, both for landowners and the Welsh Government, I understand quite rightly that no specific information will be released in the public domain. However, perhaps she could provide some more detail about how she intends to monitor these arrangements to ensure that this process happens as smoothly as possible. And perhaps the Cabinet Secretary will also tell us how she will be assessing the effectiveness of this policy so the targeted controls are being implemented appropriately. Now, of course, a regionalised approach is now being implemented, and it's absolutely essential that this approach does not indirectly result in more burden and red tape for farmers. It's crucial that the regionalised approach doesn't hinder any attempts to deliver the best possible trade deals for the Welsh red meat and dairy industries, and also ensures that domestic trade between Wales and England is not negatively impacted. Indeed, in responding to my questions on this before recess, the Cabinet Secretary said that her officials have certainly spoken to DEFRA and had discussions around that. Therefore, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary could tell us how those discussions are progressing and what action she has agreed with the UK Government. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware of the concerns raised recently by farmers in my own area that the new controls could have a negative effect for pedigree breeders in high TB areas. Therefore, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary could tell us how the Welsh Government will specifically support the pedigree industry, who are anxious that the regionalised approach could result in them finding it more difficult to trade in the future. Of course, one of the Welsh Government's longer-term goals, according to the Wales TB Eradication Programme Delivery Plan, is the development of an informed purchasing scheme. In the Cabinet Secretary's statement before recess, she confirmed that a mandatory scheme was the only way forward and that she had asked officials to look at a mandatory scheme. Now, given that today's statement doesn't make any reference to an informed purchasing scheme, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm that this is still on the Welsh Government's agenda, and therefore can she tell us exactly what work her officials have undertaken to develop a compulsory scheme? Now, the TB Eradication Delivery Plan confirmed that the compensation cap would be reduced to £5,000. This has now been introduced in the last few days, of course, and I appreciate this only affects a small number of farms. Now, in response to my questions on this subject during her previous statement, the Cabinet Secretary said that she would encourage people who feel they've got cattle more valuable to look at insurance. However, the Welsh Government's own TB Eradication Programme Delivery Plan states that there are concerns that insurance would not be a viable option due to the cost of the premiums. Therefore, whilst I appreciate that this only affects a very small number of farmers, there are naturally concerns for the farmers affected by high disease incidents who may be unable to obtain insurance for animals valued at more than £5,000. So perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can tell us how she will be supporting those farmers so that the impact of this proposal is as minimal as possible. Now, another aspect of the TB eradication programme is the development of a standardised online biosecurity package, and it's crucial that this package is developed with the industry to ensure that it's flexible enough to take account of individual circumstances and the different risks and disease drivers in each TB area. I'm pleased that today's statement notes the importance of on-farm biosecurity to mitigate against the prevalence of the disease. However, could the Cabinet Secretary therefore tell us a bit more about how she will be ensuring that any on-farm biosecurity package will be responsive to individual needs? And can she tell us a bit more about how the agricultural and veterinary industries will be involved in the development of any online biosecurity packages? Therefore, in closing, Llywydd, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary once again for her statement this afternoon, and can I once again put on record my broad support for the Welsh Government's proposals. I can't stress how important it is that the Welsh Government works with the agricultural industry to eradicate bovine TB in order to protect the sustainability and competitiveness of the industry for the future, particularly in light of Britain's withdrawal from the European Union.
Thank you, and thank Paul Davis for the comments and welcoming the statement and for his questions. You're absolutely right. We have to work very closely with the industry, with the farming unions, with the vets, with the individual farmers who aren't member of farming unions, and also with all stakeholders. And I do want to assure members that that absolutely is the way that we've approached this. You'll be aware that there were several summer agricultural shows. I always took the opportunity to talk to people about our enhanced eradication programme, and as I said in my opening remarks, my officials have certainly done intense engagement with our stakeholders and with the sector over the summer ahead of the 1st of October start date. In relation to your specific questions, you asked about targets, and I said that I'm hoping to be in a position certainly by the end of this year to come forward with a target. And certainly, as this is being developed by officials, we are looking at whether interim targets would be, would be beneficial. You ask about what agreed action I've taken with DEFRA. Well, as I said before, I haven't had specific discussions with DEFRA about this. This is obviously a matter for us, so I haven't actually agreed any specific actions with DEFRA, but I know my officials do have discussions around the programmes. And for instance, I'm aware that England and Scotland are now consulting. One of the things is around a reduction in compensation and having a compensation cap, such as we've brought in here in Wales. So those discussions are ongoing, but I haven't got any agreed actions because, as I say, this is a matter for us. You mentioned about informed purchasing. Absolutely, that is still the intention to introduce a mandatory informed purchasing scheme. It's really important, I think, that farmers display TB information at the point of sale, and you'll be aware that we have given funding to livestock markets, for instance, but I'm still not happy that that information is always there. So I think it's really important that all our livestock markets upgrade their facilities, and say we have provided funding for that to be done, and more funding, more information does need to be provided to sellers. And it's really about empowering farmers so that they can make those informed buying decisions going forward. So yes, that is absolutely still our intention. You also asked about pedigree farmers in your own constituency and around their reservations being in a high TB area. And I absolutely understand the reservations that a number of farmers have about being included in a high TB area. And certainly when I came to the Pembroke show, that was something that I discussed. But I'm really confident this approach will allow us to speed up progress, and that's the message that I've given to the sector. I really want to reduce the number of breakdowns and the severity of each breakdown, as you yourself have said also. I think your final question was around biosecurity, and you'll remember that this enhanced eradication programme came about after we'd been out to consultation. And as part of that consultation, I did task officials with developing a standardised online biosecurity package, which really built on previous work that had been undertaken in this area. So there's a number of biosecurity tools available to farmers at the current time. What I want to do is really standardise the advice, because I think, we don't, as you mentioned, bureaucracy, and we really want to make it as simple as possible and take out that complexity. So what I really want to see is a single, comprehensive biosecurity package to enable farmers to fully assess their disease risks and then mitigate accordingly.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Thank you very much, Llywydd, and may I say at the outset that I welcome the statement that confirms the actions currently being taken, and in light of the previous statement from the Minister, which has also been supported in general terms by Plaid Cymru. And at its core, these issues relate to public health on the one hand and animal welfare on the other. And Plaid Cymru is of the view that we need to treat animal welfare, the cattle suffering from TB, as well as the welfare of badgers. And in addition to dealing with infected animals, whatever species that animal will be, we welcome the steps being taken and outlined in this statement. And I also hope that it will actually do something to lift the shadow currently cast over the industry. Although the Cabinet Secretary has said that the number of herds suffering from bovine TB is reducing, then the impact in many parts of Wales certainly is being felt very deeply indeed. I'm not going to reiterate Paul Davies's questions. He asked most of the questions that I wanted to ask, but I will just say that I also welcome your responses to the questions on informed purchasing, as it's known, the internal market in terms of what happens between pedigree herds too. And one question that I think Paul Davies did refer to and I wanted to raise, and you didn't have an opportunity to respond to this, and perhaps you could respond to my question, though, although we recognise that we wouldn't want information to emerge on where action is being taken in terms of wildlife, how can we be assured not only that it's being monitored and being done in the most beneficial way possible, or the most humane way possible, that we should also understand whether this is working and whether it has assisted in reducing instances of bovine TB in those areas and on those specific farms, as your statement states, where it's been chronic for a very long period of time. I will just move on to 2 or 3 new questions. One of them emerging from the fact that you've said clearly that one of the reasons for introducing a cap is to make savings. You mentioned savings of around £200,000 per annum, which does raise the question, well, what happens once we've left the European Union? We now know of those dates, and we're not sure what kind of trading will take place, but in this context we will no longer be part of the European Union system. So can you confirm today that you will keep government expenditure on this disease at its current level, at least until the end of this Assembly, so that this gives the right message to the industry that you want to work with them, and that the cap, if you like, is a price worth paying, because funding will still be spent in order to reduce and eradicate this disease? And the second question arising, in welcoming the fact that you have enhanced the testing and expanded the testing of livestock or animals found dead, there is talk of introduction of a new species to the Welsh wildlife system. The otter has been mentioned, and I know that there are some specific proposals to introduce the beaver to parts of Mid Wales, and I am informed that the beaver can carry this disease. So what assurances can you give us in this context that no new species introduced to our rural areas which could spread this disease? Now, I do hope that farmers and the government will work together to ensure that the New Look programme will be successful. I very much hope that we will see a reduction in the number of herds infected, but also in the way that this disease is spread in the hotspots, as they're known in Wales. And I just wanted to ask, when would you be willing to review whether the areas, the 3 areas that you have in Wales, whether they are doing the job that you expect of them, and when will you review this to see if this plan is working or not?
Diolch, Simon Thomas, for welcoming the statement again, and for your questions. You're quite right, it is a matter of public health as well as animal welfare, and I think we all share that aim of Wales being TB-free, and that's why, because of that plateau, we knew that was coming. It was really important that we refreshed the TB programme. In relation to your specific questions, you're quite right, I did forget to answer Paul Davies's questions around monitoring. So you'll be aware that in relation to the trapping of badgers, that is only on those chronic herd breakdowns. I mentioned there are between 50 and 60, so those action plans are being drawn up at the current time. I have asked for those action plans to be monitored. I mentioned the vet and obviously the Animal Plant Health Agency. I would like to report probably annually as to how this is progressing. So it's going to take a year before really I'm able to report in a substantive way that would be beneficial. In relation to the informed purchasing scheme, you also mentioned, as did Paul Davies, as I say, we absolutely intend to introduce a mandatory informed purchasing scheme. And the reason we're doing that was because, it has made a significant contribution to TB eradication in both Australia and New Zealand. And I was very fortunate to talk to somebody from New Zealand about this. You're quite right, we won't be reporting which farms are having the bespoke action plans because obviously there is a security question, but as I say, I will be reporting, certainly my intention is annually. In relation to the compensation cap, I am committed to paying a reasonable compensation sum for cattle slaughter because of TB, but it is getting more imperative that we do look at what funding we can save, because you're quite right, we do not know, where that funding is. So certainly my intention would be to continue to fund at the level we are, but you will appreciate that budgets are done on an annual basis, and we'll have to look at that. But it isn't about saving money; it is about eradicating TB. And I am concerned that over-evaluation does increase the cost to the taxpayer, and I really want to avoid that. And when you compare our average compensation payments, they are 60% higher when you compare them to England, which I don't think is acceptable. You mentioned about otters and beavers. I too heard over the summer recess that they were looking to introduce beavers in Wales, but the last time I checked, there hadn't been any applications for licences. But obviously, this is something that we will have to look at if that obviously happens. And I mentioned that the dead badger survey will now include other species, and I would encourage all members to make sure that that phone number, which I haven't got to hand, it's in here somewhere, is available to everyone, and if they do find a dead badger, they report it. I too hope that this will bring forward significant improvement, particularly in those chronic herd breakdowns, which, as I say, some of them, or one of them, has been in breakdown since 2001. It's completely unacceptable at so many different levels. And I am very pleased with the way the sector has worked with us to develop the refresh of the eradication programme.
Neil Hamilton.
Well, I can be even briefer than Simon Thomas, because there are even fewer unanswered questions left by the time you get to me. But I welcome the statement, and I would also like to put on record my opinion that the Cabinet Secretary has been very constructive in the way in which she has developed policy in this area, and the farming community is very appreciative of the openness that she has shown and her willingness to listen and to engage them in practical discussions about dealing with this terrible disease. It is as important to the farming community and indeed the country as a whole that this be dealt with as it was when we had BSE, and certainly as for the future and for the marketing potential of agricultural products in Wales. Dealing with the TB and eradicating it so far as we can is going to be vital in the post-Brexit world. I know the Cabinet Secretary shares my view on that. To that end, although I'm a strong believer, as she knows, in proportionate regulation, then the change in the regulations in relation to pre-movement testing in the low TB areas is something which needs to be kept under review, and I'd like to know whether that will be done. I would like to add my voice to what has already been said in relation to compensation for farmers for animals that are worth more than £5,000. And I know that the Cabinet Secretary has just said that compensation maybe is 60% more in England. I heard Claire Griffith saying that a moment ago that that's because we have 60% better cattle. I don't know whether that is actually true, but nevertheless, obviously we don't want to pay over the odds for cattle, but nevertheless, we have to recognise that farm incomes are under extreme pressure, and this does impose a real cost upon people in the real world. So I do hope that, again, she will keep that under review. One of the big problems, of course, is the infection of animals in the wild off farms, and I do acknowledge the significant step that she has taken, which in proper summary language must have been regarded as courageous, to decide to have a limited cull where infected badgers can be found, and to dispatch them humanely. That is a very significant step forward in principle, and I think she deserves our congratulations for that. As regards badger vaccination, I wonder whether she will agree with me that this doesn't really, I think, constitute a practical step for the eradication of this disease. We all remember that when vaccines were available, the cost per badger of those which were vaccinated was extortionate, getting on towards, I think from memory, something like £1,000. So it's very expensive. The badger population is difficult to monitor. And so I think it's a bit of a blind alley to think that if vaccine ever becomes available, again in significant quantities, that it's going to be the answer to this disease. My last point is in relation to the role of the APHA and the requirement, therefore, to have 2 vets on the farm to inspect animals. I know that this is a step forward in many ways, but this does impose an extra cost upon the farmer. His own vet is likely to know his own farm and his animals better than an APHA vet. And so I wonder, therefore, in order to assist, the government might be able to pay for the costs of the APHA vet as well. And just one more point I would like to want some assurance on also is that I know that the Cabinet Secretary can't give us exact timings, and increased cattle controls have been introduced this autumn, but can she confirm that trapping and testing of badgers will also take place simultaneously with that this autumn, in line with additional controls being placed on Welsh farmers? The farming industry has said it couldn't accept further cattle controls without action being taken concurrently, and I hope she can assure me today that that's likely to be the case.
Okay, thank you, Neil Hamilton, for those questions. I suppose the short answer to a couple of those questions is we will keep the whole programme under review, constant review. And as I say, I have committed to reporting to the Assembly on the progress that we are making. So you asked about a couple of points that would we be keeping specific things under review. So the answer is we're keeping the whole programme under review. You mentioned about the pre-movement testing in the low TB area. I think it's a very important and effective tool in keeping disease out of TB-free herds. I think, if we can declare that North West Wales is TB-free, I think that will give everybody a really big boost. And, we are within touching distance of doing that. So I think it's really important that we protect that area in this way. I think keepers really need to take ownership of the disease situation so that we can really protect that area's favourable status. In relation to compensation, you will have heard my earlier answers, and as I say, it's very pleasing to see now that England and Scotland are out to consultation on that too. And I do urge farmers, if they do think they've got cattle that's worth more than £5,000, to look for insurance. I know it's quite a new sort of area of insurance, but it is out there. In relation to trapping badgers, it's not a cull, it's not a limited cull. I think it would be good for the badger population if we take out, if a badger's got TB, why would you want to keep it there? So, I mentioned in my opening statement how that would be done, that they would be tested, they would be microchipped, and blood would be also tested again. So I think it's good for the badger population as well as other as well as cattle, obviously. Vaccine does play a part, I think. I don't think any one measure that we have would eradicate TB. I think it is about a whole suite of measures. And I do think, as I say, vaccine has a role to play. And if it becomes available in the way I set out in my opening statement, I will certainly look at it as part of the eradication programme. The exact timings, so the action plans, I mentioned there's between 50 and 60 chronic herd breakdowns at any one time, not always the same, obviously. I understand that about 45 of these action plans have now been drawn up over the summer since I made my statement in June, ahead of the 1st of October start date, and obviously this will then be part of those action plans as we go forward. In relation to the private vet and the AFA vet working alongside the farmer, I haven't had any criticism around the cost of it, but I too don't want to put any more burdens on farmers, so I will certainly have a look at how that is funded.
Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Clywyd, and I thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your statement, and I am optimistic that these new enhanced measures will continue the significant progress that has been made towards eradicating bovine TB in Wales. That has already seen a 40% drop in cases since 2009. I share your resolve to clear up the long-standing TB breakdowns and the cost to the public purse and the personal misery that they perpetuate. But members know my views on culling wildlife. I believe that we should do all that we can to avoid it. So I would urge the Government to continue to seek new science-led, innovative and humane ways to take out the disease. And that is a big difference between Wales and the heedless cull in England. And I know, Cabinet Secretary, you don't support an all-out cull, and I welcome that approach. But I do wonder how frequently cages will be examined and how sure that you can be that once a badger is caught, that it would escape unnecessary death and suffering. And you mentioned roadside kills being reported, and I wonder if any of those have been assessed as being already dead before arriving at the roadside, and how many of them are actually TB-free. Because I have lots of anecdotal evidence that suggests that that is a way of disposing of badgers that have been killed long before, and illegally they arrive at the curbside. So the only way that we can determine that is by actually looking more closely at those carcasses. The other thing that I want to ask about is the slurry leaks from the mega dairy farms and the potential spread of BTB as a consequence of those. And I ask, because it's not mentioned here at all in this statement, whether before we licence any more mega dairy farms, that we look very seriously within that planning application about the containment of slurry within the farm, rather than finding it in the river within a few days, and also quite frequently. But I would also be interested to hear your views, Cabinet Secretary, on a new testing technique currently being used on a farm in Devon that could help identify and isolate infected cows more accurately and quickly, eliminating TB from the herd without having to interfere with the surrounding wildlife. We know that although badgers can catch TB from cattle, they don't keep it alive for nearly as long. And the Devon test appears to show that even where badgers around the farm had tested positive for TB, because the disease has been completely eradicated from the herd, it then doesn't return. And the Save Me Trust is assisting in the study in hopes that with better testing, killing badgers will become an irrelevance, and so do I. And the other thing that has disturbed me, and I'm sure it will have disturbed other people listening to this debate today, is now the inclusion not only of badgers, but of otters and beavers. And I find that completely distressing, and I'd like to see any evidence that anyone can present with that regard.
Thank you. Well, as I say, last time I asked, there had been no licences applied for to bring beavers into Wales, but obviously that is something that we will have to continue to look at if that should happen. You're quite right, I have ruled out an England-style cull, and I personally don't think there's anything to suggest that the disease picture in England is improving with what they're doing. So absolutely, we've ruled out a cull, and you'll be aware of what we are doing just in those chronic herd breakdowns in relation to badgers. It will be done as quickly as possible. The badgers will be trapped and tested very quickly. And I do want to assure you that they will be treated humanely at all times. In relation to the badger found dead survey, it might be helpful if I did give you some figures. I'm very pleased that we're continuing it. As I say, we've had a procurement exercise, because I do think it is a very valuable source of information in fighting TB in cattle. And you asked the question about, are they assessed how they got to the roadside, or how have they been killed? And the answer is yes. And I certainly haven't been given any indication that the badges that are found at the roadside have been put there illegally. So I do want to reassure you about that. The provisional results we had from the All Wales Badger Found Dead survey completed in 2016 indicated that of the 681 badger carcasses tested, 50, so that's 7.3%, were positive for M. bovis. We had from January, 1st of January of this year up until the 31st of August of this year, we had 44 carcasses tested, 8 were positive, and we've got 12 results pending. So you can see it's really vital that we have that information, and also where they are. That helps with the low and the intermediate and the high TB areas, having that information. So I've now found the phone number. So I would, as I say, urge everybody to make sure that this phone number is available. It's 01970 612 374. There's further information can be found, and instructions in dealing with those carcasses. But I would urge everyone to phone the Wales Veterinary Science Centre if they do find a dead badger. In relation to slurry leaks, we have seen some significant agricultural pollution this year, which I've made very clear is completely unacceptable. And so this obviously is something that we are keeping under review. You'll be aware that we've recently had the NVZ consultation, and I will be making a statement in relation to that by the end of this year. You mentioned about the new testing technique in Devon. I have asked officials to have a look at this, but I don't have any information. I haven't received advice on it yet. But certainly anything that can help us in this battle will be looked at.
David Melding.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. In the delivery programme, you say that further analysis will be undertaken on alternative approaches to compensation in Wales, and I do ask you to review the removal of the cap. We did hear clear evidence from the farming unions that this will have a poor effect on investment and then the quality of cattle. And it's quite a severe cut from 15 to 5,000. You're right that it doesn't affect that many cases each year, but it is a significant thing, especially at the pedigree end. And I think it would be reasonable for you to check that there is the availability on the market of reasonably priced insurance products, because if there isn't, then we've got real problems here. So I think that ought to be the basis of your review. Secondly, recommendation 11 of the committee report said you should preserve the current spending on TB eradication. You seem to be going very quickly into, well, the European programme it pays for a lot of it at the moment, and indeed one of the reasons you said you cut the cap is because you need to save money because of the possible withdrawal of, as a result of the withdrawal of European monies, that they will not be made good. But, our committee emphatically said the Welsh Government should preserve the current spend, and I would like to hear that commitment from you.
Thank David Melding for his questions, and I did say that that's certainly my intention, is to preserve it. The European funding actually isn't a huge percentage of the compensation of the funding that we use. So, but certainly you're quite right. We need to look at the preserving that spending, and that's certainly my intention. And I hope I made that clear to Simon Thomas before. There is insurance available. I did say it's quite a new market, but there certainly is insurance available. I mentioned I'm keeping everything in relation to the Refresh programme under review. However, I also mentioned that England and Scotland are now consulting on reducing the compensation and having a cap at about 5,000. So I don't think we would be changing that in the near future, but the whole programme will be kept under review.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary, and the next item on the agenda is the motion to agree the financial resolution in respect of the Additional Learning Needs and Educational Tribunal Wales Bill. And I call on the Minister to move the motion. Alan Davis.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I move a motion on this financial resolution. And in doing so, I want to, first of all, thank all of those members who have taken part in the scrutiny process of this bill. We will, if members agree with the financial resolution this afternoon, be beginning stage 2 scrutiny tomorrow morning. And for those members on the committee, they will see that many of the amendments we will be discussing tomorrow derive from the scrutiny of this bill in stage 1 by both the Children's and Young Persons Committee, but also the Constitutional Affairs Committee, as well as the Finance Committee. And I'm grateful for the comprehensive scrutiny of both the policy, the legal and financial implications of the bill. And I'm firmly of the view that both the bill and the system is better as a consequence of this scrutiny. And before turning to the regulatory impact assessment and the financial implications, I want to reflect very briefly on why we're doing this and why we're taking this legislation forward. The bill is a cornerstone of our Additional Learning Needs Transformation Programme. It is a vital and long overdue piece of reform with the potential to support tens of thousands of children and young people with additional learning needs to fully realise their potential. Last week, the Cabinet Secretary for Education launched Education in Wales, our national mission. The Government's plans for continuing to raise standards, reduce the attainment gap and deliver an education system that is a source of national pride and public confidence. Our Additional Learning Needs Transformation Programme is a key aspect of this mission. And I believe there is broad support for the transformation programme, both within this place and outside, amongst practitioners and amongst children and young people themselves. The general principles of the bill were agreed on the 6th of June. I decided not to move the financial resolution at that time to ensure that we were able to undertake a process to revise and review the RIA. And I wanted members to have the opportunity to see and to question and to scrutinise that revised version before being asked to vote on the motion. Deputy Presiding Officer, since June we've undertaken further quality assurance processes, and I am confident that the RIA is accurate and sound. I said this when I attended the Finance Committee on the 21st of September, and I repeat that assurance today. Allow me to outline the three processes, the three parts of the process that we've undertaken since that time. We've undertaken extensive engagement with SNAP Cymru to fully understand the nature of their concerns with the original financial information and to ensure they are comfortable with the revised RIA. We have received assurances that they are now content with both the figures and the text. Representatives from SNAP Cymru have confirmed this to the Finance Committee. I am grateful to them for the work they have undertaken with my officials to reach this point. Secondly, a comprehensive internal review of the figures and calculations has been carried out, resulting in a clean bill of health. No inaccuracies in the calculations were found, a £20 discrepancy was identified, and some changes have been made to the text to improve clarity and accessibility. These two elements by themselves are reassuring. But, Deputy Presiding Officer, I wanted to have the fullest confidence around the accuracy and robustness of the RIA, and before bringing the motion to the Chamber, I wanted to ensure that we could, and I could, provide members with the fullest assurance of accuracy. And therefore, I commissioned an external review. This external review found the RIA to be comprehensive and detailed, with reliable and cautious estimates which are based on the evidence available. We have taken on board all of the recommendations that are specific to this bill's RIA. The review also looked more broadly at the way we produce RIAs, comparing this against another way and other ways of preparing a regulatory impact assessment. Deputy Presiding Officer, the way we prepare RIAs complies with the National Assembly's standing orders and the guidance set out by Her Majesty's Treasury. The external review has provided a set of wider recommendations for the National Assembly and Welsh Government to consider for the future. These have been shared with the Finance Committee and within Welsh Government for further consideration. Taken together, the three elements of the review process point towards a document which is accurate and robust and a fair basis upon which to make decisions. Turning to the financial implications outlined in this document, I want to say upfront and in an entirely forthright way, the transformation programme is not and never has been about saving money. It is about shifting resource from the back office to the front line, ensuring children and young people with additional learning needs are supported to meet their potential and to enjoy their educational journey. We are operating in an extremely challenging economic climate as a consequence of the UK Government's austerity agenda. We've already discussed the impact on services of this earlier this afternoon. I am acutely aware that public services are having to make difficult financial decisions more and more frequently, but that should not prevent us from doing what is right and what this sector is waiting for. The fact remains that the RIA is still projecting an overall saving once the new system is up and running. This is reassuring, and it is what we are experiencing on the ground. We want to see the money already in the system used more effectively, with less directed towards bureaucracy and more on frontline support for learners. We know there are gains to be made through efficiencies. Gwynedd, Ynys Môn, Carmarthenshire, Pembrokeshire and Gwent are all operating aspects of a new system, and we are all seeing the person-centred practice, individual development plans and dispute avoidance and earlier resolution, realising back-office efficiencies which are then reinvested in frontline services. And this is a key thing for me and for, I think, all of us together on all sides of the chamber. The new system will ensure resources are used where they can have greatest impact. There will, of course, be an upfront cost in terms of transition from the current to the new systems. We have been clear all along that an investment in this transition will be required. The £20 million funding package I have already announced will cover this in its entirety. We will not be asking delivery partners to fund implementation. The government will cover all these costs. Our £20 million transformation funding package will go beyond the cost of moving from one statutory system to another. It will invest in cultural and practice changes and upskilling the workforce. To deliver true reform, we must improve the expertise and confidence of our professionals. This is a priority for all of us. We will need to continue to work closely with delivery partners on the operation of reforms, but also on the financial implications. I am fully committed to doing this and to put in place the appropriate structures to facilitate it. I am confident that we are in a good place on all of this. I hope that I have been able to provide the necessary assurance to members of the Finance Committee already, and I am grateful to the committee for its report. I hope that all members will have confidence in the process and the current position following this debate. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am keen now that we are able to move forward with the debate. As I said earlier, subject to members approving the financial resolution today, we move straight into Stage 2 proceedings tomorrow. I am looking forward to continuing the debate on this bill and to develop the bill to ensure that our parliamentary processes here produce the best possible bill, the best possible legislation, which will underpin the best possible transformation programme for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call on the Chair of the Finance Committee, Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Deputy Officer. And I'm very much aware that members will want to vote on the financial resolution and also vote on the bill on the basis of policy and the widespread support there is for the aims of the bill. But I think it is appropriate that I talk to the report that the Finance Committee has produced on the bill, and for some members who are not involved in this process to understand how we came by a situation where a bill that could and should have been introduced before the summer recess is now being discussed at this stage. And we have a curious situation that if a financial resolution was not to be approved tonight, then we couldn't be discussing it in committee tomorrow. But I suspect that won't happen, but that's the sort of philosophical position that we are in. When the bill was first introduced in the Finance Committee back on the 7th of February, I think it was, first looked at the RAA with the bill, it was predicted to make savings of some £4.8 million. And in the context of the announcement of the Minister at that stage of a £20 million fund to fund the bill and the implementation and programme coming out of that bill, then that certainly looked like a very attractive financial situation. However, several amendments to the RAA, some of which have been referred to by the Minister in his opening remarks, have resulted in the current RAA before this Assembly talking not of savings of £4.8 million, but of costs of £7.9 million. That means that we have before us an RAA that has ongoing savings of some £3.7 million, but transition costs of £11.5 million. Now, clearly, these costs are still covered by the £20 million announcement that the Minister made, though I think needs putting on the record that that £20 million from the Finance Committee's point of view is actually £10 million commitment
and £10 million indication of ongoing commitment in further financial and budget decisions. Now, you would usually think that a situation where a minister has introduced a bill which initially had savings and then turned out to be significant costs is because the minister didn't take into account the actual costs of the bill. In fact, something much more curious happened in this instance. The real issue here was that the initial savings envisaged in the RAA did not take into account that the savings could not, in fact, be cost allocated. They were arising from the savings that an organisation would make by not engaging its volunteers in working with families that were facing additional learning need tribunals and disputes. And, in effect, you couldn't make those, the Welsh Government couldn't allocate those savings as actual financial savings. This arose as I think it was told to the Finance Committee last week, as a misunderstanding or a lack of understanding between the organisation concerned and the Welsh Government, Snap Cymru, which the Minister has already mentioned. I can confirm that Snap Cymru did confirm to the Finance Committee in our public session, where we also had the Minister in, that they now have that understanding and joint sharing of information between the Welsh Government. And so they're both talking about the same figures. That's the important thing to say here. So what you see in the RAA before you today are certainly figures that have been agreed both between the Government and the main organisation that undertakes this work with families. It's very much for the Assembly and for the policy side now to understand whether this is a bill that, on the basis of the announcement of the £20 million implementation fund and on the costs that are now set out in the bill, is one which the Assembly wishes to go forward. There are, however, as the Minister also indicated, wider lessons for how we prepare RAAs. The Finance Committee has is concluding its report on such RAAs, which I hope we'll have an opportunity at a future date to debate. And when we do that, we might want to reflect on the lessons learned from this process as well. The final thing to say is that there was a reference, and there is a reference in our report, to the external evaluation commissioned by the Minister, and I welcome the fact that he did commission an external evaluation of his RAA. At that stage, that evaluation conducted by Al-Daba Limited said that the version of the RAA was not reliable for the purpose of making decisions on the bill. And that's quite a damning conclusion for an external evaluator to come. However, I want to assure the plenary that that is not the version of the RAA that you are discussing here tonight. The Finance Committee's report sets out in a factual way how we have arrived at this situation, and of course I'm sure members will want to reflect on that when they weigh and judge the policy implementations of this bill against the allocation of resources towards it.
Thank you very much. Darren Miller.
I have to say that after the first dog's breakfast of an RIA, where we saw figures which were wholly inaccurate in parts of that paper, I am surprised that the Welsh Government has been able to get this thing into such decent shape. It does appear that there has been better discussion, shall we say, with stakeholders, and that we now have a set of accurate figures which are very robust, and certainly those little 20 quids here and there have now been ironed out. I do think it's worth saying, however, that there are still some concerns which have been raised by some stakeholders about the potential costs of dispute resolution, notwithstanding the fact that we have a new RIA. But, of course, they base their concerns on the evidence that they've had made available to them by Snap Cymru. And I think it's worth all of us reflecting on the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to be Snap Cymru providing dispute resolution services in the future. There may be new and innovative ways of doing that which actually cost less for the taxpayer in the future. So we have to be aware of that, that there are other potential dispute resolution services which could be engaged and commissioned by local authorities and others. For example, there's a fantastic organisation in my own constituency called Create a Smile that provides advocacy services completely free of charge to people where they're contesting issues related to autism with local authorities. And there's no charge whatsoever to the public purse for that. So it's really important that we get this right. I think we now have a financial resolution which we can support on the basis that we've got some more robust figures. But it is disappointing that it's taken such a long time to get to this stage.
Thank you. Claire Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I also want to endorse the comments that have already been made, if truth be told, and to put on record my dissatisfaction with the way in which this regulatory impact assessment came into being. Now, we accept now that it's reached a point where we can support it, but these changes and the fact that we need to go back to the figures and work on them again has had an impact on the scrutiny process of the committee in not being able to scrutinise the final RIA side by side with the bill. It's also undermined the confidence of many people in the sector and perhaps more broadly in the ability of this place to develop the relevant documentation around legislation as is necessary, and to do so in a robust manner and in an appropriate manner, and that is regrettable too. And the significant differences in the original costs and the final costs do highlight, I think, the problems that have taken place. And just to say in conclusion, the fact that we are here just hours before we discuss amendments at stage 2 at the very last moment, to all intents and purposes, that doesn't reflect well on the Welsh Government or on this place. And as the Chair of the Finance Committee said, I think there are lessons to be learnt, and I very much hope that the Government will learn those lessons.
Thank you. Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. 4 very quick points. First thing, this has proven the benefits of the Finance Committee reviewing the cost of legislation. Second, cost is important, and the real key is distinguishing between cashable cost and nominal costs. And I think that's where the bill went wrong, that it didn't have the wrong numbers, but you couldn't actually make some of the savings within the bill that were being shown because they weren't cashable costs. And cost is incredibly important. I mean, is this bill worth £20 million? I think it definitely is. Is it worth £200 million? I think we have to start getting into a big debate. If it gets up to £2 billion, it's neither worthwhile or affordable. So I think you've really got to make sure we get the costs right, because at some stage there's the crossover with costs when the bill becomes less worthwhile than the cost is bringing in. Third, it would really help if standing orders allowed the government to produce a range of possible costs and savings and the assumptions behind them, rather than having to try and find some midpoint amongst their calculations. It would actually give better understanding to the Finance Committee looking at it, and it would actually understand that this is not an exact science. These numbers are not exact, and I'm fairly certain that the result will not be to the penny what the Minister has brought forward. I'm sure the Minister doesn't expect it to be to the penny what he brings forward. It'll be round about that number, and I think it's important that we have some understanding of that. The fourth point is, and it's always something we need to think about with legislation, is hidden demand. You bring in legislation, you shine a light on a topic, does that bring out any hidden demand in the system of people who didn't know about it or weren't involved, who now see it and then want to take up what it becomes available?
Thank you very much. And the Minister to Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I thank members for their generally constructive comments and generous words during this debate. Can I say this? I sometimes worry when Mike gets his feet on a debate that I'm answering, because I'm never quite sure how I'm going to answer some of his points. But he makes very fair and very judicious remarks about cost. And the cost, of course, of failure will be borne not by members here, but by the people we fail out there, and the children and young people who fail to fulfil their educational potential because we here don't deliver the system that will enable them to succeed. And I accept the points that have been made by Llŷr, but I would say to Llŷr that the strength of parliamentary scrutiny is such as to shine a light into these things and to compel ministers to come to this place and to make the case for their legislation and to make the case for what they're seeking to do, rather than to set the bar a lot lower. So I think a higher bar is a better way of measuring these matters. And I think what this has demonstrated over the last few months has been the strength of the parliamentary process in this place. And I'm sure members will recognise that I would always defer to the processes and to the committees we have here and to the recommendations that the committees make in ensuring that we have not just a bill, but the best possible bill that will deliver for the people we all seek to represent.
Thank you very much. And the proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No, therefore the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We move on to item 7 on the agenda today, which is a debate on the White Paper on proposals for a Welsh language bill. And I call on the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language to move the motion, Alan Davies.
Diolch i chi, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you for timetabling these discussions. Members will recall that I published our strategy Cymraeg 2050 and our ambition to reach 1 million Welsh speakers back in June. Now, I was clear, and I hope I was clear to all members at that time, that I was very eager to set our strategy and vision for the future before we discussed legislation, because the strategy and vision is more than a bill, it's more than legislation, and it's more than the processes that we go through here. The vision of transforming the position of the Welsh language in Wales is something that I hope will unite all parts of this chamber. But I also want to ensure that we do have the kind of legislation that will ensure that we have a foundation that will allow us to reach 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. The Welsh language measure was made at the end of the Third Assembly, following delays by the Westminster Government in providing the necessary powers to the Assembly to legislate in the area of the Welsh language. Because of those delays, there wasn't sufficient time at that point to consult on language policies, and the deficiencies there are to be seen within the measure. Now, at its heart, the measure's heart, rather, is in the right place. It gives official status to the Welsh language. It gives people the freedom to use the Welsh language when conversing with each other, and through standards, it gives everyone a right to access services through the medium of Welsh. But we must now consider how the measure has been implemented. When councils such as Gwynedd and Blaenau Gwent agree that there is too much bureaucracy, then we have to listen to those comments. The title of the White Paper is Striking the Right Balance. That is to say, the balance between regulation and the promotion of the Welsh language. First of all, therefore, I propose in the White Paper that we should establish a Welsh Language Commission, and the purpose is to provide new leadership and energy in promoting the Welsh language. There are a number of reasons for establishing a commission rather than placing additional duties on the Commissioner. First of all, the authoritative report of the House of Lords on governance of regulators is very clear that a body that regulates shouldn't be run by an individual or a single person, and I agree with that. And secondly, the promotion of the Welsh language doesn't mean balloons and biros. Promotion means particular expertise in areas such as language planning, workforce planning, economic development and behavioural change, and goes further in terms of media and marketing. The Commission leading the new body must have a cross-section of these skills in order to be able to promote the Welsh language effectively. Thirdly, and separate from the other commissioners, I propose that the Commission should have powers to penalise and will be a central part in introducing Cymraeg 2050. Now, there is strength in having varying experiences and viewpoints and to provide challenge. Now, one view I've heard is that one body can't regulate and promote simultaneously. Now, I don't accept that argument. There are many bodies that do the two things very successfully. The clear example, of course, is NRW, or the Equalities and Human Rights Commission. Now, I don't recommend going back to the days of the Welsh Language Board. The responsibilities of the Commission will be broader, and standards are far more powerful than Welsh language schemes. The Commission will work within the targets of Cymraeg 2050, and I have no doubt that the Welsh Government, the Assembly and the public will be asking some very difficult questions on the performance of the Commission and its contribution to the million. Well, what of the standards then? Well, first of all, we must retain standards. That is clear. There is no turning back on that. There are two main aims to the proposals in the White Paper. One, to cut out as much bureaucracy as possible, and secondly, to ensure a regime that puts the focus on putting things right where things go wrong and making improvements. Now, I also think that the accountability for us in a democratic way must be in place, and I propose that the Welsh Government should impose and make standards, and in so doing it should have the support of this place, our national parliament. The role of the Commission will be to monitor and to enforce. I am yet to be persuaded that we need a separate system when complaints are made about Welsh language services. We can use the same regime as exists if an individual complains of a service to a local authority or a health service. I therefore intend that the Commission should follow the same systems as the Ombudsman when complaints are received. And in this context, I have accepted some responses to the White Paper from the Public Service Ombudsman Wales, and the Ombudsman has copied his response to the Commissioner and to Simon Thomas as the Chair of the Finance Committee responsible for introducing the Public Service Ombudsman Bill Wales. The Ombudsman is proposing that his office could deal with complaints and inquiries related to standards as part of its core duty. Now, this will be similar to the system in the Basque Country, where the Public Service Ombudsman is responsible for the language. Deputy Presiding Officer, I think this proposal is an interesting one. It does show that there are other possibilities that can be considered beyond the proposals in the White Paper, and I will be considering the Ombudsman's response in addition to all of the other responses to the consultation, and I encourage everyone to respond with their own ideas before the deadline for the consultation, which is the end of this month. I ask, therefore, that Assembly members support this motion, accepting amendments 1, 3, 5 and 7, and to reject 2, 4, 6 and 8. I reject Amendment 2 because there is a bigger picture in Cymraeg 2050. I reject 4, Amendment 4 that is, because I do believe that it will be confusing for the public and a waste of public resources to just have two bodies responsible for the Welsh language. I reject number 6. I intend to place health standards before the end of the year, but if there is support for the proposals in the White Paper, we will have to take that into account before making further regulations. And I reject Amendment 8. I have set out in the White Paper and before the Assembly today my clear reasons for abolishing the role of the Commission and establishing a Commission. I accept Amendment 1. The evidence reflects a variety of opinions on some areas, and that is a positive thing. I accept Amendment 3. The White Paper protects the rights of Welsh speakers. I accept Amendment 5. Everyone wants to see reduced bureaucracy, and I accept number 7. The White Paper makes a definite proposal on extending the standards regime to the private sector. And may I say this in conclusion, Deputy Presiding Officer, I am very eager to hear the views of members this afternoon, but I'm also very eager to hear the views of people across the country. What I have endeavoured to do throughout this process is to ensure unity across the nation on the future of our national language. And that means that we ensure our rights as Welsh speakers to speak and use the language, and that we also promote the Welsh language in order to ensure that more of the people of Wales can use the language and learn the language. And that means, on occasion, that we listen to views that we don't want to hear, and that we listen to views that are very different to our own. What I have done as a Minister with responsibility for the Welsh language is to have the kind of debate that will ensure that there is unity at the end of the debate. Thank you.
I have selected the 8 amendments to the motion, and I call on Susie Davies to move amendments 1 and 2, tabling the name of Paul Davies.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I move the amendments in the name of Paul Davis. May I thank the Minister for opening the debate today and to Plaid for their amendments. We support a number of them. Now, the first thing I'd want to say is that the Welsh Conservatives support the three core objectives of this legislation: value for money, reducing bureaucracy in the standards system, and improving the balance between regulation and promotion and empowerment. Now, linking empowerment and promotion is an interesting decision, and it separates the issue of promotion and regulation, and this, to me, gives an impression of the role of the Commissioner, which is very narrow and is steered by at a particular time in the story of the Commissioner and doesn't reflect the duties of the Commissioner as they are noted in the 2010 measure. Those duties, before there's any talk of regulation and enforcement, include promotion and facilitating the use of the language, and she isn't restricted to the context of standards. So at the moment, I find it difficult to see where the difference lies between the objectives of your proposed Commission and the original objectives of the Commission as they were anticipated by the Welsh language measure. I agree with you that in taking bureaucracy out of the process, we do have some thinking to do here still in terms of how exactly the appeals process could develop, and I'm just thinking of shifting complaints to the organisation that has perhaps made the error in the first place, because I'm not quite sure whether the Ombudsman would provide remedies for people in those circumstances. So that deserves further consideration. I also agree in terms of the changing the nature of standards that don't protect meaningful rights, and that's why I have difficulty in supporting Amendment 4, because there is a risk of seeing any change, particularly in terms of process, as weakening those rights as a whole. I'm sure that's not what you mean, Plaid, but for that reason I will be abstaining on that abstention, but in future perhaps we may return to the issue. There's also a separate question, namely, are there some standards keeping records for many years, for example, where no one is interested in those rights? Is that still proportionate? And there is a question to be answered during this process there, and we do need to get rid of those that aren't effective in order to improve focus on rights that are important and to focus on promotion and facilitating the use of the language. In saying we are deferring our views on this until we see the detailed proposals by the government, as I've said. We are also deferring our view on Amendment 4. Now, I don't accept the suggestion made by officials during our committee meeting of last week, namely that there is no role for two separate bodies here. The existence of the Welsh for Adults centres undermine that proposal already. My argument is that there is mixed evidence in the responses to the Welsh Government's consultation, and there's no clear definitive support for the options favoured by the Minister and by Plaid. Now, the purpose of my amendment is to try and prevent the Minister from jumping in a particular direction now when there are credible options available that need to be worked through, and for the same reason I will be supporting Amendment 8. Now, the main consideration for us as the White Paper proceeds is the level of independence given to whoever regulates and promotes the language. Despite the measure underlining the independence of the Commissioner in terms of her activities, Leighton Andrews ignored that statutory defence and took the promotion role of the Commissioner and brought it back within government, and this left the Commissioner with the work on standards and facilitation, and according to the responses to the consultation, there is a warm welcome to her in doing that. Now, helping bodies conform to standards rather than heavy-handed enforcement required by current legislation, and the Commissioner does more of that now and has done recently. So we don't know what the Commissioner could do in terms of promotion and facilitation on a wider level because of government intervention. Now, in supporting Amendment 8, we agree that the government hasn't won the argument that the Commission is an improvement on the reformed role of the Commissioner. And I think that there's been a false start which has actually pushed the government to push for a new structure in a relationship with government which is far from being clear, and that's why we have included our second amendment. This legislation could create a new role for the Commissioner which is more arm's length and accountable to this Assembly rather than to government, as we have argued for a long time.
Thank you. Call on Sean Gwentlyn to move amendments 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Thank you very much, and I thank you for holding this debate on the White Paper on the proposals for the Welsh Language Bill. And this consultation goes on until the end of the month, and this debate is a good way of reminding people of the need to record the comments throughout the consultation before the closing date. We have set our viewpoint as a party very clearly through the medium of amendments that explain our vision, and a vision that is different to the one of the government. We don't want to see any weakening or limitation on the legal rights of Welsh speakers. We believe that we need to keep regulation and promotion apart and separate, and that they should be undertaken by two separate bodies, and we're calling for moving forward with the Welsh language standards and on health and housing associations, urgency, and we're calling for a time limit for introducing standards to the energy sectors, water companies, telecommunications and trains and bus companies, and we're calling the government to extend these standards to the private sector. And we're setting out a stall clearly at the start of the process. Any weakening, any restriction on the legislation would be a significant backward step for the Welsh language. And friends, the Welsh language is losing ground. Only in 7% of communities in Wales is Welsh a language for 70% of the population, a living language on the street and in the pub, and that is a great subject of pain for me, and I can't support any back-turning or on any rights that have already been established. To the contrary, we need to strengthen these rights if we seriously want to see the Welsh language continuing. And can we be clear from the outset? The proposals of the Labour government are going to weaken our rights. Abolishing the role of the Commissioner is going to weaken our rights, and going back to one body and expecting that to carry out two entirely different functions is weakening our rights, and putting the power in the hands of the government instead of the Assembly in terms of determining who should fall under the language duties and when. That weakens our rights, and abolishing the current lists that ensures that the Assembly has the right to impose language duties on some private companies does weaken our rights as Welsh speakers. And abolishing the right of the public to complain to the Welsh Language Commissioner does weaken our rights as Welsh speakers. And saying that only serious complaints will be investigated, and there's no definition of what a serious complaint actually constitutes. That, again, restricts our rights as Welsh speakers. And Plaid Cymru is against any weakening, any restriction on our rights. In terms of promotion, Plaid Cymru believes that we need an independent body to do this important work, leaving the Commissioner to focus on the work of setting standards and regulating, and establishing a commission that would be trying to do all the work that was necessary would be a backward step, and that's why we've argued consistently for having an arm's-length agency to promote and to facilitate and to plan strategically for the Welsh language on the basis of robust linguistic principles. We need to strengthen our rights, and that brings us to the private sector. There are several examples of why we need to extend these standards to the private sector, and they've been highlighted over the last few months. The Sports Direct saga, when Welsh language speakers' rights were restricted in the workplace, and Santander and Lloyds Bank refusing to accept papers in the Welsh language and so forth. And I'd like to thank the Minister for his swift response to those cases. But I do note that the White Paper says this: we don't propose that the Welsh Government should impose standards quickly on bodies that don't fall within the system at present. namely the majority of the private sector. And unfortunately, history shows that depending on persuasion of bodies to protect Welsh language rights, that doesn't work. And we need to legislate, and we need to extend the legislation to the private sector. But that's not in the white paper, although I do note that you this afternoon have said that you're in favour of our Amendment 7, and I do welcome that greatly. We need you to act. That's the main issue. You need to act. We need to move forward with imposing these standards on the health bodies, and I do welcome the fact that you say at last, after nearly 2 years, or over 2 years to tell you the truth, that the government will move on this. Patients have the right to discuss their problems through the medium of Welsh, and the report on standards for the housing associations is on your desk for 2 years, and the water companies for nearly 2 years, buses and trains and railways for nearly 2 years. And there's a lot of work to be done, and we're just starting. Now is the time to act, and maybe now is not the time to be discussing this kind of white paper. What about moving forward with the work? What about starting to act? In the background, of course, is your Million Speakers strategy. Shouldn't the government be focusing on the work that's needed to launch that in the Million Welsh Speakers strategy, rather than having an unnecessary debate about a piece of legislation that's going to take time to bed in and standards that need to be imposed and implemented?
Jeremy Miles.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. Now, we have to deal with the government's white paper on the basis of one important principle, that everything now in the area of the Welsh language is subject to the principle of securing 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. And the challenge posed by the new strategy is transformational for all of us. If we are serious that we want to see the ambition of the strategy made reality, then we have to recognise that the linguistic landscape has to change entirely. In a period of austerity, we will need to ensure that every penny spent by anybody on the growth of the Welsh language has a direct impact on the ground. The focus, for the most part, has been on rights through standards. And it is clear that there is room to reform the process of creating and imposing standards, and we saw evidence from all areas that it was a burdensome process for everyone. And the aim here is to ensure that the standards work and that effort and resources are focused on driving up standards of provision rather than negotiating and administration. May I say that I personally support the concept of a general right. We have a number of regimes that do provide rights, as well as a process of balancing rights when they come into conflict, and with some imagination I think that could work with a general right to use the Welsh language. But I'm willing to accept the point made in the white paper that there are some complexities and limitations arising from that. Now, I am convinced that we should extend standards to include supermarkets and banks and so on, and I welcome the commitment of the Minister to do that under the proposed system, and I would like to hear from him then what his proposals are in that area. Now, the truth of the matter is that we can't reach that aim of 1 million Welsh speakers with the current balance between rights and promotion. Maintaining and enhancing the current standard system is not enough. The power of rights to generate change depends on the willingness to insist on using those rights, and the white paper is clear that there are far more Welsh speakers than there are people taking advantage of the right to use the Welsh language. It's only through promotion can we create that confidence for more and more Welsh speakers to insist on those rights. We need to promote in wider society. The strategy and the white paper go into some detail on that, but we need promotion within the organisations that are subject to standards too, a culture change, not just regulation. Now, changing ways of working to create a bilingual ethos can develop access in various ways. It can can generate creativity, and we need to create a space for an inclusive conversation on the benefits of the Welsh language within those organisations. I welcome, therefore, the proposal to redefine standards and to create a new focus on language planning duties, a duty that will mean more than a tick-box exercise, and a system that will mean compliance with a duty to carry out inquiries, to plan and to provide. This is the opportunity now to truly transform the landscape. Just a few words on structure, namely the new Commission. Now, this isn't the most important element of the White Paper in my view, but we shouldn't be conservative in our views to reforming structures if that is required to meet new demands. And the scale of the challenge in the strategy does create new demands. The proposal is that enforcement and compliance powers of the Commissioner should remain. She has been recognised for a decade. It has been recognised for a decade or more that it is through a board rather than an individual that is most appropriately achieved for many reasons. So it is appropriate that we evolve the regulatory body. Now, 55 years ago, in February 1962, in a radio interview, Jim Griffiths, MP for Llanelli, stated that the future of the Welsh language is the greatest challenge facing Wales. It was an unusual statement for a Labour MP to make at that time. Now, in the same month, Saunders Lewis gave his Tynged yr Iaith lecture, which transformed our awareness as a nation of the threat to Welsh culture. Now, he predicted the Welsh language would have died by the beginning of this century. Well, as Welsh speakers, we are yma hyd. We are still here, but it's only through working together and taking action.
Before you close, would you... I've been listening intently on this central question, which arises in other contexts, of course. Is it a system that centralises power with the government, or a system of a commissioner or a commission which is independent of the government in order to give the credibility and the confidence to our Welsh speakers that their rights are being recognised? What's the member's opinion on that?
Well, I think the Commission can be sufficiently independent to provide that service to the people of Wales. We now all hope at the beginning of a period of development for the Welsh language, and we must ensure that the powers and resources are available to us through the Welsh Language Bill to achieve that. Neil Hamilton.
Well, my party broadly supports the approach that the government takes to the promotion of the Welsh language, and we strongly support the Cymraeg 2050 proposals. And I believe that the Minister for Lifelong Learning's approach is the right one. It's a consensual approach. And that is the only way in which we will, I think, be able to succeed in the objective that everybody in this chamber approves of. I think that the proposals in the White Paper, by and large, are very sensible. And as Susie Davis started out by saying, value for money, cutting bureaucracy and improving the balance between promotion and empowerment are very laudable objectives. I certainly support what the Minister said in his speech about introducing democratic control, real democratic control, into the development and imposition of standards. And I think it is right that it's from the government that those should be initiated rather than from an independent body. And I think he hit the nail exactly on the head when he said that what he wanted to achieve was unity across the nation for a consensus to take this forward. And this is vitally necessary because we've got a long way to go, and there are a lot of people who need to be convinced that this is the right thing to be doing. I have no doubt myself that it is. I do want to see ultimately a bilingual nation. Probably won't be in my lifetime, but nevertheless, I think that this strategy is definitely going to help us to achieve that. Having said that, we can support the Plaid Cymru amendments, apart from Amendment 7, as well as the Conservative amendments, because I don't think that the wording on the order paper is actually in conflict with what the Minister was arguing for earlier on. And I do think that the arguments which have been put forward on this side of the chamber will flesh those words out, but they won't actually be on the record in the same way as an amended motion. So I do think that that is worthwhile. The only caveat that I want to introduce into this debate is about the extension of standards to the private sector. This is something which should happen, but it's the time frame which is the key issue here. And it is right that big companies like BT or big utility companies should be treated in effect as the public sector. They can afford it. But we've heard debates about the impact of austerity today. I'm not going to rehearse those, but the business climate is not easy. And we must be careful not to impose too early what might be significant costs upon businesses that can't afford them. I was rather alarmed, in a way, to hear Sean Gwentlian say that persuasion doesn't work, therefore we must have compulsion. This, I don't think, is the right attitude.
Thank you for taking the intervention, as I didn't get a chance to speak in my submission here. On the point of private companies, I mean, obviously we're a small and medium enterprise country. Do you think that the requirement for any standards to be reasonable and proportionate is enough to ensure that those small and medium enterprises are protected against the possibilities that you were alluding to?
Well, it might be, and it's not something as yet I've been convinced on. I would like to consider that in greater detail. I do think that there should be some sort of de minimis test, whether that's by reason of the size of the company, whether that's measured in terms of number of employees or turnover or whatever. And I don't personally believe that the government has any intention of embarking upon too draconian a set of obligations, but at all. But I would hate to think that we would create antagonism where it needn't exist, but by adding fuel to people's fears, which are unnecessary. We had a most unfortunate situation in Llangennech last year in the schools, and what I saw there worried me a great deal, because I do want to see more bilingual education, and I do want to see more Welsh language medium education. But the parents of that school were not convinced and that this was the right thing to do. And the policy of the County Council was creating a real antagonism there, which I think actually would set the language back rather than take it forward. So I'm in favour of an evolutionary approach to this. I do believe that government has to lead, and I do think it should nudge heavily in the right direction. But I do think that we need to be very clear before we pass motions exactly what obligations we're imposing, in broad general terms, formulations which might be misinterpreted and in a way which is disadvantageous to the achievement of the objective that we all share, I think would be a retrograde step.
Adam Price.
There is major work to be done to reach the objectives of the language strategy, and there are gaps, certainly. The agency, the promotional agency, is one of them. There is a demand for creation of that kind of agency, and certainly it was a strategic error to get rid of that element. But in trying to fill that vacuum, the risk is that we then weaken severely a part of the system relating to regulation that is starting to deliver, to tell you the truth. I was looking at figures for the increase that there has been, or the progress that has been, in terms of the annual report of the Welsh Language Commissioner. And it's amazing, to tell you the truth, given that the new system under the measure has only been in existence for just over a year in full. Welsh language or bilingual greeting, 90% of phone calls, 31% increase since the previous year. 54 receptions showing clearly that you're welcome to use Welsh, an increase of 28% over the previous year, and 25% of job advertisements saying that the Welsh language is essential, and an increase of 9% from the previous year. We're at risk of destroying the regulatory system as it starts to deliver. Well, it's not me saying that, Alan. You said that you wanted a consensus. Well, the language consensus is being destroyed. The future of the language, Llywodraeth Iaith and Cymdeithas yr Iaith, they both oppose, and even Hugh Llwng, the former head of the Welsh Government's language unit, is criticising some of the core suggestions that you have, and creating one body for promotion and regulation is an error. And there are different objectives and different activities which call for a different approach and different governance skills. And this question is central in giving the power to the government to impose the standards. That is a huge error, and Hugh Llwng himself says, I'm afraid that we're on the verge of losing the service of an independent language champion, and the government will be managing everything. And in the context of rights, that is a great concern, because what's happening if politics changes? The Minister talked of the fact that this position of the Commissioner put the power all in the hands of one person. Well, in fact, there is a Deputy Commissioner and so forth, and there is a governance system, and of course there is staff and so forth. But of course, what you're suggesting in giving the right to the government to impose standards is, well, at present, Alan, the standards come back to this Assembly, so that is appropriate in a democratic system. But what we're talking about here is giving too much control, direct control to the government. And the government, of course, then facing conflict of interest. They fund the bodies that are being regulated. And ministers coming to them and saying, well, can we weaken the standards in that context? And having a system of independence through a commission or the collective body means that that Welsh speakers have confidence that the rights are going to be protected. And Sian Gwenllian said this is central. The right of the individual to complain directly to a commissioner and to the office of the commissioner, which then conducts an investigation. Instead of that, complaining to the bodies that breach or transgress. And that didn't work very well for Welsh speakers, did it? That's why we had to have the Welsh language measure, in order to give assurance to the Welsh language speakers that we were going to have equal rights in Wales. Alun, you and I were part of that campaign for rights for Welsh speakers, and we are now turning our backs on that, and it's being withdrawn, and we're diluting this. This is what your white paper does represent. We need to start again. I agree with Jeremy Miles. Why not have basic rights in legislation? That's what's delivered to other people in other contexts of disadvantage. Why doesn't the Welsh Government show that kind of ambition and radicalism instead of this pitiful white paper which takes us a step back?
I
call on the Minister for the Welsh Language to reply to the debate. Well, I am grateful, Llywydd, for the opportunity to have this debate on the white paper and how we make progress with language policy. I'm very grateful to everyone who's participated in this debate. I was very pleased to hear the comments made by Susie Davis, Neil Hamilton, even Adam Price. And I'm also pleased that we can still have this kind of debate on the future of the Welsh language. I was particularly pleased to hear Jeremy Miles quoting Jim Griffiths, one of the leading figures of Welsh Labour and one who reflects the kind of Welsh identity that Wales wants to see, not just from government but from us all. May I just make a few points in response to the debate? I hear these allegations that we are weakening our rights as Welsh speakers. We are not weakening any rights that currently exist. In fact, what we are doing is going further to extend the kinds of rights that we have, to extend the rights that we can implement. And what we're going to ensure is that we can implement these rights. I have no patience at all with rights that exist only on paper. What I want to see is rights that can be delivered for Welsh speakers every day, wherever they are in this nation. And that doesn't happen at the moment. It doesn't happen at the moment. And that is why we must see change. No, I'm not going to take an intervention at this point. But what I am going to do is to ensure that we can operate those rights wherever we are in Wales, and that is why I think that we must consider how we strengthen our rights. It is not good enough, it's never good enough, simply to come to this chamber and say that we're not content to change, we have the status quo, it's not adequate, but we're not willing to consider how we change that system. I know, Adam, that you're sitting next to UKIP now, but I would ask you not to be quite so conservative as you have been.
Does the Minister at least consider that it's clear evidence that there are deficiencies in this white paper, that everybody that represents Welsh campaigners, Welsh speakers, that they say that they're concerned that this white paper is going to weaken the rights of Welsh speakers? You'd listen to Stonewall if it was the rights of gay people, so why aren't you listening to the Welsh language bodies?
I am listening. I was in Llandudno discussing these issues yesterday. I was in Swansea a fortnight ago listening to people, and I will continue to travel around Wales listening to people and discussing these issues with people. And what I'm telling you now, quite clearly, Adam, is that people don't agree with what you've said this afternoon. The people I've spoken to across this nation don't agree with what you and Sian have said this afternoon, and you have to consider that and think about it. We must, as the Parliament of Wales, reflect our vision, our collective vision for the future of the Welsh language. I am quite convinced in my own mind that we need to strengthen the rights we have as Welsh speakers to use the Welsh language wherever we are, and to ensure that we can access Welsh services. That's necessary. We must also do that within a democratic system. And what I hear on occasion is that people don't trust our democracy. People aren't content to trust the democracy that we have. Now, I do think that we need an independent regulator, independent of government, and that's why I'm considering the Ombudsman option, which is entirely independent of government, and also establishing a commission with powers, with a budget, and with the necessary powers to ensure that the government is accountable for its actions. And I also want to collaborate better in terms of how we enforce standards on various bodies. What I see is regulation as a positive means of ensuring that where there have been gaps, that people have their rights respected, but also that we regulate by collaborating with people, by collaborating with the large companies, even with the banks, in order to ensure that we have a language policy that reflects our vision. And what I want to say in concluding this debate is that there is a debate to be had, and I will bring the conclusions of this debate back to the Assembly during the next year, and we will then move towards legislating. But we will legislate to ensure a legislative framework which will reflect our ability to achieve our vision, and a vision that I think each and every one of us shares. We are not going to spend time We're not going to spend time discussing different structures. We are going to discuss the future of the Welsh language, and we are going to ensure a vision that will be shared in all parts of this country, from Holyhead to Monmouth. And allow the ministers to finish.
A question you.
The proposal is to agree Amendment 1. Does any member object? I will defer voting, therefore, until voting time, and this brings us to voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I will move immediately to the vote on the White Paper on proposals for the Welsh language. Amendment 1, I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davies. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 44, no abstentions, 11 against, and therefore Amendment 1 is agreed. Amendment 2, a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Paul Davies. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 11, 4 abstentions, 40 against, and therefore Amendment 2 is not agreed. I now call for a vote on Amendment 3, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 43, 10 abstentions, 2 against, and therefore Amendment 3 is agreed. I call for a vote on Amendment 4, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 14, 11 abstentions, 30 against, and therefore Amendment 4 is not agreed. Call for a vote on Amendment 5, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 54, no abstentions, 1 against, and therefore Amendment 5 is agreed. I call for a vote on Amendment 6, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 25, no abstentions, 30 against, and therefore Amendment 6 is not agreed. Amendment 7, I call for a vote on Amendment 7, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 39, no abstentions, 16 against, and therefore Amendment 7 is agreed. I call for a vote on Amendment 8, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 25, no abstentions, 30 against, and therefore Amendment 8 is not agreed. I therefore call for a vote on the motion as amended, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 40, 4 abstentions, 11 against, and therefore the motion as amended is agreed, and that brings today's proceedings to a close.